that Poppy would shut down.
Good morning, YouTube. We are back. Sorry for the off mic for so long. I know my beautiful voice has been missed. The videos on YouTube have been doing amazingly, and I want to thank you all for the amazing support that you've been giving me. But right now, we've got an elimination match between Fnatic and Weibo Gaming.
They had banned Aurora every single game thus far, which made me think maybe Humanoid and Arscarin are not.
It's a little unfortunate that on blue side get the ban. Oh shit, it's the big starter. Let's go! A strong jungle tank pick for Razor.
Also, if you are Fnatic in some scenarios, maybe you want to try and go for a trade, right take.
Watch Tarzan firing back whip, and are we gonna pick Light's pick a little early?
But in the right situation, just don't.
I don't think you need to pick mid early here. Oh! Shit, we're going to Breeze or Nectin. As Arscarin has been looking Oscar shaky. Oh, and Zhao who's Lucian.
But looks like instead, Weibo going towards that direction as well with
Wow.
Nectin and Lucian.
The Malphite hover? Really? Oh,
I was
never mind. Resource trolling.
Many years ago, he was still the Lucian guy. And so I just get to go back to my roots and think this is looking terrifying for Fnatic. This guy is so incredibly good at solo lane. Lucian
That's enough, Scarter jungle?
could be scary, but that is also a hover that I'm not going to talk about. Okay, I was baited this one time. I'm not going to be baited anymore.
Yeah, we'll see later on.
Yeah, locking on Ralph for June. A good support pair.
Well, it's
June is someone who dies a lot.
Weibo side of things with
Points for the cause!
Very well could. The Lucian though that you talked about for Xiaohu and being both a top lane and a mid lane Lucian for him. Different periods of his career, definitely powerful. Of course, it technically could be flex pick, but that's what we're thinking for him.
Nidalee and Zyra.
Sorry, just finishing up breakfast real quick.
Zyra specifically, you.
So apologies
reliant on
if you hear like little paper
Nidalee,
rustling noises.
But given Tarzan's history,
Okay.
that either would work quite well.
Arscarin on the Jaxi Waxy. Oh, Tarzan on Nidalee!
I do think that
Oh, baby, 100% win rate. I was like, oh!
for basically the entirety of summer as well.
And I know there are a lot of people that just generically hate Nidalee as a competitive jungle pick, but Tarzan's Nidalee in LPL was insane.
Oh yeah.
The amount of
This is the first
so
day
early on
in a
too,
couple
so
for
this
Worlds
already
that I've
Weibo
actually
is
been
doing
up
so much
to
for
watch the
pressure.
Worlds, because
I
what
feel
I've
like
secretly been
this
doing
is a very
been turning the
intelligent
recorder
strategy
on
to go for
and going back
against
to bed.
Fnatic, since Razor has been
I'm ashamed to say it, but some of the games that we were watching were not interesting.
a really big part of Fnatic's dominant early game.
Yeah, the way that we talk about Nidalee's is...
And they were all sweeps.
We have a few players that have them
Tarzan's
in the LCK,
definitely got it.
and Tarzan is definitely one of the players that even when he was still in Korea was a holder of said license, but has only gotten better with time. So already a couple of bans to come through here as Ashe and Ezreal taken away by Fnatic, and the Ziggs and Kai'Sa. Very bottom lane themed as Misfortune is going to be picked up. Now Noah considering what he wants to do.
Not the biggest fan of the Misfortune. I do think that already there is obviously a ton of AD carry and bot lane bans, Ziggs also included. NMF does have a really solid laning phase, but for me, MF really looks at best when there is multiple sources of setup. And right now, you have Nidalee and MF, and your only CC on this team so far is Renekton.
Yeah, and the Rel was already stolen away, so you're not going to get the Rel combo with the Misfortune, so it's going to have to be another...
Ooh, are we going Syndra? Syndra was left the last pick here in the mid lane for Humanoid. It was left open. All right, let's go.
Yeah, purple coming in the last couple of picks here, with Syndra being locked in for Humanoid. A pick that we kind of thought was going to be more prevalent here at Worlds, but hasn't really seen as much as Crisp. Yes, there's a fair bit of CC that he's going to be relying
Crisp
on. Confused by the Kai'Sa ban, because a lot of mixed damage coming out of that champion, and I think for solo AP Nidalee, it doesn't have the same feeling as like solo AP Karthus.
I don't know why they banned the Nidalee. I don't know why they banned the Kai'Sa when they were first pick on second rotation. It'd be a little interesting.
R button outplay. Maybe Xiaohu rushes an early Hex Drinker, no Magic Mantle at the very least, because that's exactly where the buffs for Syndra went. We're into the R damage and into that capability to, at level 6.
Now, this is a best of 3. And the one thing you gotta understand about a best of 3 is you gotta play well for more than just one game. You have to win 2 games. So even if Fnatic play well once, it might not be enough to clutch it out. Weibo have to fumble the bag twice here. If not, Weibo are going to the 2-2 stage. This is the 1-2 bracket today we are watching.
Where you're ever to an objective first, and I think whoever falls behind early here is going to be in some really deep trouble because coming back,
I believe this is the 1-1 bracket.
Require some major plays because I don't think there's a lot of angles.
Yeah, and honestly, the best part of Fnatic's game.
All right, time to mute up. We're getting in game. I'll input commentary when I get a chance to.
Definitely both teams fighting very heavy over that early prio.
Well, now it is time to jump onto the Rift for our very first game of this best of 3 Fnatic taking on Weibo Gaming here. And I actually think that if there's ever a game where you want to have that Fnatic thing where you get ahead early, it's a game with a draft like this into what Weibo has. Because Weibo kind of have all of the power in the early game and will rely on the snowball. I don't think the same is true for what Fnatic have put forward here. It's a team fighting composition, lots of CC. I think at any point in the
not gonna lie, that Lucian looked like TF for a quick second without the guns out.
Whereas Weibo, like, we're all in. Renekton, Nidalee, if that doesn't work, if that doesn't get off the ground, you've got a handbag and a kitty cat.
The only risk you do run with Fnatic if you do fall behind, although I do think their comp is definitely better just because of the prevalence of CC and setup on basically every single member of the team, is that if you fall too far behind against champions like Renekton and Lucian specifically, you just don't get to ever push in a wave. And if Nidalee gets fed, itemizing against her is going to be really hard. It looks like Noah is looking to go towards that lethality with the Halo Blades here, which I do think makes a lot of sense looking at what you're playing into. Both these comps very bursty in terms of the damage.
And he's also looking to go towards the top side for the lane swap here. So Fnatic, with their sweeper, they chase out Tarzan to make sure Tarzan does not steal away, quote-unquote, any of their camps on their weak side for this lane swap. The one big risk, especially versus champs like this that can really accelerate jungle, is giving some extra camps early to a Nidalee, because Nidalee will just severely outpace the Skarner if you allow any of those extra ones stolen. So should be a pretty normal and calm start here to the lane swap. The only thing is we don't see Jun actually soaking any experience in mid lane. The biggest kind of change was that supports and top laners trying to get to their levels 2 so they can teleport in and try and defend on the bottom tower, but just walked over there with 0 experience on the rel. Feels like level 1 will be okay.
Yeah, but I'm wondering whether Weibo have a plan for this, right? Because I think if you see this draft that they've put together, you're almost always lane swapping no matter what you have, because it's all about lane strength and power, and what their strategy is going to be is what I'm most interested in. So far, you can see the bottom side being cleared out by Tarzan, and possibly looking to just try and go for something here. Is a nice little stun from the Counter-Strike out of Oscar in and there, but otherwise not too much.
Definitely somewhat of a risk taken, but I think you saw there as well. Oscar and June can play more aggressive the moment that Brief TPs towards top side. I don't think Weibo really would have wanted to look to try and make a 4v2 play. Not going to do
Nice
that
scatter.
as a good scatter, as you point out there, from Humanoid. And getting the counter picker, we'll see how much he's able to get out of it. Tarzan, as expected, just doing a great job on the clear. And right now, neither team seeming to get out too far ahead as Razor looking for a play on mid.
Yeah, he's driving through. There is the turnaround, though, from Xiaohu. He does have Tarzan here, but the first blood still just comes through, and Tarzan diving onto Razork now underneath the turret, and it's a double for the little Tiger. My God!
Big Tiger now.
This is Sher Khan. He's got Tarzan with him. They're used to that, and they're pushing in this wave.
That's a bit of a disaster. As it turns out, if you just hit your Nidalee spears, you don't need setup.
Yeah, I saw the scatter come through, the stun happen. I was thinking that's going to be time for, like, we're just going to back away. It's going to be okay. But Xiaohu going very aggressive.
I think just very, very good, setup here by Weibo, and Tarzan ready for it.
That's one.
The spear already hits, so Fnatic know that he's there, and then they still go for it. It's really hard to get a Skarner charge onto a Lucian. Xiaohu just goes straight in onto him. But you have to say, Tarzan's spears, they just don't miss. And so, as you're saying, that makes it very easy to play the 2v2. If all your spears are going to hit, Humanoid just down. He still does have his flash, which is saved, but you know, that is going to be very hard, even with a flash advantage, to retake control from a Lucian that has all of this early prio.
And now he's 2-0. I gotta say, the fact that they knew as well that Tarzan was there really put that play in a different light for me.
Yeah,
we
right.
didn't saw that initially, right? But the moment that first spear hits, I think you have to peace out. I don't think you should be looking for these 2v2s early on, because the amount of damage that the Nidalee and Lucian have that is gonna really outpace what, like, especially a level 3 Skarner is gonna be able to do. And realistically, Xiaohu, like, at worst flashes, but he should never really be in any threat on the Lucian when Skarner tries to look for a gank like that.
Yeah, and you just see the difference in skirmishing there. I mean, it's the mobility of Lucian with the dash and being very willing to instantly flash in on the Syndra, finish off this kill.
And we're thinking as well that this could have been one of the weak points for Weibo as well, with the fact that there's 0 CC, but there is CC on this bottom side. Crashdown going to be flashed here by Light. Creates some distance, but the Zenith Blade gets Crisp right back in there. Jun burning down, but still trying to turn, finds a Shattering Strike, but otherwise we're just going to back away, sharing some health bars.
Really, really big win there for Fnatic, able to get both summoners out of Light. We have seen that Miss Fortune in general can really struggle, given that she doesn't have an escape. It's very quick, but when you're playing against the amount of lockdown that's available for Fnatic, that is definitely big. My main question is going to be, can they actually use it and get anything out of it? Because just the summoners being down alone, not really enough.
Man, I just love watching Xiaohu here in the mid lane as well. He's going to be so confident with his extra gold. He did not, by the way, invest into any early Null Magic Mantle. He's going straight offense first.
Yep, recurve bow already in his inventory. Unfortunately, Humanoid only with a book. He's still just trying to build up these splinters, get to that point where you can press your gameplay button, which is located on R, and just force your opponent to not be able to play the game. Tarzan will be starting off these grubs, and of course Nidalee pretty happily getting through those.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to get at least some of them here, but Fnatic have the earlier move with Jun heading over. There's no teleport on Humanoid though because of the early skirmish and loss, so now their mid laner's not going to be here. It looks a little sketchy.
Yep, 2 of the grubs already taken down. That was where Tarzan invested his smite. That won't be contested on the third one. So maybe Fnatic going to be putting a little bit more pressure on the next spawn.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits too of having Miss Fortune as your bottom laner. You saw Light kind of walking up very quickly with the strut movement speed. And once you see the bottom lane has also made the rotation here, no chance for Fnatic. So 3 grubs plus the early 2 kills for Weibo is massive for them. We talked about them really wanting to snowball with especially the top 3 champions on the map.
Kind of the worst of both worlds for Fnatic as well, because you don't really have anything that you can do there towards the grubs with the rotation. As Razor maybe looking for a play here.
Yep, going to be spotted on a ward as he does make his way in, but there's Jun with the engage. They do a lot of damage and Light will be going down. Jun's still going to be sacrificed, so a 1-for-1 in the end, but this might give Fnatic enough time to grab some plates as well.
That's the punish of that lack of summoners onto Light, and it makes the previous grub play feel a little bit less bad, because ideally you'd be looking for a side lane play or for a cross map. Fnatic didn't really find anything there. With this kill onto Light and it going to Noah as well, it's a lot of power necessary still. About 800 gold behind, but at least they're trying to stem the bleeding.
And you do pay a small price by showing jungle up for that dive as they stop the recall here from Oscurin. By showing jungle up there, Tarzan moves in and steals away your red buff as well, so a very small price to pay. But still being able to get it.
Well, it's a 2-for-1. You got 3 grubs as well.
There you go.
So in the extended trade, definitely still not the end of the world. And I really like this play from Fnatic. Exactly what we talked about. When there is an enemy with no summoners that needs to be punished, Jun goes for the Q flash. And from that point on, Light doesn't really have any counterplay.
Yep, wall slam comes through from Razork, and that is all she wrote. And I think you're happy to trade Jun for that one. As
went to Crisp as well.
Just have to see exactly how this one's going to go. Crisp, I think he could be deadly on this Leona. We've seen Leonas pick up some kills Leona, in the past.
Yeah. Battle Leona.
Exactly. Battle Leona is something to be feared, Chronicler, as we know. Tarzan going to be starting off the first Dragon, though. We'll see whether Fnatic can get down here and try to contest. Looks like there is a couple in the area, but with Razork going home, looking like that is just going to be given over. I think the first Dragon, not something you necessarily need to lose your minds over. 600 gold the lead for Weibo, but I think to go back to what we were talking about in the draft, this isn't that bad, right? For Fnatic, they have this composition that can certainly survive into the later stages, and Weibo sort of have to get more of a lead than this to feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think what I'm worried for Fnatic mostly is second grub fight, because I feel like Weibo are going to have a big advantage there. You know, Renekton on second grubs is always a monster, something difficult to deal with, and we'll see about the swaps if they can get it back, but currently, Tarzan on the bottom side as we're still a minute away from that second grub pack spawning, and he wants to punish bot.
Yeah, as the bullet time to come through there. Not really doing very much, but Noah still has to use the cleanse. The Ignite comes down afterwards. Good sidestep there from at least Noah, but Jun unfortunately is going to be left to the wolves. Nice Magnet Storm just to make sure that his Varus is safe, but it's not going to keep him alive as Light gets his revenge.
Still massively successful gank there for Tarzan. Gets both summoners from Noah, and even though you don't get the kill, they're going to be able to shove in that wave, kill going over to Light, and Weibo with this Nidalee really trying to snowball the game as much as they can.
And that just makes me really even more worried for the grub fight, because now, like you're saying, with no summoner spells for Noah, and Weibo having Breathe with the ultimate ready for Renekton, definitely looks very scary, but they are swapping them over, so Noah and Jun headed up to the top half of the map.
Now Oscar going to be seen there on the recall, but Breathe not going to force him away or anything like that.
One advantage that Fnatic got, because, you know, Jun died earlier, they have been able to get vision, set it up here, so they do still really want to go. I do think that the gold lead that is there for Weibo isn't by itself detrimental, but if they're getting caught off guard...
Razov does come through, does find the stun into the wall. The Impale comes through, but he was stunned. Not actually going to bring him anywhere, and Breathe with that ultimate is keeping himself alive for so long. Almost survives, but doesn't. Gets cut down by Noah. He's going to be traded through, though. Both top laners to go down as Chris getting taken down over and over again. You can see Razok down low. Jun as well, just trying to get out. The crash down, the flash, and Fnatic are out of there. But are they healthy enough to still fight for this objective?
I don't know about that. Humanoid, I think, flashed over there. They really needed more kills to make that worth their while.
Oh, Chris finding the interruption on the recall. Will be able to take down Humanoid there, and that means these grubs are definitely going over to Weibo.
That is such a tragedy for Fnatic. Chronicler, Humanoid did flash over into the Tri-Brush in the earlier play, and so then here, while he's recalling by the Tri-Brush at their tower, just gets spotted by Crisp, and Crisp just waits around. They get another one, Weibo here. Even though it starts out with a decent focus onto the Renekton, it's still turned around so nicely. And notice that it actually takes Xiaohu a long time to join and teleport in, but Fnatic know that that possibility is here.
The big thing is that you are throwing everything, including Humanoid's offensive flash, into lightest summoners and a Renekton. Like level 9 Renekton has his ultimate available. They invest so much, meaning that they don't actually have the tools to then win the fight the moment that Xiao does TP in. And then that alone would have already been rough, and you're for sure going to lose the grubs. But then the fact that because he doesn't have the flash, Crisp with a really nice read cancels the recall. Yeah. And right now, things are looking dire.
And Xiaohu went back and he finished his Kraken Slayer and his Mercury Treads. So you thought he was going to play very aggressively previously, but now with the tenacity and the magic resist of your Merc Treads on top of your offensive ability to punish, this is Xiaohu unleashed.
Very, very scary. As Weibo with 6 grubs as well, and the fact that they have double AD carry, if they're given any time on these turrets, it is going to be a disaster. 1 minute until the plates do fall down. We'll see whether they're able to collect any more of that money. But I think there is a lot on Fnatic that need to keep away Weibo from these turrets to eliminate the opportunity to get all of the extra cash.
Let Oscar get it back. Man, every time.
Yeah, I feel like that's what we see on screen when we pan over top lane.
Actually, not too bad though for Fnatic.
This is working.
As, obviously, topside was, I think, going to get taken nonetheless with their bot lane already showing towards that bot wave. You can't really fight this topside right now. 3-0 on Xiaohu. Tarzan obviously really fed due to the early impact that he's made. And Breathe, even though he was focused in the last fight, still very much doing his job. That one turret I think was okay. Definitely can't give this one up.
Yeah,
Oscar alone is not going to be enough. Again, 6 grubs.
Yeah, they're just hitting it. Tarzan as well can give attack speed over to Xiaohu. It is just going to be taken out, and that's what happens. I think you can't really adjudicate how much damage you're going to do in what amount of time with these 6 grubs there. It's just not really working. As Noah's been here for forever.
It's lethality Varus. He's trying his hardest, but he doesn't have a lot of attack speed to get through that turret.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work. It's Crisp taking a little bit of damage there, but not really too much to worry about as Noah finally does get through that structure. And so I think 6 plates to 7 is where it was at, if memory serves. So not actually that bad, but an inner turret going down?
Yeah, exactly. It's very rare in this, check-in at the 14-minute mark and where they're checking in on turret plates for also a secondary turret to have already been taken. So much extra gold there, and Weibo doing a very good job of accelerating off of the early success of their plays. Remember, it all started with their success in those small skirmishes, and then being able to translate that up to the grub fight is just kind of insanely difficult now for Fnatic to really retake control. Maybe when they get Humanoid to level 11 on the Syndra, because he at least does have the Storm Surge now. There is huge burst potential in this item. Currently, that item is in a very good state, so if Humanoid can get his level 11 to just a tiny bit of experience here, then maybe that R button outplay will be the start of something good for them.
The problem with Fnatic falling this far behind for me is that even though, again, I think that composition is a little bit more playable when you are in a deficit because of the CC.
Oh, Crisp is deep.
But do you have the damage?
Very far forward as Brief does get through the turret. Let's see how Eclipse is going to work here. Taxi's out with the Zenith Blade as now Oscar in, and he's trying to make his way, and he's teleporting right on top of 2 members of Weibo, and now he's dashing after Tarzan. Flashes over the wall. Tarzan should be taken down here, but meanwhile, the rest of the fight, the culling comes on through. Oscar in is able to finally take down the Nidalee as Xiaohu dashing through finds that piercing light, but can he get anything more?
Oscar,
as the
he healed
wraparound's
up.
coming through, this could be the team fight. Another huge counter-strike onto 2 as Humanoid gets the kill on the Misfortune. The damage is falling, and Fnatic will find it!
It's the reverse Fnatic! They fell behind early, but find a monster fight here. And just as I was wondering, do they have the damage to kill Crisp? Well, they did, but everyone else from Weibo joined as well.
And it all started there when Oscar's teleport comes in, and he just says, forget it, I'm going all in on Tarzan here. I'm just gonna punish this Nidalee, whatever's right in front of me. He comes in with the instant counter-strike, does not hesitate, follows Tarzan over every wall that Nidalee tries to jump over, and after he gets this kill, Weibo are now pincered. Like, they have no way out. He's got them trapped. He goes back. He actually heals up on some honey fruit in the river. So after he's already taken down the Nidalee, he comes in with another counter-strike, healed back up to 50%, and just immediately takes down Light. Beautiful stuff from Fnatic to fight their way back in.
And what's crucial there is the amount of damage that Rezzerk tanked. Got the early spear that was thrown towards Humanoid. Also, the culling from Xiao didn't actually end up amounting to anything, and you saw, without him really pumping out a lot of damage and Tarzan taken out of the fight immediately, wasn't too much that Weibo could do there.
That's a tough play to do as well. You know, this is an elimination series, and Oscar, on teleporting in, the game is starting to slip away from you.
Ward.
Yeah, they know exactly what Razok's trying to do here, but he doesn't waste any time. He's just going to drive on through. They do get the charge out of the Rift Herald, but not too much more than that, and the turret will survive. Fnatic now set up to play defense, take control of mid lane, and move into the Weibo jungle. Fair bit of vision here available defensively from Weibo. I think they've been very good at keeping wards down, keeping traps around, make sure that they have as much information as possible. But right now you can see that Fnatic feels so much more confident than they did about 5 minutes ago.
And with the gold lead a lot more equal, especially once John has his flash available again, like Weibo, as strong as I think they are when they are the ones initially setting the fight, you see if Crisp gets taken out early and he doesn't actually get to provide the CCs, should be okay here. Doesn't seem like he's too threatened. Getting a lot of value out of the Edge of Night there.
Yep. A bit more of an attack speed build, not really going to be buffing up the Cullen damage as much as others could be for Xiaohu here. Still very, very deadly.
Yeah, I think it does. That little play does kind of demonstrate some possibilities from Weibo later on too, because not only Noah, but also Humanoid, you know, both of the carries here for Fnatic have pretty low mobility if they don't have their summoner spells, and so Leona ultimate can set up not only the poke from a Lucian ultimate, but also Tarzan spears. So there actually is a lot of long-range danger here for Fnatic to have to deal with, not to mention the Misfortune as well.
Oh, and no objective up just yet. Both teams just fighting for control of the river. But if either team can get the ocean, I think that's, particularly against the spears, very high value. But a lot of these comps feel really bursty, so I don't know if you really want to prioritize too heavily towards getting those. Maybe instead look for gold on the cross map.
Yeah. The reason I was freaking out so much for that last fight, though, is because it actually does so much to allow Fnatic some more counterplay. If the Jax is in a good condition, being able to have the split push, but then also set up for the objectives here with very strong frontline on the Skarner and the Rel just gives Fnatic so many more options in this game that looks like they had started to close because of Weibo's dominant early game. But really big stuff there from Fnatic, and especially Oscar, to get themselves into a much more capable situation.
I also expected Weibo to get that mid lane turret down, which obviously gives you so much more pressure and makes it a lot harder to play for Fnatic. But that didn't actually happen, right? Like, they threw down the Herald, but when they got the Herald, it looked like that mid lane turret was guaranteed gone. But that bot lane fight also took a lot of threat away. And now you can see, I think for Noah in particular, as you point out, like, even with Edge of Night, this is a guy that needs to be very careful with his positioning, but having a turn to go back to for Lethality Varus is a big deal.
Yeah, it is. Bit of a battle here, but it is going to be Noah helping out with his piercing arrow. Razork going to be able to grab that smite on the blue buff, and as we've just ticked over 20 minutes, it is now on everyone. Feels very, very nice. Fnatic now pretty set up for this dragon. It's spawned just now as we were talking about it. And still a fair bit of vision available, a fair few traps available here. So Weibo do understand what's going on, but they will, I think, look to take down this turret first. And let's see whether Fnatic let them. It's another smash into the wall. Double impale from Razork. There's the counter-strike as well. He barely needed it. Xiao just going to fall. Crisp immediately afterwards. And the rest of Weibo are reeling. They're going to lose the dragon. They could lose more.
It's a double fake out. Weibo also think, okay, we can give up this Drake, who cares, it's the first Drake, we can take mid-turret, but Fnatic are ready to punish.
Yeah, Razork says, get off of our turret now!
It's still there!
And Xiaohu tried to finish it. Xiaohu has flash, by the way, Crisp has flash, by the way, and they wanted to finish the turret. They thought they could finish the turret in time, that then they could turn and take the fight, but the Skarner is just driving right at you. You have to respect it. They do not respect it. He can't finish the turret, and he just gets clapped up by the ultimate, immediately taken down. Huge for Fnatic here. What a punish.
And that's Xiaohu going down, the most fed member on Weibo, the one that's supposed to provide the damage, and tried to dash out of the Impale, but simply too late. If he flashes there, I can see Weibo turn around that fight. Brief was at the ready, Tarzan wasn't ready threatened, and if it's just Crisp, I think that's playable, but instead, Fnatic now with a gold lead.
And a kill lead as well. With a composition like this feels absolutely fantastic. Because Weibo, they were starting to run away with things. As soon as that bot lane fight happened, you could even see the split, right? Tarzan hanging so far back as Crisp and Xiaohu were looking to try and greed for that turret. I could hear the comms, you know, in my mind's ear. I could hear it. Tarzan saying, please don't die. And they were just still underneath that turret
mind's
there.
ear.
Yeah, my mind's ear. That's what I was going for. You know how you say mind's eye, but I couldn't see it. I could hear it.
Hear it.
It sort of had to be in my mind's ear.
I totally understood what you're going for.
And then he had to just make it
I'm the problem. I'm sorry. Apologies, Atlas. I didn't mean to.
It's okay. I don't think that one's been coined before. Please let me know if you
That's
have
an
any
Atlas
idea.
special.
Yeah. But you made me feel like right home about something was not actually a thing that people said, Kobe. So I never know when I'm on a desk with you whether something's real or not.
I traumatized you with that
You
one.
really did. I heard somebody else say
Okay,
it with you just the other day, and I was like, he's not berating him for it.
I really want to hear this. I feel like we need to focus on the game. We'll
okay,
look
fair
back
enough,
to this
fair
later.
We'll unpack our trauma later.
As we do see now, third item done. Noah on Lethality Varus, and Varus in general, but I think with Lethality Varus you do have a lot more innate safety because of the fact that you can use your range a lot more, but still, into particularly a possible Brief, Flank, or Crisp, he needs to stay on point. But as long as these summoners are there for this AD carry, I think Weibo are going to have a tough time. As Brief!
Yeah, Breathe is going to find Jun here, but also a few extra friends that maybe he didn't want to hang out with, as there's a teleport coming through as well. He is soaking a lot. The Sterix is going to be there. The zoning Impale comes through, and the culling just tickling Oscar Innen, who still dives forward. I'm not sure about that one. Xiaohu going to finish him off in the end. Bullet Time not doing a whole lot of anything, and the minion wave is there to soak these spears. In the end, it is going to be a 1-for-1. Both top laners falling down, but Crisp losing his health bar, and Tarzan just don't think he can quite do enough here, as still Weibo trying to push forward, not finding too much.
Really good flash there from Xiaohu. If he ends up getting counter-struck, I think this might be an opportunity for Fnatic. But now instead, Weibo trying to punish with Humanoid not having teleport available, I don't think they should. I don't think the game state is that desperate that they have to flip for Baron, so they rightly so decide not to.
Yeah, it's actually something you see a decent amount with Fnatic. After they make a good play, then they get a little bit too antsy with trying to squeeze more out of it. And
could have just taken the Renekton.
Exactly. Oscar was a little bit too greedy in the +1 on top of the play. Because here, Breathe is so separated from the rest of Weibo. You know, his plan as they approach the brush is to dodge and outplay, but he can't last long enough for the rest of Weibo to get here. By the time they get here, he's actually dead. And then the rest of the team actually walks back because of the Leona ultimate. But Oscar was forward from the Leona ultimate, and so he wanted to make the huge play onto Xiaohu. But as you mentioned, it's just a flash-for-flash trade. Have to really pinpoint the timers on those summoner spells and keep that in mind.
Also, even though you see how much CC Fnatic has, Jun missing stuff still leads to the Renekton going down. I'm pretty sure they can actually 100-0 brief there if they fully stun lock him, right? If the Q goes off, then the crash down, then the slam into the wall. Because a really big part of why that fight looked even close was Brave again, already has level 2 on the ultimate, had his Sterix, and you saw how much time it took to actually take him down. But looking at the summoners, Xiaohu's flash, I think, is a big deal. Outside of that, nothing too crazy. And this game at 25 minutes still feels like it very much could go either way.
It really does. I do still feel like Fnatic are in a great spot given what they have. We'll just have to see what they do with it. As Breathe pushing in this lane towards the bottom inner turret. Oscar will come over and pick that one up. A couple of items for the Jax already. I think Breathe going to struggle in the 1v1 against this guy. I think it means so much for Fnatic with this composition. You mentioned already the fact that it's difficult for these less mobile champions to hang out in a side lane. As soon as Oscar's just going to be winning insides, their line wave clear is absolutely absurd. So you can hold whenever the team is pushing in, even if you have a man disadvantage. What with Piercing Arrow just hitting from a million miles away and Humanoid throwing orbs everywhere.
See
so
how well Oscar can channel Bin. Because we saw yesterday.
And actually, him going in that last fight, that made me feel good. Even though it was objectively not a great moment in the fight for Fnatic, him having that killer instinct, it's a great thing to see here for Fnatic up against Weibo right now. Because I think they still need to hold on to that. They still need to not be afraid to just go in for these fights, find these angles.
Again, Weibo can give this up when it comes to the power of the objective, but they might feel like they are on a timer. Brief looking for a flank, does get marked by Oscar, and not a lot of vision available here.
Yeah, Breathe gonna get pushed away. Counter-Strike not really gonna find too much, but Fnatic kind of getting split here as Humanoid off to the side. Doesn't want to have to flash to get in towards a fight here. And Xiaohu clearing out vision over and over. It is going to be the Drake picked up as Razork. You can see it. He wants to find the angle, but that is a beautiful interruption. And the bullet time coming through as well, going to soften them up. The piercing arrow, I mean, Noah is really hurting right now. 4-0-3 on this Varus. He needs to be respected. And I think that was like a bullet time that did the same amount of damage as the Q from Noah.
Yeah. Lethality Varus, ever since we saw him get buffed again, I think it's more so, funnily enough, because he used to be an early game powerhouse, but I feel like it's really his late game where it feels now like if you can land these Qs consistently, it's a really, really big deal. Again, Noah summoners to me, a big thing as well. Xiao almost has the flash available, which will lead to him being able to play a lot more aggressive. These two Drakes for Fnatic, they're nice, but again, I think that as far as this was an Inferno, if this was a Hextech, feel very different about this game. Execution still needs to be crisp here on either side, really. But Weibo is going to start reaching the point where, like Oscarinian, once he finishes his Zhonya's, that's not a target that you're going to be able to go for anymore. And Weibo do really need to take someone out of the fight early, unless Light hits a mega ultimate.
And Weibo have a lot to dodge as well. It's not just the poke, but also the Syndra long-range stun, as well as Noah. If he throws out his ultimate here on the Varus, anyone getting snagged by that, very viable pick target. So we'll see about the split push on bottom side, as it is 4-1 for both these teams, trying to battle over mid lane pressure first.
Yeah, a lot of power when Fnatic have Oscar in the Fog of War. Because the flank angles for this Jax can make things really difficult. Because like you say, even dodging things that they can see right in front of them is going to be difficult. But when you throw a Jax into the mix as well, with that circle of doom that he's going to be carrying in with him, certainly be a problem as Humanoid towards that top side, holding on to this CS lead of about 20 that he's had almost the entire game. Weibo just trying to figure out that way to get back in.
And this is one of the things Fnatic need to be very careful about, and I hope Weibo's going to be looking towards, is that
when you're in a front-to-back, Syndra can be really hard to get on top of because of her effective range as well as the scatter. In a side lane, though, and I think you can see this, Humanoid needs to be very, very careful. With Lucian, with Renekton, it's a lot easier to get out of possible collapses. For Syndra, not really going to be the case. Same for Noah. But right now, it doesn't look like Weibo really wants to leverage that possibility. Instead, just, again, going for these, looking for the 5v5s. I don't know if that's the way to go against Fnatic, because this front line is beefy.
And these last 20 seconds, Weibo have been losing resources with the Jack split push.
Yeah, Xiaohu trying to get in there. Chris with the flash. Zenith Blade does try to get Humanoid out of the fight. Xiaohu just going to be taken down, though. Noah says no. That is going to be the bullet time. So there's a trade of mid laners now, but Fnatic feel like they still want this fight, and you can understand why. Chris thrown into the blender and will be chopped down. And they are not done yet. Smacked into the wall is the Crocodile, and Breathe just has to slice and dice his way out.
And you could feel Oscar wanted to go for the flash counter-strike there. Not going to be the case. Maybe they get mid lane turret. We haven't really mentioned that, but the fact that it's still standing here for Weibo, kind of insane with how this game has gone thus far. No objective, but again, Xiaohu going in a little bit way too deep.
A little bit way too deep. I love it.
And it's kind of
It's the Lucian flank.
It's a story of two different engages, because you saw how deep Chris went as well, but there was no follow-up damage for him on Humanoid. Meanwhile, Fnatic have two members just deleting Xiaohu, and so it takes a little bit longer for Weibo to actually find their kill, and by that time, Fnatic have the edge in the teamfight to follow through with the chase.
What's crucial, though, is the lesson learned, where this time Oscar doesn't flash with this counter-strike. Okay, we got what we wanted. We're going to leave it at that. But that turn from Jun, really big, because taking Xiao again out of the fight, so much damage for Weibo gone.
Now, Fnatic did have to invest their teleport from Oscar, though, because Oscar was split pushing. So that is something that Weibo can try and look to answer. It looks like they're actually going to use Breeze now.
Pretty big Shattering Strike to come through there as well, but not a lot of meaningful damage onto this turret. So Weibo is still going to hold on to their outer in the mid lane. I feel like this siege, especially as these Ocean Dragons start to stack up for Fnatic, should be really, really strong, but Weibo have been doing a great job defending it so far this game. As Tarzan still just hoovering up his jungle as best he can. Crisp over the wall, unseen for now. As Razork looking for Bree, the possible angle here. As Chris, with that Hex Splash up and available, channeling now, looking for an angle. Solar Flare going to connect onto Humanoid. The bullet time comes through as well, but it's not enough damage. With that culling laid in as well. I think in a lot of game states, with a composition like this, Humanoid is instantly dead, but in the state that it's in now, he's doing okay.
He's lucky he's got his teleport, because he can just go back to the fountain, heal up, and teleport back for the dragon fight.
Yep, comes in immediately here as Razork playing Dodge the Spear. Game that you're sort of forced into playing when there's a Nidalee on the field. That is going to be the Ocean Drake being taken down to about half health already here as Spear's being avoided. Oscar and still just trying to play that front line, and Razork, if he stands in front of his team, it's very difficult to get anything past him. You can see he's so incredibly tanky, and that is going to be that third Ocean taken down, and now he's driving forward, finds the slam into the wall. The Impale goes down as well. The Magnus Storm just sucks them all in, and the Renekton Nidalee just lying on the floor in an instant.
Fnatic actually know that Humanoid getting chunked there was a win for them, because Humanoid's teleport is not going to have any use in the fight, but the ultimate from Crisp, the ultimate from Light that were used to chunk him out were expended, and so Fnatic have the advantage in the fight. They take the objective, they get the kill, and they're going to take Baron too.
Cross map being set up here for Weibo. Xiaohu going for that, but that's, I think, all they're going to get. Oscar has been sent over, can TP in case of a crazy Weibo contest, but that's not coming through. And Fnatic, I think the expectations, particularly after some of their previous games, not going to be very high. But what's the key thing to me here, outside of that one play from Oscar, they have looked so restrained, which is definitely something they should do given the lessons they've learned throughout the year. But it's, I think, the big difference maker in the series so far.
Certainly is, and coming into this one, when you don't have that Leona, Misfortune, or Lucian ultimates on the side of Weibo, they're just kind of standing around watching, you know, poking at the dragon, see if they could steal it or something. Light here, let's see if he gets any autos off. He walked all the way around, he casted an E.
He got zoned by Oscar. Like, Oscar just walked up to a helicopter. He's like, oh, no, I can't get near this.
At this point, I'm feeling like AP Misfortune would have been the option.
Yeah, get that Leanders in there.
Yeah, get that E damage working out. As Fnatic with the Baron now pushing down. They finally get the outer turret in the mid lane. And the inner might be following, although they do run out of minion waves. Still, this is so much control, and you can see they're playing as if they have checkmate. They've been playing like that for the last 10 minutes. That could worry some people, but we'll see whether it works out.
I was about to say that, but now comes actually killing the Nexus. And I think first, getting inhibitors, right? Makes it so much easier to play the map.
I hear you do have to do that. There was a team that we had that got caught up with the whole inhibitor debacle. So yes, you do need to kill those.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. As Fnatic now just looking for a minion wave in mid lane. Top lane is not really something that they can play through right now, but bottom mid is somewhere that they should be able to crack at least.
Yeah, Oscar should be going back there, catch that one, so that they're at least playing on 2 waves, but they want to be careful. Weibo have been very proactive about continuously looking for these fights.
I mean, from this point on, it is just so easy for Fnatic.
Oh my!
Because Weibo's comp has just run out of steam, and Fnatic have all the advantages here. They have an advantage in split push, they have an advantage in siege. Their front line is massive. Weibo would have to come up with some miracle play from Crisp. Honestly, a Leona ultimate would be their dream scenario.
Crazy flank.
Yeah, Breathe looking for that angle. You can see the Crocodile making his way in. Crisp gonna start up the fight as Razork's just a brick wall in front, and they will just choose to kill the Leona, and she's gonna go down extremely quickly. The bullet time not really doing too much. The culling following suit, and Oscar dives into that backline and triple kill just instantly. That's one heck of a counter-strike for that engage, as Breathe not gonna be doing enough here. And Jun just gonna come back just to help out with these guys, as Razork is immortal. This Skarner is never gonna die. At least not for the rest of this game, as now Fnatic looking to push further forward and try to break open this base.
And Noah falls, but I don't think he's going to be feeling bad about this one, Kobe.
It's Fnatic with the outscale. It's Fnatic with the comeback.
Oh my goodness, this was not on my bingo card this morning, but I'm very happy to sketch it in crayon as these Nexus turrets are falling down, and Fnatic on their home turf will not be pushed away by Weibo in game 1. Not with that early game composition. They'll move up 1-0 in the series.
And Weibo, the early game, maybe not quite as high pace as we were looking for, but still, a lot of the things that you want. Xiaohu getting a lot of early kills. Tarzan being active on the map wasn't enough.
It didn't quite work out, and sometimes, you know, you see these early game compositions and you're like, oh, that feels good because you've got confidence for a team. Those things don't work out, can feel absolutely terrible. Which is exactly what happened in that game 1. But it's a best of 3, so they can try and turn things around. It is now time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll get ready for that game number 2. See you then.
Sparks ready. Amped up.
This is necessary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You wish. In the dojo. You wanna head high? In the dojo. In the dojo.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge, I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew-pew. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been since the cradle. Build different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'ma try to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the one reason to call day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade.
The first blood still just comes through, and Tarzan diving onto Razork now underneath the turret, and it's a double!
Look, MF, Lucian. MF, look at Leona. Leona. Go flash Renekton. Nice! Calm down. Very good, guys. I will go Leona. I ult him. Look at, I got nice! Lucian. Heal the Renekton, guys. Heal the Renekton, okay? We can go. Yeah, look at Nida, guys. I can get the Nida. I ult here. Nida.
Nice! Go Nash.
I didn't doubt them for a second. If I absolutely didn't. Fnatic close out this game.
Sorry, I actually had a bad cough, you know?
It's been going around.
These
it's
cold
okay.
Berlin days.
Fnatic, yeah, they're still in it. And how, I think, after the snafu, I want to say, in the early game, which we'll also talk about, they sovereignly drive this game home, and it all started thanks to the reliable Cisco network when they were able to catch out Crisp, and when they were behind in this game, turn on him and, yeah, deal a big blow to Weibo.
Yeah, I think they're trying to pick off Humanoid on this bottom side, but it's funny because they don't really have control over the mid lane, and they're so far overextended the spot side for Weibo, but Fnatic really called it out incredibly well. Jump on towards Crisp, have this immediate turnaround, and Oscar Innen plays this fight absolutely spectacular. He gets on towards Tarzan. Fnatic play the fight then patient, hold back, wait for Weibo to overextend. Oscarinen's able to heal off of these honey fruit up on the top of your screen, and then with that extra health bar, they turn this around and just able to pick off Light as well. He tries to go for the cleanse, but Jun is able to follow up over the wall. It was a really well orchestrated fight from Fnatic, and honestly showcased a lot more of the patience that we got from them this game, which honestly was kind of the big surprising point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was by far the most impressive part of this game to me, is that Fnatic is known as this team that they have a strong early game, but they're hopeless in the mid game. They're hopeless in the late game. They actually crumbled early, but collected themselves, played really patient, collected. They were very impressive, I think, in how they were actually running around in the side lanes, not overextending, not overforcing. They had a scaling advantage, and they just played really intelligently towards it.
That's what I think is the craziest about this game, and the reason why when we were watching together, I was the biggest doomer you have ever seen, guys. Because look at this early game and what happens, right? Because we've said a lot about Fnatic that sometimes they draft a composition and then don't really play to their win conditions. Now, the last thing you want to do in this situation, I think, is give the Lucian a couple of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And they didn't even have to force it. I mean, not only could Humanoid have flashed either of the spears, but it's like when you get hit by the first spear, you don't have to go for the gank. Brazzard can just go back to farming. You don't need to make anything happen, but instead they try to outplay.
This infuriated me, and I'm really happy that Fnatic is able to win the game, because Humanoid, why are you recalling there? And you already, you gotta sense it, and you know it, and this is such a useless death. But maybe it was necessary for him to power up through the
Baited them into a false sense of security.
Question, I just wanted to say it because,
humble Humanoid, bring him back, you know?
Yes, maybe that is the way, and I hope Fnatic fans won't be too angry, but I think, you know, this is an elimination series, right? And you just can't be making these mistakes necessarily, and I think they played this out really, really well.
Or you can, and you still win.
Okay. Okay. For Weibo, though, yeah, was it a comp issue once they got put behind, or what was your read?
I think there was partly how they wanted to try and operate on the map. I think Fnatic did a really good job of punishing the overextensions, specifically from Xiaohu in these kind of fights, and Jun was a big factor for this. I think he was phenomenal in these team fights, being able to secure so many of these leads, but also then how Weibo just were constantly trying to force fights when they weren't really in a position to do so, and I think that side lane play earlier showed it greatly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I also do want to talk about the fact that Weibo are going to be going to blue side. It'll be their first blue side game of the tournament. They have tried to play a lot towards comfort. You know, Lucian for Xiaohu, it is ultimate comfort. He's something like an 84% win rate on it, 34 of 33 games, right around there, and has been so good on it. He's played 380 carry games at Worlds, lost all 3. They haven't been able to win anything except the one Orianna game against TL. They're going to blue side. I think that they are going to go towards full standard. Comfort is not working for them. Trying to overforce in the early game did not work for them. I think we're going to see them go as meta can be and see if they can just beat Fnatic that way.
But with your potential tournament lives on the line, that's not exactly where we want to be. Hey, what we came into this tournament with is completely not working. Now we are forced to go back to a style that we're not really practiced on and we clearly don't want to play. And sure, they won that game against TL, but that was TL's game. It was not Weibo under control for the majority of that game. So I'm nervous for Weibo here. It feels like nothing that they have is working, and Fnatic, they look confident on the Rift.
I mean, yeah, for Weibo, they can be so wildly inconsistent, but then they can beat LNG in a Game 5 with Tarzan on Italy, and I feel like they wanted to channel that in the beginning of the series, and I can totally see why. I'm not writing them off just because I know how inconsistent they can be, right? But now this is possibly your very last game.
I think the thing that gives me confidence for Fnatic here is how well aligned they've been in these fights. Jun overextending has been a big talking point for a lot of Fnatic, the inability to find success in these team fights, but they are patient, they are supporting Humanoid incredibly well on side lanes, and Jun has been outstanding. As long as they can keep this control coming into game number 2, I think Fnatic have this.
Yeah, perhaps we have a good luck charm in Atlas and Chronicler coming over.
What about me?
And they've changed.
I'm not a good luck charm.
You've been here. You've been here.
With the mustache.
And I don't think Isaac's ever been a good luck charm, unfortunately. It's just not really been a thing. So
but he broke the curse at least.
That is true. That is true. He's working it back.
Small steps. Baby steps.
Exactly. It's not quite there.
Do you trust him to be here, today?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. no stress at all.
100%. We'll get to the next series when the next series is.
I don't think we need to. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It is now time to get towards game number 2. And we'll just have to see whether it is going to be more early game, but now it is time for Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX. And already a tree has been removed. Another one could go, but it's going to be Aurora first.
I also kind of felt like both teams were warming up in that game.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to see about changes not only in draft, but also in gameplay here for both of these teams. But as we said, you know, Fnatic, again, another Aurora ban. Seems like they really have not invested the time to utilize it themselves. It's very common on red side, though, so should just be the wombo combo of red side bans.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it's beautiful. That's exactly what we want to see. Aurora and Yone, both of them taken away, and now you get your 1 ban. Congrats. You know, first it is going to be the Kalista taken away from Weibo, though. We'll see what they're going to round out these bans with. Might tell a little bit of a story as to what they're going to go for their first pick.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Weibo are not going to do another Nidalee Lucian game.
I still feel like
so I don't think you need to ban
still
those.
stands out to me for some reason. I'm kind of hoping first pick Renekton isn't a thing.
I wouldn't mind Skarner again. Gonna get prioritized here.
Not bad. Take it away from Razork, who was so incredibly good at it in game number 1. Kind of okay with where it's going so far. Definitely is a change-up here for Weibo.
All right, Fnatic. If we go Vi plus some kill-oriented mid lane, maybe. They don't do it quite yet.
Rel Vi is a lot of CC, though, and it certainly sets up a game plan here for Fnatic.
Plus, I have to say, Rel in the previous game looked exceptional. So I would say immediately go right back on that, slam it. I think Jun definitely kind of gapped Crisp in the previous game. So now, like you're saying, they've got really good guaranteed engage, and it's up to Weibo to break up the Vi plus, you know, kill-oriented mid lane, the Orianna hover, as well as the Ahri hover here so far.
Yep, Orianna will be locked away, so Xiaohu back to what has worked so far in that 1 game.
So that was just a dare. He was like, all right, so you want to play some Ahri plus Vi? Well, you know,
I can't do anything about it, so you can do that if you want to. Haha.
Got you.
Do they want to go for the Jax here? We've seen a lot of that. I do think Skarner, as far as, you know, deliverers of Orianna's ball, not the best. Jax would make a lot of sense, does give you a lot of threat, and has also been a very popular blind pick. I do think that if you do have a good Gragas, like we saw how lopsided that matchup can feel. I do think that that's going to be a next rotation thing. Maybe Weibo even will throw a ban towards it, because you need to guarantee if something with this Vi, it's going to be the Ahri. We've seen this combo a million times. Everyone knows how it works. You hit level 6, the opposing mid laner is immobile. They probably die.
Yeah, I would say straight up here, though, already some pretty good adjustments from Weibo. They have so much more security this time around as far as the scaling of the comp into the later stage of the game, team fighting, as well as split pushing options. So they're really covering all of their bases here, and you can tell game number 1 was just a very quick opening of the series. Can we immediately destroy you in the early stages?
And the answer was no.
The answer was an emphatic no.
Yes, and then they decided, oh, well, Fnatic picked champions that won, so let's pick them. No Syndra, though. It is going to be the Orianna instead, but certainly works in a very similar way, very orb-focused. As now the bans to be coming through, the Alistar going to be taken away just to protect that Rel matchup. Xayah left at the same time. Is K'Sante going to be removed?
I'm not a big fan of that K'Sante ban. K'Sante, to me,
I think
really
it saves Oscarinin, to be honest.
Yeah, well, not only that, but it's also, I think, struggled a lot into the Jax. And to me, I think Fnatic are going to be looking for something that can augment the dive in one way or another, right? Either layer more dive power together with it, or try to go for something that, like a Rumble, right? Where you can use the ultimate on the Vi target and go from there. Top lane should be the lock-in here, and then they can save the counter pick for Noah. Unless they have something really crazy in top, can also just lock in something for Noah here. Maybe Ezreal, something that is pretty self-sufficient, allows the Rel to go by that. But I think this makes a ton of sense, right? The ultimate of Rumble combined with Virel, that's a very scary combo to go up against.
Yeah, kind of like what you were talking about earlier. They already have the base layer for a good Rumble pick with a Rel and a Vi engaged to hold people in place for that ultimate. So it makes a lot of sense into the Jax there. And Light will actually steal away that Ezreal because he's worried about the Vi Ahri combination. And that is one way to try and gain some extra distance.
Yep. Is it just going to be another Leona to be locked in here for Crisp? Certainly has been something as a favorite alongside the Ezreal, but instead some more mobility as the Rakan going to be taken down. And now Jun, considering a misfortune here for Noah to play the other side of the matchup this time. Of course, it's not a Varus being wielded against him. This is what Light was on in the last game.
Atlas, I'm sorry, but I kind of like Jhin.
in this scenario.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it because I
With
didn't want to say it,
Rumble
and I don't
and
have to say
Rel?
it's okay. Jin's not here. He can't hurt you.
I wouldn't have minded it.
As the Misfortune is going to be locked in. And I like Misfortune when there's Rumble in the game. Equalizer bullet time, it's part of the most classic wombo combo that we've ever had in the game. Unfortunately, there's no Amumu, but it's fine. You can layer these abilities on top of each other. With a Magnet Storm, you can just kill everyone.
Here's my question to you, though. How much Wombo combo is too much? Do you even need the extra piece of Misfortune? Because do you want another, like,
no
big...
such thing as too much.
Because then after you use it, like, what if you whiff, you know?
That's a good point.
Or what if they don't have a good setup for it?
For Weibo, I think his composition feels miles ahead in terms of what it can do. Like, I still think it has some points in the early game, right? If you do get a combo, if you find someone with the Impale and you layer some damage on top, definitely a lot weaker in the early game. But between the Jax and the Rakan specifically, that Orianna is going to have a ton of power. And I do think that this is a style of composition where Fnatic is going to have to be the aggressor, which obviously has been somewhat of a double-edged sword for them.
Yeah, and I do think now with a bit of like a game breathing room for Fnatic, maybe it's time to go back and see whether dominating an early game can just lead to victory, as it has for this team in the past, or whether they do have to go back to adding some of these scaling elements and trying to help things along here for the squad. But I think that there are a lot of notable differences here from Weibo as well. As we dive into the Rift here for game number 2, it's the fact that I don't think the Jax value is nearly as high as it was in game number 1 for Oscar.
You know what value I think is very high, though?
What's that?
Lights Ezreal. Because Lights Ezreal was his most played in summer and in summer playoffs. And this player has really been like the most consistent, like best carry for Weibo, I feel like, over the course. So Light on the Ezreal, I think, is going to do a lot for them. For me, maybe I've just become too much of an MF hater.
Maybe.
Which is reasonable.
We'll see about the execution, though. I think this game will look very different.
And you can see as well, remember to log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Hope that our segue was all right. I'll keep working on it as the days go on.
I really think you did a good job until you asked.
Talked about it?
Yeah.
But that's what I like to do, because then I can never do a good job and it fits in with the vibe.
But you did a really good I don't need to dive into this right now. Does look like Weibo, at the very least, want to figure out what is happening here.
Yeah,
they actually want to commit to a fight.
I like that. Number 1 goal, let's figure out what's happening here.
To be fair, in terms of lane swaps, I do think that's a good call. Are they actually going to commit to the level 1?
What's happening here is a level 1 5-on-5. So we figured out
that's what's happening.
All right, we've got a crash down though, as Breathe is kind of separated. Does have Counter Strike, probably one of the best abilities for level 1 in the game.
Oscarin, and he's firing these harpoons, man.
He's finding a lot of value as well. He's running pretty hot right now, looking for another angle there. Does find the last one. That is, I want to see the damage done here in this level 1, because I feel like this Rumble has certainly done a whole lot already. What's the result? Kobe, break it down.
The look on Chronicler's face is the best.
I'm just trying to... What?
Just so you know, at home, we have like a fully running like TikTok stream that shows the casters. I think just for Chronicler's face, I think it is well worth. Like,
okay,
you just zoom it in. You just like have it open on lolesports.com as well.
If that Rakan was a Braum, I'm like, yes, please fully commit to going for an early invade.
If you had wheels, you'd be a bike.
Exactly. You have to see what the actual repercussions of this are going to be, because right now, all it's costed Weibo is a teleport, and obviously, in many lane swap situations, you'd be teleporting towards that wave anyway. But I don't know what it says for Weibo. No one ended up dying. I think Razor must have gotten in here with his Q, because they knew the ward is there.
All right, let's focus up. We got Ahri Vi. Ahri Vi mid lane looking to burn some summoner spells, and look at River too.
Yeah,
Jun is heading up.
Going to speed him up as, Flash does come out. Razok does exactly what he needs to as Jun's going to turn up as well. Going to be difficult for Xiaohu in the lane from now on. Just checking some camps here, and you can see Razok already was pretty far ahead. I think Tarzan has now managed to try and catch back up again, but full information of where the jungler is now as Noah catches the wave.
And Atlas, checking off the boxes that you always have when you have a Vi Ahri. First step is always burn the enemy mid summoner spell early on, so that when you get your level 6s, then you can actually get the kill with that guaranteed combo. The only thing you give up is vision of your jungler when you pass through mid, and Weibo looking to punish on that.
Yeah, information over to both sides here, as that is going to be Tarzan locking down the blue buff. Gets the crash into the wall as well, as Noah's going to come on over. Level 3 Breathe taking a fair bit of damage now as Humanoid. He can rotate over as well.
They're going in!
Possibly in trouble. There's the crash down. Crisp taking so much damage, but he flashes to get away. Razork doing exactly the same thing. Noah just standing there looking for someone to hit, as Razork should be taken out, but not before they get the kill on the Rakan. And now Xiaohu, remember, doesn't have
He's
flash
stuck.
and is now in the Thunderdome, but the rest of Weibo are there trying to keep him safe. And it looks like Fnatic will just back away.
Good escort, and it looks like both teams said, okay, game number 1, it was a little bit low action, little bit too slow paced.
What was it?
Well, compared to this it was.
Well, Noah is now coming on over. Maybe this is just an extended fight, as they will just let the Jacks go home. Tarzan, he wants to be able to take this Rift Scuttler, and maybe we'll just have waves being attacked as Jun just
At some
watches.
point, we gotta pay some attention to the creeps.
That was actually a really big kind of like defense of the recall there for Weibo. If they had been able to interrupt Breeze's recall here, it really would have messed up his timing, because they push in on the bottom wave immediately afterwards, but he gets it off. And so we're actually going to have the regular swap now, with Chris rotating up to light on that top side of the map. And Razork actually stealing away from the enemy side here. Let's see how much he can get. Razork already with the pass through mid and bringing that summoner spell is quite big in setting up their early game, but we'll see if he can continue.
Yeah, that's what led to that fight in the first place. It was the fact that Razork went for the gank on mid and then went back into his own jungle, where obviously Weibo were trying to contest, did end up getting it, and now looking at everything that happened, feels like it's still fairly even, right? A lot of summoners blown on the side of Weibo, but unless a big fight breaks out early on, shouldn't be too big of a detriment.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest advantage here is actually on the side of Fnatic, and that is with Razork's possible opportunities for the next plays, because Breeze now, no teleport. Tarzan now, no teleport as well. So if they're able to shift the lanes backwards, then Razork is going to have a lot of opportunities. And Humanoid will get to his level 6 very soon. Of course, the Vi is going to take quite a bit longer, since we've had extra time skirmishing and not full clearing.
Yep. Crisp is going to find the position of Razork, definitely important, as now Breathe getting stunned up, I think holding on to the Counter-Strike, and that's why Jun doesn't want to overcommit here. Still going to throw the crash down in, and there is that Counter-Strike to come out. Just trying to zone him away as best they can.
This wave state is horrible, though. It's pushing away from Breathe, and the rest of Weibo is towards the top side of the map, trying to get these grubs. They will get that. Fnatic looking to counter with both a Dragon and possibly Jun is still backing. It looks like they're going to let Breathe get to the wave anyway, so just a trade of objectives here.
Yeah, quite nice there for Weibo. Honestly, the player that I had my magnifying glass on from the Champion Select in light on his Ezreal is probably the place that they are still most confident in, even though Noah got the first blood, so the extra bonus money in that skirmish. Because of the extra CS here for Light, who had been CSing on top side of the map, still on a very good pace in this game.
Yeah, because everything's been so chaotic, but we did see for a brief moment there as well, Oscar just getting pelted by Ezreal. I think this is one of the few matchups as well where, particularly after the Rumble nerfs, you're just kind of sitting there, and you get poked down. It's really hard for you to get on top of the Ezreal. And even if you do get on top of him, quite as much damage as you do before. Razork should be getting closer towards the level 6, but Xiao now will have his flash available, so that should take away at least one possible risk here for Weibo.
See whether they can play around that one. There's Noah now still supported by Jun. If you do have a look at where the CS numbers are at, it's sort of like you can see that Light is ahead of Noah, but they haven't been laning against one another, right? And so the fact that Breathe is being kept down so much, I think really does help sort of mitigate some of the issues that have been happening here in this early game as far as farm, because Oscarinen is going to be getting towards a pretty scary point, because this composition, it spikes pretty hard on that level 6 mark. Throwing down that equalizer and setting it up on top of the cease and desist can be absolutely deadly if we do fight for this next pack of grubs.
And speaking of level 6s, there you go. In time for that fight, Razork gets his. So Vi ultimate available.
First plate is going to be taken down here. Almost grabs a second as well here on the side of Weibo. But Noah and Jun just going to try and make this one an honest one. A little bit of an Australian lane swap as the bottom lane moves towards topside.
Quite early as well, considering normally this happens
to try and get... Oh!
Whoa, there's the flash in, the Shattering Strike, and the bullet time comes through. Crisp, there was nothing he could do about it. It's now Tarzan looking for an opportunity. They're not going to be able to find the angle. Good flash to get Razork out of there. And Fnatic, they strike.
Exceptional flash from Jun. Jun has been magnificent in this series for Fnatic. Really big determining factor in game number 1, coming up with a couple of big engages in this game as well. He was the one who started out the bottom side skirmish for their side as well. And it was a little bit of acting, you know, with Razork kind of walking back the other direction. Razork kind of made them look the other way as Humanoid does get hit with a shockwave for now.
Yeah, Crisp gonna battle dance forward. No flash from Humanoid, just holds onto it and doesn't actually need it. So nicely done. Equalizer has to be used here towards the bottom side just to try and get Breathe off of Oscarinin, but it is a trade of ultimates in the end. I just think that the Equalizer a little bit more valuable in the upcoming fights.
Yeah, Xiao is only sitting on tier, so I imagine you when I press tab, he's like, no, I don't need to invest anything there.
Coming in for all that damage, Chronicler.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that might have been the point.
It was. Yeah, thank you, Atlas.
Have you seen the AP mid roaming recons?
I have.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Not
It's okay, it was a fraud. I haven't experienced it myself.
All right, speaking of roaming mids, though, Humanoid being assisted by Jun to clear out some of this vision. Again, always looking at that synergy between Razork, Jun, and Humanoid to pull out some of these plays. Humanoid, not only you mentioned him holding on to the flash there, he also has his ultimate available, so kind of itching to make a play. Vision control around mid, plus having everything ready here. Seems like Fnatic are kind of poised to blow some summoner spells in the next couple of minutes, because you already see Jun on reset, going right back out, holding hands with Razork. You kind of tether those two together. The support jungle engage combo looking to move towards the grub fight.
And with this fight, Ari, you want to be the one that's at the objective first. You get to decide with full information whether you want to take a fight or not.
Tarzan with a little yoink here.
Ooh, yeah. That's actually quite big. Do note, Brief already has his TP available. Oscar's almost ready, but not quite yet.
Yeah, this ward is going to be cleared out here by Weibo as they look to start off these grubs. Already 3 in possession, so they only need to get 1 to activate these mites. Is now Xiaohu rotating over a ward as well, but gets that ward into the river. And so that is going to be the first one taken down. 4 grubs, make that 5. As Fnatic just say, yeah, you had 6 last time and we still seem to win, so may as well just not fight for it.
If they're not taking it, then Oscarin, how come he didn't hard push on the wave? Now he goes up to hard push the wave, that all of them are gone. Looks like Rumble, probably the extra few seconds probably don't matter. He's waiting around for the extra information. Since it's not a cannon wave, those will all die to tower anyway.
Yep, you got Fnatic able to get a crash in towards his top lane as well, as Breathe will look to catch it. So Weibo just back to business now. Still going to be about a 1,000 gold lead here available for Fnatic, so things going just fine in this early game. See what they can make happen here as we move into the mid game where they can exert so much of this pressure with the Vi Ari, as well as Oscarinin as he gets a couple of items built up almost towards the Liandry's, which is such a big spike.
Big difference here, obviously, though, is that Weibo is completely fine with this going to late game, right? But Weibo isn't really nearly as pressed. There's no Renex in Italy, no Lucian mid trying to look for flanks. They have a composition that if they ever, regardless of what the game state is, hit their spikes, if they hit a big ultimate of either Crisp, Xiao, and Tarzan in any combination, or get a good flank from Breathe, they can always find an angle into a fight. Particularly, I think Noah and Oscarinin, both of these champions, they have a lot of threat, but they're also immobile, so you need to be careful. A lot of movement speed, but that alone might not be enough if Crisp finds access to the backline. As now, second Drake, I think, is what Fnatic wants to be looking for here. Yeah. Again, with those ultimates available, I think as a Vi Ari comp, you should always be looking to try and play as it looks like the mid wave just going to be fully dropped. Humanoid making his way over. That's pretty costly for Fnatic. They got to go.
Yeah, Razork making his way in, make it rain to slow them down. There's Light taking a bit of damage from that double up as well. Fnatic do get themselves into the river. It's just a Cloud Drake.
Look at the vision for Weibo here. They're very well aware of what is happening.
Well, they also are going to be able to get control of this bottom wave. Jun just trying to get himself in there. Shattering Strike just onto Tarzan, but he's still going to pressure him away. Now Weibo, they can start off this Drake if they'd like to, but instead just want to take control of these waves. And I think we're going to do this dance again, gentlemen.
Yeah, and you can tell too with mid-wave push, now Humanoid gets to move into the river and fully clear out all this vision. So a little prio there does enable the setup here for Fnatic a lot easier for them. We've also got full BT completed for Noah in time for this fight.
That's a big spike.
Yeah.
They definitely want to use it. Weibo's stalling a bit down there, though, and did make them a little bit extra cautious. But in the end, they're going to cede it due to the completed items here.
Yep, looks like Fnatic will just be able to take this one down. Crisp is going to poke his head in and see what's going on, but Tarzan not in the area, and that is going to mean the Dragon does go over to Fnatic. We've got another Ocean Soul back-to-back this game. A lot of brushes, as now Crisp going to get slowed down, but it's Rakan. Fair bit of mobility as far as options there. They get the teleport out. Razork just holds onto the ulti. But now the Magnustorm still comes in. Bullet time doing so much work as Crisp. Burning down, but still going to be able to escape. And now Breathe on the flank angle, and he finds Jun, takes him out. And that is going to be the second kill in the fight as Razork hits the deck. Weibo, they struck a little bit late in that one, but it worked out so beautifully.
I think Bin's Jax yesterday kind of inspired everybody.
Yeah, I think so.
Previous to that, Jax had not been winning that much, and now coming out with a nice teleport flank himself. Breathe gets in there in the back with the counter-strike. It was nicely set up by Weibo pretty early on here, though, with the trap towards Tribrush.
Humanoid also not able to join that fight. I think did have his teleport available, but it looked initially like either you can turn there with the turn from Razork onto Crisp, actually take him down. And I think the second teleport kind of caught Fnatic off guard, because otherwise if they teleport Humanoid in earlier and the Ahri can assist with just a little bit of damage, the restart starts coming online.
That's the key point, because it was very sneaky play there from Weibo.
Yeah.
You know, putting all that vision down and setting up the play. They're like, okay, fine. You get the Dragon, and kind of Fnatic lull them to sleep as they reset after acquiring their objective. Then Weibo strike and get some extra money.
Ooh, Tarzan gets over the wall there. Suppression does come on through as now Humanoid down to 50% as Light throwing out these Mystic Shots, doing so much work as Humanoid gets over the wall, avoids the rock, but is now not able to get back, just teleported towards that top side, and so Weibo should be able to now use that in order to grab this Rift Herald.
Whoa, if Crisp had led that a little bit further on his Rakan knockup, probably would have at least forced Humanoid's flash, but it was just inside, and the Ahri ultimate distance was enough to get Humanoid out.
This time, just like in game number 1, Weibo is going to be able to pick this up.
Ooh, Oscar able to take this turret as well.
Has been left to his own devices in the bot lane, so just pushing away. First turret blood to come through.
Ooh, John looking for a little bit of a wraparound here as Razork not able to get the interruption on the back. There goes the Rift Herald. Tarzan collects that one. We'll see whether we get an earlier turret take in mid lane this time, as if at first you don't succeed, let's just do it again. As he does get charmed, doesn't quite work out as Crisp with the quickness finds one charm. There's the knock up, the flash forward into the Impale. Shockwave layered on top. Man, that looked completely unplayable for Humanoid, and that spelled his death. As Weibo now looking to push forward, find more, maybe even just find this turret.
Yep, that is a very dead mid laner, and guess what? The gold went to the perfect spot for Weibo. Lights Ezreal getting paid here. They should be able to keep up the pressure, push in the extra wave, and then swap down to the other side. Already look, Jax is going straight for the turret right now, so Breathe as well going to benefit from this pressure.
In the previous play, way back in mid lane, felt like we praised Humanoid for holding on to his flash. This time around, if there's that much CC, you know the moment you get hit by anything, it's pretty much game over. Did feel very telegraphed. Maybe the call was that even if he does invest the flash, Crisp just follows up with his own, and you still end up going down. I'd have to see the replay, but it is a big win for Weibo. And again, unlike game number 1, this isn't the game where they need to get big leads. They can just keep playing for these team fights, particularly with Light in the spot that he's in right now.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the difference. Look a lot more calm here. I will say a lot of the breaking points in these types of ones usually come down to that third dragon as well, because you don't really want to give away the Dragon's Soul point, which if you get the third one, then you're kind of risking your opponents just like flipping and stealing one later to get a big benefit. So usually we'll throw down a bit early. And then if you look at your item breakpoints for Weibo, it's looking beautiful. They have all of their Merc Treads for their tenacity, for all of the engage from Fnatic. And then they have the main damage items here and working on their second item power spikes here for the 2 carries.
Yep, and I think like 2 item spikes for Ezreal and for the Orianna need no introduction. And that is going to be a terrifying time for Fnatic when those items do get completed. I think Light must be very, very close to that Muramana completion almost getting to full stacks, and that is going to mean this Ezreal is going to be fully unlocked. And so the gold, about 500, not really anything in it at all. And I think 22 seconds, that's when this Ocean Drake is going to spawn, and Soul Point going to be really powerful for giving Fnatic control moving forward in this series, or in this game at least.
Yeah, this is going to be a big breaking point. For Fnatic, there is basically two modes. Big engage with an MF ult and a Rumble, or picking off a single target. For Weibo, want to try and keep that backline safe and have Tarzan and Brief take up all the initial damage. As Herald is dropped mid, we do have Brief with a teleport. This time the ward's not quite as good as they were in the previous play.
So Humanoid a little bit far up here as they're trying to get some control. Shattering Strike comes in, another crash down as there's the Equalizer doing a lot of work. And there goes the Skarner, couldn't do anything about it at all. It's Chris, battle dances his way out. And the Rift Herald does get a charge, might get a turret, but I don't think they'll get a dragon.
Deja vu?
Yeah.
Okay, this time it does go down.
Okay, yeah, finish. Whew. All right, Breather's in the top lane though, looking to try and trade Dragon for an inner turret. It's going to be a large influx of gold here for Weibo if he's able to get it. Especially if they get a cheeky Oscar in and with it, as Jun coming up, trying to keep himself alive. As they're taking a lot of damage. Chris going to have to get out of there. The Rumble does fall, but I think they'll be trading top lane as it's Breathe looking to get out. That's going to be Noah collecting the kill as well. It's the worst possible scenario. As now Humanoid, he's got some more dashes. Light comes in, and Humanoid goes out. But Xiaohu may not be so lucky. Noah's flashing forward. He's a psycho, but it's working. As Light tries to push him away and will be successful. Oh man.
And this chain from Fnatic all starts with them saying, fine, we're just going to see, first hero we see, kill that hero. And they immediately just destroy.
A tale as old as time. You love to see it.
And that's what you need to break it back down to. If you have a team that has so much CC and is built around getting picks, just take the first opportunity. And they deleted the front line from Weibo, which allowed them to get Dragon number 3. Then this kind of follow-on play where Weibo like, all right, Fnatic are probably going to commit more resources to taking that Dragon. But Fnatic only left Vi down there, so they're able to get the little bit of punishment for the attempted dive here by Weibo. Ends up being a little bit of a trade.
And Light, truly heroic timing there on the arrival, because if he's not there and Humanoid can chase on, Noah can flash aggressively, that could have been the backbreaker. Because do note, right now, Weibo still with a gold lead. Humanoid going in aggressively, but not hitting.
Yeah, that's an ulti used. And now the Ahri with a little bit less mobility, of course, does have, not long to wait on a level 2 ultimate. Still, Spirit Rush is pretty important to how Humanoid wants to play out these fights. Xiaohu going to catch this minion wave, and now it should be a dance around the Baron until this Dragon becomes a talking point once again.
What a present, this series. It's not what I was expecting in terms of how close these games have been. This game still very much up in the air as well. It's good first series at Worlds.
Yeah, I can't really gauge it. I can't gauge where I think this particular game is going to go. I feel like Weibo are fighting so much harder this time. I feel like they are playing towards their composition a whole lot more. But Fnatic really did put a fair bit of hope in me after that first game.
I've heard that's a very dangerous thing, Atlas.
Yeah. I'm not monologuing though. I'm just saying it's stating a fact. Like they did well. Is that? It's not. Maybe it's a bad monologue.
They successfully filled Atlas with hope. I like that. Hope was forcefully put in you.
I do have hope now. We'll just have to check in with whether that's allowed. As Noah is going to catch a wave in the mid lane, and Weibo with a lot of vision. I feel like they've had just more vision throughout this entire series so far, and around this Baron, it's working out.
I think the feeling of trepidation that both of you are experiencing right now is because this still comes down to the next big team fight.
Oh, yeah.
It still comes down to the next big breaking point here, because it has certainly not been determined yet.
Well, Chris taking a fair bit of damage here is interrupted. No blast cone for you. The Equalizer thrown down doesn't quite work out, but Crisp is already dead. Tarzan getting closed in on him. Breathe gonna have to be an absolute hero here, but he's knocked up. The Skarner's taken out. Razzle with an amazing flash, but Light is now in the fight, and Noah will be taken out. It's a double. It is gigantic. Triple now for the Ezreal. Make it a quadra, and Light turns up, and the lights are out for Fnatic.
Oh my God! 4 kills in the hands of Light's Ezreal. This game just went so far the way of Weibo. And it had started out so nice for Fnatic on their pick. Look at this.
The big thing here is that, yes, they get the kill. Look at what they invest. That is Noah's ult, Razor's ult, and Oscar's ult. So much of the power of Fnatic, even though they're fighting in this choke, ends up making... And look at this play here from the Jax. Actually getting the threat on Noah, stunning Razor as well, and then Lights follow up. And if that wasn't enough, shockwave there from Xiaohu and Weibo with an impeccable fight. And the big thing is, yes, this is a lot of gold, but so many sums were used. And the Soul fight that I think Fnatic otherwise would have loved to take, looking a lot rougher now.
Jax is looking pretty good in this series, okay?
Yeah.
That follow for the double stun and Light instantly jumping over the back of Wolves to finish off the kills. Like, Weibo just forcefully retook control of that team fight, even though Fnatic start out with the pick.
Actually looking, I thought that Fnatic used more. It's only Razork and Oscar's flash. Noah has his backup now, obviously didn't have it in the previous play. But there you see, like, that's an insane spike when it comes to the gold. Do note, Fnatic can just give this up. They don't need to. They don't need to fight for this dragon. They can wait and kind of have it equalize. I don't know if they want to do that though, and that teleport says absolutely not.
Nice charm to come through there from Humanoid, but Tarzan not taking a whole lot of damage at the moment. Immortal Skarner seems to be a theme as well.
Oh,
in this series.
He's on vision. He's on vision.
Yeah, Tarzan does get himself over. Not going to quite find the stun, though, as Breathe gets into that backline. This Counter-Strike not quite as good, but Humanoid still going to get taken out of the fight. Another Shockwave on absolutely everyone in that particular area, and Jun going to get taken out in the end. Breathe going to finish him off, and I feel like Weibo, they may have just started this snowball rolling.
Yeah, that's going to be Dragon denied from Fnatic, and possibly then turning everything over towards the Baron area of the map. I mean, it's 25 seconds on both Noah and Razork. Weibo just control the entire map.
And that one team fight, really good for Weibo, but not that great. I think this one is. It denies the soul, it further builds the gold lead, and even if Weibo don't end up getting the Baron, which to be fair, I don't think there's a lot that Fnatic can do, even if they wouldn't, they would be the first ones that would be able to get the back in, get back out on the map, and at this point, Fnatic wasn't going to be able to contest, and as we see, Weibo pick it up even further, building upon that gold lead.
Yep, the Baron is going to be taken down, and I want to just put everyone's eyes towards Xiaohu. Last time, it was do or die, you know, by Xiaohu and what he was doing in these fights. This time, he's 1-0-11, 100% kill contribution in this game, and he's being this conductor of these fights, staying off to the side, not pushing too far forward, and that teleport from Breathe was beautiful.
Because it's twofold, because there's so much mobility on Humanoid that if he doesn't also have to deal with the Jax, he might just be able to Spirit Rush away, but instead, that flank from Breathe. Again, as you're saying, Kobe, that Jax looking mighty strong.
Noah had no options, really, and it's good call out by Weibo. They're like, this Misfortune with no flash is an easy target. The deep ward that they left behind previously is what they used to start this out, and if you're sending the Jax plus the Skarner straight towards the Misfortune face, then there's not a lot that he could do. And Weibo successfully able to snowball, as you say. Now it's an easy push mid, rotate up through the jungle towards that top side. The secondary tower here really does not stand a chance.
Well, Breathe probably going to find out that there is a Jun in that brush. So far, he's a bit of a secret agent, finds a Magnetstorm onto 3. The cease and desist comes in. The Ezreal has been taken out, but Humanoid had to sacrifice himself for it. The knockups are beautiful, though. Crisp able to answer back, and Noah gets caught in the impale. I think that Weibo might just be too far ahead, and even though that grand entrance didn't work, it's only Jun trying to clip Clop away.
That's the beauty of a triple carry composition. Yes, Light gets taken out, but they have more than enough damage with the rest of the members.
Yeah, Jun trying to get to his fountain here. I don't know whether he's going to be successful. There's hungry Weibo players, and it's Xiaohu that's able to cash in 4-0-13 on this Orianna, looking so much better, and Weibo looking to even out the series.
Yeah, and they're going to get at least 2 here in the inhibitors, with Breathe immediately after that fight went mid to push the mid wave, so they got value out of both Baron buffs, pushing topside, pushing mid. They successfully get 2 inhibitors off of that fight as well. Also say that was one of the more stylish Seeker's arm guards that we've seen from Breathe. He popped his Counter-Strike, then Seekers, so that the CC went off as he was still golden to finish off the kill. Here's a look at the initiation, though.
And Light definitely was not aware of the rel, E'd over the wall, and immediately got blown up. But this is, again, the problem, like, even with so much damage being thrown in to Lai, it doesn't matter. Like, Xiao is completely uncontested in this fight. Breathe, stylish on the Jax. Cool. And at this point, an Orianna obviously has so much damage available. Even though he's still shy of the death cap, we can see if you can get these consistent rotations out. Fnatic without any damage, not a lot that they can do. I think they could have looked for the end, but also, again, if Weibo somehow end up losing this series, that's the end. So trying to play it for like the 99%, I think is a good call.
All right, because they got both top and mid inhibitors, very easy for Weibo now to finish the pressure. Just rotate over towards bottom side, push up the wave. Here comes the siege. Fnatic trying to pull off a last stand here.
It's going to have to be an absolute miracle. The True Shot Barrage does go wide. Razork tried to get in there just to push Crisp away, and he's just not going to even listen to him. There's a flash forward, though. They find the ultimate onto Xiaohu, but he just goes golden. And now it's Weibo's turn to throw a volley back. The two-man shockwave is beautiful, and Light is absolutely untouched this time around. Humanoid has some mobility, but unfortunately he's moving only to the death chamber in this instance. Two of these Nexus turrets will be taken out, and Weibo are going to even out the series here up against Fnatic.
We're going to a game 3, baby. Woo!
I thought you were more Kobe. Again, I'm coming in here, you know, Atlas and I, we're fresh of a plane. And Weibo ensuring that we get the full series, at least in this this first game. I gotta say, Weibo in this one, I think they really took the lessons of the previous. Like, guys, if we just play a little bit slower, play a very stable team comp, it's fine.
Yeah,
we're good to go.
Maybe it's a little bit of the coaching, like, Jax is pretty good. If they pick Misfortune, it's pretty good into that as well. And it just kind of worked out.
Should have been Jhin.
I just feel like maybe there are some things that are too strong, but that is a thing for next game. It is now time for us to go to a short break, and when we get back, we'll have to see who is going to stay in the tournament, who's going home.
My team will be Mickey X. I think he often flashes forward, sees some angle that we might not see, but he just goes it, not scared. So that would be him.
아무래도 저랑 코어 장전 선수인 것 같고요. 이게 미드 원딜의 전멸이 더 소중하다 보니까 정글 서폿보다. 그래서 막 써서 5분마다 계속 쿨타임 돌리면서 적을 괴롭힌다. 그래서 좀 막 쓰는 것 같아요, 솔직히.
you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good. Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, ain't no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. No, it's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. Now it's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it
Chinese slayers. It can be really funny, like if we fit Weibo and with Jersey. Come here. They're trolling, I think. Oriana shall whiff. Kill them all. Ansel going here. He's on red Ansel, okay guys?
That's fine. The Scott is taken out. Razuka with an amazing flash, but Light is now in the fight and Noah will be taken out. It's a double. It is gigantic. Triple now for the Ezreal. Make it a quadra.
It was looking good for Fnatic until Weibo turned the lights off because Light came online. And I do want to give credit where credit is due. Both my analysts said when we saw the drafts, and we'll see the draft comparison come up in a second, play out on R4 when Rumble was picked for Fnatic, both of you said Ezreal would have been the play here. And in hindsight, it would have been so valuable knowing how proficient Noah is on it.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted one of two things. I wanted Fnatic to ban both Xayah and Ezreal as their 4-5 bans, or to take Ezreal on 4, because those are the two ADs that have a chance of actually surviving the comp that Fnatic was drafting for. And I don't think they really needed MF over the top. I think Ezreal would have worked with their comp if they didn't want to ban it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And the fact that you have that ability to get out of the Rumble ult, everything else that was coming your way, it made things so much easier. And Light has been so incredible on this pick as well, both domestically and now getting to show up on the international stage. I think they needed to find some way to just lock the AD carry down, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think if in hindsight, they would probably identify the same issues, specifically with how the game went. And I want to break down where it all turned sour, Azael.
Yeah, we have this fight, obviously, where Light does end up getting a quadra. You know, at this point in the game, I think Fnatic were in a pretty reasonable spot. But so much of this fight really comes down to how Fnatic spent their resources, and Weibo recognizing that even though we are down on members, we are up in resources, we're up in health, we can actually win this fight from here. So the fight starts out, they do find Crisp here, and Fnatic are going to look for an initial pick onto Crisp. They commit quite a lot to him. It's a nice initial interrupt there, utilizing the ultimate from Razork. He actually knocks him out of the Blast Cone, but you're using Vi ult, you're using the Rumble Equalizer, and then you're going to use the MF ult as well. So yes, you got a kill, but that's 3 ultimates just for the support. So Fnatic have to recognize that yes, we won that initial part of the fight, but we may not be able to continue forward for this. Tarzan then goes in. It's a little bit of an overextension. He uses his flash to actually get out here, that you can see just kind of highlighted right there at the bottom of the screen. And then they decide, you know what, we're actually going to try to collapse on this. But part of what they actually miss here is the fact that the Jax is coming, you know, from this bottom part of the screen. He's down here looking for that angle. So, you know, he is running back towards his teammates. We roll the clip forward. Tarzan here does get jumped onto, but again, does get the ult down, gets his aftershock out, so he's soaking a lot of damage, and now Jax has arrived. He's in the middle of everyone. You look over at the carries on the other side as well for Weibo. They are completely untouched. You then note Missing flash here as well for Noah. So Noah is now in a spot where he can't actually look to retreat back, really. He can only kind of move forward into the rest of his team, and he kind of is already cut off as well by Light and Xiaohu from this side. So it gets into this spot where, yes, you got the initial 2 kills, but now what's going to happen? Breathe flashes in, recognizing Noah has no flash, gets the stun on him, and with that threat being identified, Light finds the angle here, moves away from Humanoid and Oscar, who Humanoid was really the only remaining threat. Really well played, gets in, gets the kill on the backline, takes over the game, and really knocks Fnatic's chances out here. It was very impressive stuff.
And I think the fact that you get to utilize Light in this really does showcase just what this guy's capable of. He's been absolutely incredible domestically, and now we're getting to see it on the international stage. I think a lot of people kind of look back to him when he was on LNG saying, oh, well, he kind of got overshadowed by Allah. He was the big Jax guy, but Light kind of got pushed to the wayside. And even when he got qualified for the World Championship, people were like, oh, but Ruler's not here. Light just always kind of gets pushed to the side, and this is a guy that has been an incredible carry performer for this team, and now we're finally get to seeing it when his team
the shining light of the team.
I would say, you know what, he lights up my life, not anybody else.
You laugh, but you know, Weibo is a roller coaster sometimes with how Xiaohu and Tarzan like to play, but it's always usually Light and Crisp. I will say Crisp has not been as good throughout this World Championship.
Sometimes Chris for the other team.
Sometimes, but Light is always so reliable, and he can play anything, and I think you could kind of, it was on the cards, right? Because you said it, Fnatic was not in a bad position in that game, but you need to be in an exceptional one, and you need to win these skirmishes, and it takes a lot of precision, and the LPL, I think, thrives in these, when they have, you know, a position where they know that they can beat you on mechanics, in a choke point, in a very important fight in the series.
And that's what we saw them fall back to in that adaptation from the draft, but now you've got to try and do that again. This is the last game of this series. This is do or die. Do you get to go back towards this late game scaling and say, hey, look, we will beat you in the team fights, or does Fnatic bring out something spicy?
Yeah, so Fnatic going to be going red side here, and this is potentially the last game here at Worlds for either of these teams. Your entire year coming down to this moment. Fnatic, I think, has shown a lot of growth throughout this series. They've shown a lot more patience, a lot more restraint. I want to see them go for a comp that can scale alongside Weibo. That's what Weibo has shown us they want to do here in this series. And just look to trust in their mechanics, trust in their 5v5 that they showcase they can really succeed with in game number 1.
Yeah, I think also in game number 2, you saw it. They felt, as you say, different to the Fnatic that we have known to be a bit antsy, to run ahead of the facts really in a lot of situations. But again, now the pressure is the highest it has been all year.
But that's why I'm a little bit nervous, because for Fnatic, what has been working for them all year is this strong early game. So going towards late, yes, maybe you can match them in mechanics, but Smoder has not worked out for them. This late game hasn't worked out for them. I nearly want to see them almost double down on this early game and say, hey, look, we live and die by what we've done all year. This is where we're going to go for it.
Press that go button. You know what? Yeah, I like it. No, stop doing something else than what you've been doing all year, even though you've been losing with it. Stick to your damn guns.
Well, you put it like that.
Wait, is that how I'm supposed to do it? Is that how I'm supposed to like get into the monologue thing? Is that how that's
no
supposed
monologues,
to work?
Atlas.
That's what it sort of
no monologues.
Yeah,
they're playing right now.
And Success is playing early game.
No, I was figuring it out. I'm just trying. I'm here to learn, you know, and maybe that's just not.
What
how
does
it's
it all
supposed to
start with, Atlas? Atlas, I know you know that's not true.
I was about to go into a Linkin Park track there, and I felt like maybe I could have. You know, it feels a little bit.
Well, no, that's topical. That's okay. I think no one will mind that.
All right, here we are into the draft for game number 3. Weibo tying the series back up again, and it's looking pretty similar, eerily similar, one could say, to what we saw in the first game as far as bans are concerned. The Aurora are going to be banned on the red side this time, though. That is going to be the first change-up. It's just Fnatic sticking to that one.
Want to echo some of what the desk was saying. To me, the draft for Fnatic became very hard to play out the moment that Misfortune was locked in, right? Because Light obviously had an insane pop-off game, but to me, unless you're playing Kai'Sa, which I'm pretty sure was just banned again, trying to play as an AD carry when Vi and Ahri are going to be like 3 screens away, if you're immobile, unless you're like Lethality Varus, and I think even in that case, it is just so hard. You have very little leeway, especially if you're playing against Breathe, who's made his sole job that entire game to just make sure Noah doesn't get to play it.
Yep, and speaking of not playing things, the Orianna going to be taken away from Xiaohu, as the Skarner first pick should be coming in. But now
what about Aspen?
Yeah, Ashe. So Ashe is now left up, but so is the Jax. Is it Jax Ashe? Is that what we're going to see here? And it's not.
I like
it's
the
going to be
Rel.
Rel.
I'm okay with the Rel. At least the Rel. A lot of AoE CC. I mean, we've seen the biggest parts of these Jaxes have been these counter strikes in team fights and flashing to the backline and getting multi-person stuns with them. So we're seeing another couple of AoE pieces picked up for the comp.
It's really funny to me because similar to the spot that Camille was in, right? Split pushers, like solely dedicated split pushers, like for example the Fiora, we just don't really see. And Camille always used to be kind of the gold standard, but I feel like it's just been Jax, you know?
Yeah.
How many good counter-strikes hitting 2 or 3 or 4 people have we seen this tournament already? Oscarinin feeling confident blinding it. Again, we do know that there are some counter picks that can actually punish it well, but the burden of execution on that one gotta be quite high. The Ahri doesn't feel quite as insane to me when you pair it with the Skarner. Still a good amount of lockdown though, but just not quite the same snap potential and damage as I would, yeah, 100%.
This does feel like it has
That
enough
feels
damage.
great.
Yeah,
Yep.
Lights Ezreal did look absolutely fantastic, and he's going to stick to that one. And I actually feel like in a game number 3 where the pressure is infinite, just playing what you know is good and what you know you can get behind is certainly the way to make that one happen. So all aboard the light train here for Weibo at the moment, as that is a Vi once again. And I was wondering about this because I kind of felt like Sejuani felt like a good angle here, but
especially because as soon as you saw the Ahri hover even on the side of Weibo, they're clearly thinking we're going to break up that guaranteed Vi plus Ahri combination, but they still go for it here. Still a very good, useful tool for them to find those engages, and Humanoid will just play something a little bit different.
So we're banning Kai'Sa. There we go. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. As we're already locked in, plenty of dive on the enemy team. Wonder if Ziggs is also going to follow. There's a lot of AD damage already for Fnatic, and Ziggs Vi is a combo that I think is just really, really strong. Also, Ziggs is one of the champions that allows you to play 1-3-1 or at least a 1-4 a lot better, as he has so much wave clear, but also side lane control with his ultimate.
opens up a lot of flexibility for Humanoid as well to play sort of anything in that mid lane. So I don't mind that idea. Could just be the last ban here though for Weibo, as Kai'Sa, Ziggs really are sort of the AP bottom lane options at this point in time. Still considering it for now though, as the Rumble going to be taken away from Breathe, not allowing them to play that side of the matchup.
Yeah, and Fnatic themselves not wanting to run. Okay,
Ooh,
interesting. Sylas protection ban already. Because of what ults are they going to pick next?
Well, the Ziggs is going to be picked up here, I assume, for Noah, and there it is.
Yeah.
Feels like a bit of a no-brainer based on what we were discussing.
Is the Sylas banned because they want to pick like Alistar into the Rel for bottom lane possibly?
Pick Alistar, and
so it does open up that possibility for Chris.
Also, I think Sylas in general has just been, a lot of players have liked it into the Ahri.
Yep, and I think if they pick like Alistar Nah here, like a Sylas goes incredibly hard.
Is it R5 LeBlanc?
Ooh, that would be fun.
I'm trying to think what you'd want to go with Vi. They can, of course, also go for, as you already pointed out, you can go AD as you do have an AP source. And Jax also is mixed. Can also go for the Syndra again that we saw in that game #1, but...
Okay, pretty standard here then.
Yeah, not feeling as exciting as far as the last few picks.
That said, for Weibo, this is a very different comp. This is low damage.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be Ahri, who is very burst focused, and I know that Light did a lot of damage, but I do think that the Jax really gave, and I like this a lot more,
me too.
add an additional threat and ensure that even if they do somehow get Light, there's an opportunity. Okay.
He actually slams it. I was like, oh, maybe Humanoid will play something a little bit different. No, he'll play something a lot different. And this is something that people have been talking about.
He's never gonna die.
When there are so many short range champions being played right now, things that really excel in that sort of like big clump team fight are going to really take over. Swain here, locked and loaded.
The last time I saw this was in a Challengers game. Like, this is...
Jun and Noah might have been in that Challengers game.
Very well could be the case.
I was thinking back to it as well, and having a Drain tank, you're exactly right, up against like so much little damage that doesn't have a lot of range either. Beautiful combination here, and Fnatic have range for days because they do have that Vi Ziggs combination, and the fact that Swain doesn't do all of that burst damage, right, doesn't actually matter as much when you do have that backup with the Mega Inferno Bomb, these bouncy bombs going absolutely everywhere. This is a beautiful counterpunch here for Fnatic.
We've got a treat for you here in Fnatic's possible elimination game. They've got Humanoid, first career Swain.
Oh my god.
I love it. Everything on the line. All or nothing. Final game in this series to decide who moves on for another chance.
And this is what you have to do, right? This was do or die, and it is time to bring out all of the tech that you've kept, all of the things that are up your sleeve. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But if it does, I think that we might see the old man with a cane another time in this tournament, because it just feels like such a masterstroke into what Weibo have put together and what a lot of other teams have been putting together so far this tournament.
Also, we also, and I don't think Swain is quite as obscure, but we saw what happened with Doran and Nunu. Right? Atlas and I in particular, you know, Doran, very skilled player, but that was definitely a Doran moment.
He keeps a lot of RAM free, right? This is the way we have to explain it, right? Sometimes you don't need to know everything.
Well, I think it definitely should know. That doesn't seem like that weird of an interaction, but that's it, neither here nor there. The Swain really is, to me, one of those champions where if he ever gets ahead because you make a bad play, think you can burst him down and he can drain through it, like he can snowball insanely fast. Because again, who is going to kill him if he gets big in this game? There isn't the type of AD carry or enemy that can reliably burn down a Swain.
I will say, Swain is pretty straightforward. I'm trying to think of
I know.
What would be like the brain dead things where you're just like, wow, they don't know what the champ does. Because like if there's a giant red eyeball circle on the ground, you're like,
don't think
you're just going to not walk into it. You know, you're like, oh, he throws at the root.
When a claw thing comes at you, you like, probably try not to get hit by it.
Don't want to stand in that. The one thing I will say, though, that some people don't always react to is you want to get out of the ultimate, so then it will actually turn off.
Yeah, you start getting drain tanked.
There's been a lot of different iterations, and that's, I think, the biggest one to know, as you say. If that is popped, and that's actually what I love about the Fnatic comp, because not only is Weibo short range and they're forced to play into you outside of the Ezreal, but also they have so much CC to set up for the Swain.
Exactly. If you don't get out of the ultimate, then he can just keep on
keeps on going.
Keep on channeling it there, and as you say, you know, the Rel and the Vi very well positioned, and the Jax as well, to kind of keep you in it.
Yep. Some more teleports here as we are in another lane swap. Haven't really talked about it that much because I think everyone's pretty well acquainted with how it's been going, but we've had those double teleports from both top laners, switching some lanes here, and we'll see whether Breathe is going to be okay towards that top side. As you can see now, Oscar is just trying to do what he can, uses the Counter-Strike when he can to get as much experience as possible here, and it's working out just fine. Things doing as they say on the tin, as it were, as Humanoid losing out on a trade here, does hit that Never Move onto Xiaohu.
He's getting stacks.
Yeah.
Kobe, fortunately, also is going to be our. Are you going to be stack
counter?
Well, we have it.
Soul fragments.
We have it as well on the broadcast. That's not something that I'm used to. Kind of.
Yeah, that's
normally we need to do this manually.
The last time there was a Swain, it was a little bit before we had stack counters underneath the names.
Yeah, the soul fragments though, that permanent health stacking. So far, just the one that we saw on screen, it's been collected. So the 12 health there. But meanwhile, the bigger play on the map. Kind of crashing the large wave as Tarzan is just transitioning over to this side of the jungle.
Xiaohu setting up vision.
Yeah, immediately Razok does spot that one out. He's just trying to grab some more shellfish. We'll be able to grab that one away as Jone and Oscar and then just going to deal with the minion wave. Light probably going to crash that one through. And so far, no real scuffles, and I think this is the closest things have been at this point in the game.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing to catch people up on with the lane swap that we saw here, while we were all focused on Swain, is that you get like that extra little camp there for Razork. So Razork with a really nice start on the Vi, a little bit of extra tempo for him, gonna get an earlier recall, which he might be able to spend towards the other side of the map.
Also, teleport for both bot laners here, so both Light and Noah can play fairly aggressive as Noah.
Tarzan getting himself in there. Chris finding a knockup, but only onto Jun. That was beautifully done by Noah. Gives him a thumbs up for it as well, or maybe that was for himself, because he deserves it.
That looked a little dicey, so Noah used his satchel to interrupt Tarzan, but it also knocked himself forward. So really good sidestep there on the entrance from Crisp. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken a lot more.
Wow, full combo.
If things are going well pre-6, you're feeling good as Razork might have snuck in here.
Yeah, gets behind them. No Shattering Strike to come down, but now the Vault Breaker is good. Light in a bit of trouble. Only level 4 for Razork as Crisp tries to come around. He's still burning. Razork flashes underneath and picks up the kill. He's still in so much trouble. The minions gets the shield from the passive. Not even close as he makes his way out.
And that's exactly the play we're looking for with Razork, having that little tempo lead in jungle, spends it onto the bottom side of the map. And another one, you want to play off Jun. Jun on this rel, really a facilitator for Fnatic, and Razork has been the key to their early game in all their domestic games. Really, really nice him getting the first blood, going under tower to get it, and not even close there with the damage calculation from the tower at the end. Even is able to proc his shield off of the minions to get out. So Fnatic, again, they strike first here with the first blood.
And even with Jun this time whiffing on the Q flash, there's still more than enough damage. Really didn't feel like they were ready for Razork showing up. Humanoid about to hit level 6, really when the Swain is going to start feeling like a much bigger threat.
Yep, picking up that Demon Flare going to be very, very important. This one goes along as Noah able to really protect these turrets. And that's the beauty of Ziggs, parking him anywhere you want to just take down minion waves over and over again. Obviously, mid lane is going to be where he's going to be spending a lot of his time. But this is actually what I wanted out of this series. Just to go back to a holistic view, right, is to see a change up from what has been happening in both of these games. Last time, game number 2, it was Fnatic with a little bit of an earlier game focus, a lot of CC on Weibo's side. They come out with the victory in the end with a lot of team fights working out. Same on the opposite sides in game number 1. This just feels different, gentlemen.
I just feel like this, incorporating this Swain, you know, we've seen already the success of these like unsuspecting picks, you know, these non-meta picks from, you know, FlyQuest really leading the charge with a lot of that. But Swain transforms your team fight. Now he's under attack though.
Yeah, it does pop that ultimate. Let's see whether he can keep trying to take these health bars. That Demon Flare not going to be working out just yet. And that is Tarzan locking down the kill, answering back from Fnatic's first blood earlier.
So a lot of people are always going to keep on looking at Humanoid's flash. In this scenario, he also did not use it.
Are we still trying to work out how we feel about this, Kobe? Is that what?
Yeah, because like, so if Skarner is level 6, then usually you're like, oh, he'll probably like just turn an ult right after I flash, and then it's kind of hard to dodge. But like, Tarzan was only level 5 there, so successful kill off on the Swain on the new pick here for Weibo.
Pretty big deal because the gold lead that was there for Razork, still there for a little bit, but has now shrunk. And when looking at the CS, we do see Weibo actually across the board doing well as Jun. Will be able to get the cancel.
Yeah, it does just crash down his way out. The flash impale from Tarzan, though, and even though the satchel does go off, it does nothing at all. Crisp is going to be the one, unfortunately, to grab the kill, but that is going to put Weibo in the lead.
Yep, there's his level 6 right there, and invested in bottom lane just like that. Weibo emphatically striking back. This is also on top of their 3 grubs and on top of their dragon that they got. So very quickly, Weibo turning the story.
Big thing here is Tarzan, right? Walks mid, gets the kill. Takes down Humanoid and immediately just halves towards bot. Able to pick up Jun, who has been having, I think, a really solid series on the rel, but finding these early kills, definitely really big deal here for Weibo, because when the only gold graph looks good is just on Razork, means that Fnatic is going to have to find some of these peak team fights. They do, again, have, when it comes to the CC, I think, an impeccable setup as Oscar.
Yeah, that's just a Gnar right into the turret there. Didn't have a boulder, because there were minions in the way, and so Oscarinen is going to survive for the moment. Crisp lurking. They are able to stop this back as Breathe jumping forward to make sure that Oscar does have to go the long way out, and this could be a lot of plates to go down for Weibo. This snowball's really starting to roll.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar is absolutely destroying up there.
Low. Yeah, this could be a little bit of a problem here. Cease and assist, they just look to go in onto Tarzan. Mega Inferno Bomb does a lot of work. Crash down. So much CC in the bouncing bomb to finish him off. And now with the teleport, Breeze comes through. There's the Never Moving Lights in so much trouble. Oh, man. Very close as the minefield. Not quite enough. And now Xiaohu looking to make his way in. He's on vision. They have to just all in for this one, I think, as the Comet almost taking down Light. But he should be able to get himself out. Xiaohu, that is a long wraparound. As Noah should be able to get a plate here as the satchel comes out, and Xiaohu just clears out a wave. and it's like ships in the night. I thought we were going to get a little bit more than that.
But do note, Oscarinin TP to top, whereas Brief TP to bot, so he will be getting a wave and some plates.
Exactly, Fnatic keeping track. They know that there's going to be more resources heading towards bottom side, so they send Oscarin up to the top side, able to continue to extract value out of this play.
Not going to go fight. Very sad.
No. Just going to be walking away, but still it's going to eliminate a wave.
Yeah, still a win. Especially because they traded 1 for 0.
Especially, too, because the Gnar had been just destroying up there. Breathe had gotten a lot of money, extra turret plate, plus had a very large CS lead. But because then Breathe mini Gnar teleports down to the bottom side, loses a lot of the lead that he had just built up. Some is still there because it was so sizable, but that did help out a little bit in that effort as well.
Yeah, it really does feel like Fnatic did find a little foothold back, because it was moving towards like 1.5k or something like that, and this lead was continuing to build for Weibo, gathering these tempo advantages, and Fnatic really has put a stop to that, at least for now.
The objectives, though, Weibo, as you pointed out, already on 3 grubs as well as a dragon, and with the timers the way they are, if Weibo doesn't get contested, they can get these grubs and then still have all their cooldowns available to play for a Drake. Fnatic also has their bot lane towards this top side of the map, is being matched by at least Light. Looks like Crisp is looking to base. Yep. See if Fnatic can deny a single one, but it doesn't look likely.
Now that is going to be 6. That is every single grub this series that Weibo's been able to pick up for themselves. Vision of Empire, just to see exactly what was
Look
happening.
At the vision from Weibo here. No one is going to walk up. Fnatic now not getting anything towards the top side. Going to have to rotate over, catch that mid wave, and then set up for the dragon fight, because I can't imagine you want to give that one up as well.
Yep, and we have a friend, Orcs, who is a big Ziggs fan.
Oh, I know him.
Yeah, you know him as well. But Chronicler, what do you think that he's going to feel about the Ziggs play so far from Noah?
Well, he hasn't satcheled offensively yet to his own detriment.
Yeah, I was thinking that was going to be a positive.
What goes into an Ox rating?
Well, it's often
it's
item build, almost like 85%, and then it's how many times you offensively satchel.
So
that's it. You got 2 points you're judged on.
Which is a lot. You know, it's
There's a lot of nuances there, though, Cody.
No, there is. It's a lot more esoteric than Hooney's Rumble rating, which is did you build Sorkpan boots?
And how does he feel on the day? A little bit goes into that.
Well, let's see what Noah can do now that he's gotten the Ludens completed. Lots of burst potential here with that. You've got the gun on top of the bombs, so big explosions possible.
A lot of weaponry.
And we saw previously with Fnatic's play that they pull up on bottom side, they have a lot of setup for him. You know, Vi ultimate holding the target there so you can get the ultimate sweet spot damage down. And Fnatic want to fight this. They're teleporting, a possible teleport from Humanoid. He's recalling to base now. There we go.
They want to fight this.
It's so dangerous. Like Fnatic's, their circles are online, gentlemen.
Okay,
and
so
could be very scary. And so Weibo just going to give it up with the setup there.
It's a flip though, because this time Brief is just being left alone.
Ziggs ult those minions.
Oh, there we go. They're going Inferno Bomb. Not quite going to be able to do it, but with the Ludens able to clear out the back line, I give them some space. That's all right. Fnatic still just trying to hustle, trying to get themselves in there to defend this bottom outer turret. May not be able to do too much. Not going to be able to get to the wave, but should now be able to find a little bit of positioning as Oscarinin gets his back stopped by a cheeky True Shot barrage. Weibo holding onto the tempo of the map at this point in time. But Noah, like, I feel like you cheat a lot with Ziggs because you get to clear out 2 waves at once, basically, if you have your ultimate available, and you can otherwise just eliminate minions. And you can see that working out just fine.
The only thing is they didn't cheat enough because they got the first wave, but then didn't get anyone in for the second wave. Like, no one else rotated ahead of time up there. So in the end, Bree's still going to get solo gold on this outer tower.
That's
just
like,
before the plates
that's
fall
like
down as well.
600-700 gold swing. I think it was up 300 gold. And now it will be...
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So Gnar's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And it's already a huge CS lead.
It was already, let's be honest, it was already an issue early on, but we didn't have the camera on the issue. I feel like now
so we just could ignore it.
Now the camera is going to be on the issue a lot because Trinity Force fully completed.
If you just ignore it, is it really there?
Yeah, well, yes, because we saw it, and unfortunately, and maybe we should blame the observers, but I think that maybe that's wrong. As you can see, Weibo, they're starting this one up, looking to try and take down the Rift Herald, and they've had a bit of a monopoly. It's only one dragon that Fnatic have been able to pick up, but this Baron Pit / Grub Pit / Shelly Pit has been theirs this entire game. That is going to be secured here as well. So Tarzan will be able to put that one down. That is another turret destroyed.
That's another.
Yep,
How many
satchel
plates?
props, exactly.
But
As
with
Tarzan doesn't quite get through, does have to get,
the Rift
go
Herald
back and get the eye.
Rift Herald is basically like a cheat sheet for killing mid lane turrets. So
do they even need it?
Yeah, actually, with 6 grubs.
They don't need. Oh my.
And there was no one really here.
So Fnatic, it really now is a what, like 3-4 plays in a row are just getting mega out-rotated.
That right there, you show up to the test ready to cheat on it, but you just know all the answers anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
While making your cheat sheet, you did such a good job.
You didn't have to look at your cheat
didn't have
sheet.
to look
And
at
that's
it.
actually how it's supposed to
you
go.
actually learn.
So now they still have Herald. They got mid lane turret effectively for free. They got topside turret effectively for free. And the gold lead that was very manageable early now for Weibo is about 2.5k. From seemingly just them being solid on up. And I think Fnatic, they posture to me like they're looking for a fight, but Weibo is not giving them any opportunities. So like multiple members of Fnatic are just in the jungle. They're looking, they're trying to find a, and then Weibo is just not handshaking.
They're not going to walk into the Swain and stay there.
It's a problem, and we'll see whether Fnatic can solve it. It's now just throwing these water balloons all over the mid lane. Shout out to Noah. This is just probably one of the best skins ever made, but easily the best Ziggs skin, so he passed that test as well. Humanoid pushes this wave in towards the bottom side.
One of the issues with Swain 2 is possibly going to show up in this game. It is more difficult to split push, of course, because you don't have mobility. You can stall for a decent amount of time, but it definitely is a viable target to pick off, especially since Weibo, have a very fed Gnar plus an Ahri for the other solo lane option. It's something Fnatic are going to have to work around, which is definitely something that they, have fumbled at points in the past, is being able to control the entire map towards the later stages of the game without dropping those kills. So we'll see if this does become an issue. So far, just look at the vision, though. His bottom side jungle is completely lit up, so they have plenty of vision to be able to push out on bottom side and be ready for this dragon.
And I do think that Brief being as fed as he is really making one of Weibo's, I think, possible weaknesses, which is that there could be somewhat lacking in damage. That's not an issue now, right? With how far ahead is Gnar is of the curve. And if Fnatic can start stacking these Drakes, that can be a big deal, but it goes both ways. I think either of these compositions are really going to feel pretty lackluster once too many resistances are being brought out. And for me, the Swain also, this is where he shines, like mid-game. Once you get to late game, I think his lack of mobility, his trouble with actually getting on top of a target, and enough magic or armor and magic resist penetration coming through, you are going to get shredded even if you can drain. So Fnatic, I think they need a good fight. One bad fight and they go in.
Ooh, Season Assist comes down. There's the combo with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Noah locks down that kill and Impale to try and pull Razork back, but he's pretty tanky and he's able to get himself out. Meanwhile, a bit of a battle towards the top side, but that is going to be the interruption.
That's big.
Should be free
and
dragon.
That should be it.
TP towards top side here.
Yep, Trishul Barrage gets a fair bit of information at the same time. Xiaohu looking to try and get that dive to work out. It should be the dragon going on over, but can Oscar be okay as he dives in? The charm is gorgeous. The flash pretty good, but back underneath the turret they go. They're surviving for so long. Breathe will be able to tank that last shot, and Xiaohu finishes him off.
Some praying there in the audience going on. Fnatic do still get the dragon, but that is a good counterpunch. Whenever, again, Weibo see Fnatic taking one of these objectives, kind of like the last game where we saw them say, okay, you have full control of the dragon area, it's fine, we'll try and make a topside play. This one was actually more successful than in the previous game, and now they're not even done. Tarzan here contesting blue.
Bit of a drive-by. Is going to be able to get on top of this blue. Crisp seems to be everywhere this game, and now they're just looking to try and defend this bottom side, but that turret is just gone. Grand Entrance doesn't really do too much. The flash out from Razork, the Mega Inferno Bomb, just to try and get them out of here, and that is going to work for now.
That's still going to be a flash invested, though, with them still getting the objective. So Weibo continue to build upon this lead, now sitting at 4K, and I think all that Fnatic are really holding on to is, now that the 2-item spike is hit for Humanoid and a possible Drake, if they can somehow win the next fight, things are looking pretty dire.
Yeah, I honestly, this game just looks so much better from Weibo just because of the quickness in their decision making. They're like, fine, you picked Crisp, okay, and you just invested multiple ults to do that via ultimate, then you're going to go spend resources on Dragon, so we instantly dive top, and then instantly on the other side, invade jungle, rotate from mid over to push you out, and they still get an objective. So pretty good responses, even though this chain of events kind of started with Fnatic finding the pick onto Crisp. Weibo don't like sit down and just wallow in the fact. They immediately respond.
Well, now we've got Shelly going for a very long walk here through the bottom lane, but Weibo in great position to try and push this one out. I don't think she's going to be charging into this turret because I think it's an inhibitor that's going to be in front of her. As now Tarzan going to be able to get Noah out of there. Good satchel defensively, but the inner turret is also going to fall. And it's as if they've got Baron, but they don't even have Baron. They're taking everything down here as the Swain going to have to try and go back, but that is a charge onto an already dead turret. And Shelly will eventually fall. And Fnatic, they lost so much in that exchange.
This is why every team has talked about the importance of 6 grubs and how powerful that is for pushing. Plus you add on the Rift Herald for good measure there. It is just so much extra pushing power for Weibo that they can quickly take multiple objectives. Of course, you're not going to be able to do all of that without this early, very big gold lead. Gnar is literally a full item, over 3,000 gold individually up in the matchup, and so your side lanes are just forfeit. The Gnar is just insane.
Yeah, Breathe is basically 2 champions at this point in time. And so now Noah going to have to try and get out of there. The rock is going to be avoided, but Tarzan still looking aggressive. I don't think there's very much the Ziggs can do about how incredibly tanky Tarzan is. Razork moving towards that top side of Xiaohu, chasing after Humanoid. Charm going to be avoided, still taking a fair bit of damage. Vision of Empire, fair bit of damage there as well as True Shot Barrage will clip him. Humanoid down to 50%. Razork trying to get in. Jun, he eventually presses the button, and that is going to be a beautiful pullback, but you can see Crisp, he's still able to get out of there. Breathe can tank up for so long because he's so extraordinarily fed, and they're limping away, but they're getting away. Noah has to flash, and he eventually gets it.
Pretty big here for Fnatic in the defense, but it only results in 1 kill, even though it's the jungler too, not going to be able to rush anything. And you also saw, Weibo actually doing a good job disengaging the Swain during the ultimate so that nobody else dropped on top of it. Could have been worse for Weibo.
They do know what he does,
They
which
certainly do.
Which is great. Really, again, want to highlight the fact that Breathe lift there is so big. I think in theory, that's the one opportunity you'll get, which is to try and take him down while he's Mininar, but it just isn't enough immediate burst available. With the Starix and the Magic Resist, ends up staying alive, and then, yeah, you get the pick on Tarzan, but so much is invested. And if they got a Baron off of that, that would have actually brought them back in the game. Now this is an okay moment, but Noah flashing offensively, still something that they're going to have to play around in the upcoming fight.
And if it was kills under the carries, there are bounties to be picked up here on both Light and Breathe, and that is so much of a swing back, but it's just getting that, another kill under Tarzan, another kill under Crisp. You haven't really stacked up shutdowns at this point in time.
Also because, they are running both the Swain and the Ziggs, like it's so much AP that there's gonna be a lot of magic resist, built on the side of Weibo, so we'll see here.
Ooh. Mid lane turret again still standing. That to me has been, even in the game that we saw Weibo lose, like one of the big differences between these two teams is how valiantly they hold on. Like, look at that top lane turret is still standing as well, right? Fnatic only has gotten a single one as TP. They are full committing towards this Dragon, knowing that Fnatic wants to look. They know, but will they be in time?
Yeah, can they do anything about it? As you can see, Weibo, I think they're looking for a turn. Fnatic fully grouped, trying to get themselves in there.
Oh, that Mega Gnar.
Yeah, that Gnar is looking absolutely gorgeous here from Breathe. Does he have an angle though? Can he get himself in there? There is the wallop. It does go wide. As now the cease and desist on top of Breathe finds an Gnar under 3. As now Weibo looking to try and get in. In goes Humanoid. This demonic ascension is massive. Still it's Tarzan that's taking down the Baron. But can they kill this Swain? He flashes on top of them. And the answer is yes. They can indeed kill the Swain. Now Jun nowhere to go. Tarzan pushing them around. And Fnatic were just a bit too far behind.
Weibo slammed the door shut on Fnatic's hope. That is a clean ace plus the Baron.
If Razork gets that smite, if Humanoid has a stopwatch, that could have been the difference maker. None of that though, as Weibo, the confidence.
Again, brief. It looked like there was for a second there a chance of him dying, but that man knows his limits.
If there wasn't such a big wallet difference, then maybe. Then Fnatic probably could have done a little bit there.
It was really big.
But the wallet difference ensures that Breathe survives, ensures that Weibo now full control of this game.
Over a 10,000 gold lead as they even up the Dragon count as well. And here we go, having a look at the replay. See how Breathe just lived.
He's on the front, early Mega transformation you guys were looking at. There's the Sterix pop, and he gnars everyone into the wall at Baron. They get the flash out immediately. Oscar then has the flash out as well. But here's where it got dicey. Razork queued back in. Yeah, queued back in, was there for the smite. Just a tiny bit early on it. The damage had been stopped expertly there.
If Humanoid either has the activation of the R, right, the extra damage burst, if he has a stopwatch, I think that flash forward, if he takes down either Light or Breathe, that could have been the difference maker. I think you can see it on Fnatic's face as well. 10k gold deficit now. Baron here for Weibo. They already opened the base like, what, 5-6 minutes ago? Or the bot side push.
Well, now these inhibitors are still standing for the minute. There might be another fight, but look at this raid boss making his way forward. This Gnar is more than mega. We need another word.
Giga Gnar.
Giga Gnar, there we go. It's beautiful. As Humanoid should be able to get rid of this minion wave using the Sith Lightning. Breathe now finds himself a little bit alone. I'm trying to do the math. I'm trying to figure out whether 5 members of Fnatic are enough to deal with it. And I think we've got enough tape to say that maybe that is debatable. As Chris now helping on a bit of an angle here. Cease and desist going to be used here. Razork gets himself in. They look for Breathe. They get him down low once again, and finally he falls. But at the same time, it's a triple for the Ezreal. Make it another quadra kill. And you stop thinking about trying to kill Light at your peril. As 4 lying on the floor in an instant, and Xiaohu just trying to keep Noah out of there. These Nexus turrets are next on the menu, and Weibo Gaming will keep themselves alive here in the Swiss stage, and unfortunately we have to say goodbye to Fnatic.
After that game number 1, Weibo looked somewhat out of sorts, but game 2 and 3, calm, collected, and I think particularly the game number 3, the decisions they made, how they played the map, Fnatic just had no answer to.
I think incrementally each game getting better there for Weibo. Definitely the third their best.
Yeah, I would say so as well. And unfortunately, the Swain that we were so excited about, right? It's something different. You could see where it could work. Just never really managed to get off the ground, unfortunately. And so, Shox, back over to you.
And so Fnatic's year ends not in a bang, but in a whimper, because they let Weibo run all over them. They were dizzy. Weibo took complete control, and we can talk about perhaps the disappointing exit later today, because the attention should go to the winners. Weibo lived to fight another day, and regardless of them not being able to show their best play in the Swiss stage so far, giving them a chance now to, in the 2-2 matchup, get another LPL team into those quarterfinals is what is on their mind.
Yeah, and I think for Weibo, definitely a sigh of relief. The big discussion point we had coming into today was what do they look like when they're off on this off-meta style that they've been trying to force, but honestly, the 2 games that they had on the more meta picks worked out really well for them.
Yeah, and it's really kind of the expectation I had after that first game. They went full early game, didn't work. They're like, all right, well, if this isn't going to work, we're just going to go back towards standard. And I do think it makes Weibo a lot more frightening of a team because they have some really strong carries. I think Light was showing up incredibly well. You know, especially him was really dominating. So it's going to be a scary team to potentially draw for a lot of these people in 2-2 pool.
Well, luckily some of them already played them. You included. So there we go. But yeah, for Weibo, it's true, and now they perhaps get another chance to do better, right? And I think it will be a tricky matchup no matter what. Might we also say, we saw this in 2023, and it went exactly the same way. Fnatic won game 1. They lost the 2 thereafter to Weibo. So Xiaohu kind of channeling that same energy.
Yeah, but I think Breathe channeling some of that energy. Yeah. This guy was absolutely incredible. I think this is a guy who gets a lot of flack on Weibo as well, as he has had some missteps, but definitely I think he had a great game on the Gnar, being able to take over in side lanes, and I do think a lot of that was Fnatic kind of fumbling the ball when it came to lane assignments and that, but Breeze gobbled up everything and just showed him what he's worth.
I mean, the reality is in League of Legends, when someone gets way ahead, it can be part of one and part of the other, right? It's like if someone makes a mistake, you have to be able to capitalize on it, and I think that, Fnatic did kind of fail on how they were moving on the map, and I think they were too willing to just give over objectives instead of trading, especially when they were playing triple TP. But I think Weibo did play the map really well. We're able to utilize Gnar to get really big advantages, and then we saw how it paid off in that final fight where he was 4,000 gold ahead. You just couldn't burst him down.
It's that other side of the coin, right? You say maybe you should try something different, but then you see when you're out of sorts, when the game states aren't the ones that you know usually, how it can completely go out of line as well. I think there's two sides to the coin.
There totally is. And I mean, I think Swain is actually going to be a really good pick if people bring it out in this tournament. I just didn't like it in this draft because I think, when we see these comps that are like 4 melees and then a Kai'Sa, it could have worked there.
It could have, but it didn't. And it is exit for Fnatic and another day to fight for Xiaohu in the Verizon post-game interview.
It is the end of the road for Fnatic, but Weibo Gaming just saved the world's run with this victory, and I have Xiaohu and Wendy with me to talk about this one. Ni hao, and thank you so much for joining me. First question about the last game, R5 Swain from Humanoid. What did you think about this champion in this specific draft?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，但是首先还是要问到的是最后一局的一些英雄选择。对面也是在5手给中路的 Humanoid 选手选下了斯维因这个英雄，想问一下当时的一些反应会是怎样的呢？
其实，在训练赛的时候碰到过狐狸跟斯维因这个对决吧，然后也是知道该怎么打了，
So to be honest, we have faced against like Swain and Ahri this kind of matchup for the main lane, so we kind of know like how to handle with this champion on stage.
And a lot of people were surprised that Fnatic chose to stay red side for this game 3. Did you think the same way? Was it surprising for you to play the last game on blue side?
那其实也有一些人可能会觉得 Fnatic 他们在第3局主动选择了红色方的这一举动会有一点点出人意料，所以说在你们的看来是怎么样的呢？会不会有一点点小小的惊讶？
对，因为其实我们第3盘下台确实一直在讨论红色方的 BP， 然后对面突然选蓝，也导致我们没有讨论蓝色方 BP 的时间了啊。
Yeah, definitely. We are also super surprised about this. It's kind of out of our expectation because, to be honest, before the game number 3, we have already like decided what ban pick we're going to choose in the right side already. So suddenly we noticed the opponents seem to have chosen the right side. We don't have much time to consider what we like to pick in the blue side.
Amazing adaptation from your side, and also the best way to save your world's run. I know that there's been a lot of criticism towards Weibo, towards you, Xiaohu. How do you reflect on your world's run so far and the improvements that we could see from you guys?
那其实，在今天的比赛结束之后，你们也是把队伍从淘汰的边缘救了回来嘛。但其实也知道你们这一路走过来是比较的艰难的，可能外界也会对你们，包括说对整个队伍有一些质疑的声音。所以说，你怎么看待你们在世界赛这一次的一个旅程呢？包括说，可能在未来有哪些部分还可以继续的成长和提高？
我觉得这次世界赛我们之前可惜的局比较多吧，包括打竞技还有G2的时候，我们拿到大龙，但是没有顺利的结束掉比赛，然后就是针对后期的团战会多去改善一下吧。
Yeah, definitely. I feel like in this world's journey, we left so many regrets on stage still. So, for example, for the game against G&G and G2, after we got the Baron, we didn't manage to just close up the game very cleanly. So, really need to make some improvements, maybe on the late game macro to help us to make a very good snowball. So, there are definitely some parts, some room we really need to have some growth.
All right, hopefully you guys can showcase this tomorrow. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here. On this side of the stage, we'll be right back for Team Liquid versus GAM.
Red Bull gives you wings.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have a battle between a newcomer and a veteran to the world stage. Levi led GAM to international prominence in 2017 and has been a pillar of the VCS ever since. Despite his and GAM's consistent international appearances, he has never made it to Worlds quarterfinals and is desperate to finally break the trend.
Frescowi going in from an ulti. The turret's probably going to die before the TP even completes. They're going between worlds. Levi diving into the back. If they find Super, the game's going to be over right there. Cam just run him over.
For Umpty, his debut at Worlds is about silencing the doubters and proving his nickname as the General on the international stage. He and Team Liquid failed to secure North America's first seed at Worlds after an undefeated summer, and now Umpty is hungry to prove that he is the LCS's king of the jungle.
Weiser still somehow alive. Nico into the back line as Karaoke falls. Jinkado wants to get away, and Team Liquid will not allow it.
Both of these junglers have shown they can dominate in their home regions, and now they must seize the last opportunity to surprise and outmaneuver their opponent on the world stage. Today, it's win or go home.
It is the same position Team Liquid found themselves in last year, and he's not casting, guys. He's on the desk.
But it would be okay if I was casting because I'm for sure not cursed.
Okay.
Right?
Right,
guys?
right. It's GAM versus TL.
Yeah, sure, but
It's GAM versus TL, and we said it already a couple of times, but it's because it's important, and I'm sure TL is thinking about it as well. It's GAM that knocked TL out of Worlds last year, and I want to start with talking about GAM just because I feel like Make Them Believe, the slogan to this World Championship, fits so perfectly for them.
Because the second you doubt them, that's when GAM pop up and they just headshot you. Like we saw with MDK, bringing out things like the Wukong, which Levi's been so good at domestically. Then you see Kiai, who's been constantly bringing out things like the Aurora. Like, this is a team that is always up for an upset. And I think GAM as a region, or GAM representing the VCS, has really shown why the region is able to go for these hyper-aggressive plays, but also able to now enter into a new phase with a lot of macro that makes them so interesting.
Hey, if they've beaten TL last year and they've beaten MDK, then it's not an upset anymore. If they beat TL also now, right? But we don't know going in, and the expectation
I disagree.
The expectation is, though, that for TL, it's all about, we've seen all these kind of puzzle pieces of what they are meant to show, and this is when it has to be shown.
Well, and then this is the thing. Just because they beat TL before does not mean that TL would have these same expectations coming into this year. It's a completely different team. Not only did they change out Summit and Pioshik, obviously they have a different top side, but APA and Yon have developed massively beyond what they were last year. So I cannot overstate how much of a disappointment this would be for TL, for the LCS, for LCS fans, if they were to have the exact same result after all of the improvement you could see from them all year long and getting so close against multiple LPL teams. To fall here without taking down a big team would be considered a monumental disappointment for Team
Yeah, because this TL is built to take down the LPL teams and the LCK teams, ideally, right? And I feel like they really want a chance to show that again, but then they have to stay alive another day, Dagda. We know that those ghosts, those demons, they can plague people. I know it. Do you have the same faith Zale has?
I definitely do. I think TL have shown a heap at Worlds here where they are able to contend with the top dogs. So many of those games they were in leads. It was just that last fumble where I don't think GAM is a team that will be able to find purchase in situations like that in the same way some of the top LPL or LCK teams can. I feel like this is a 2-0 to the LCS, but as I said, you can never underestimate GAM. You never know.
I knew I liked this guy.
Here, look, G2 thinks I'm cursed. Maybe we're just too powerful together.
No. We're not. The double curse, it's a double negative, so it becomes a positive.
Yeah, okay.
Am I not also a cursor? I don't know. It was a perfect end slate, but we couldn't. They weren't walking in yet. Give me another nugget, Azale.
Well, I mean, for TL, one thing I would like to talk about is, as far as things that have gone really well for them, is Yon. I really want to highlight him because I was very critical of how he played at Worlds last year. You know, he really was not someone who showed up. He wasn't having a big impact on games. This time, he has been stepping up, and even when the team is playing poorly around him, he's been a difference maker. You know, when I looked at Pain that series, I actually think it was the worst games that TL played, even though it was the games that they won. But it was Yon that kind of saved them from some pretty bad decisions. You know, they had that one game where they actually traded. They went and got Baron, but they gave up Soul. And Yon was the only thing that really won that game for them with a really big hero fight over by enemy blue buff. So it's just been cool to see his development because you want these players who are putting in the work to get that reward. And he's one of those who I think we're actually getting to see that.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a mismatch. I feel like we're not as confident in kind of the mid and the bot lane for GAM, where we are very confident about their top side. And as you say, the bot side could really be a boon for Team Liquid. The grudge match is on. The best litmus test you could hope for to see if your improvements will pay off.
Thank you so much, Shox, and it is now time for our second series of the night. TL versus GAM. Fist bumps coming through here as both teams raring and ready to go. See who's going to be able to take it, whether it's going to be GAM once again like what happened in the past, or whether this time it's going to be Team Liquid that's able to eliminate their demons.
Yeah, so many things are different this time around. To set the stage, this Team Liquid team, with as much hype as they have had behind them this year, all of it was generated this year. It was not in place last year when those games were played at Worlds, and it didn't even actually start until spring playoffs in the LCS. Team Liquid started spring as a middle-of-the-pack LCS team. It wasn't until in playoffs, Yon and APA really started stepping up. They started fighting more. They've done a lot of interviews Umpty in particular also talking about the team deciding to be more aggressive, the team deciding to track enemy jungle and use that to open up possibilities for their laners to really express themselves. And so this whole year of building hype and excitement for Team Liquid is about to culminate right now, because we are now in an elimination match, and if it all goes south now, then it would be a huge crash to the big wave of hope and hype that has been building all year for this TL squad.
Well, on the blue side for Team Liquid, they are going to ban away the Yone, which does make a bit of sense for APA, but does cost you a ban. But there's the Shyvana, 100% ban against Levi so far, and we did get a little bit of an idea as to why that happened earlier on in play-ins. Is the final ban going to be that Nocturne, Ziggs, and the Skarner taken away here by GAM? They never want to see a Skarner in their game.
Biggest word to me is that TL are not able to pressure or threaten that they play the Yone. We may see this become a problem as the tournament goes on, or as this series draft comes on, but critical that they steal away this Aurora, take it away from Kiaya, because he's already proved that he has put the time in on this champion. He is a master of this champion. That being said, Kiaya is still very threatening on every other pick. The Jax and the Rumble, also very big ones for him, and he does get the Jax.
As the Ashe is locked in, Jax should be self-explanatory. At this point, we'll see what the actual matchup is going to be. Is of course still the potential here for TL to swap that Aurora to either solo lane. Ashe though, I do feel like, especially into Aurora, having an AD carry, which really it's mainly just Ezreal, that can easily get out of tough situations or have any form of self-build is a really big deal, because it's basically guaranteed with the way that Aurora works. At some point you are going to get stuck in that ultimate, and I think that the Ashe is going to have to require some really good positioning from EasyLove not to get singled out in these fights. We'll see what TL can add though, because just Aurora alone not going to be enough. And actually the prioritization of the bot lane here, and so many drafts thus far this tournament I feel like have been we pick our solo laners and our junglers, and then bot lane comes into second rotation. Not the case here. Ashe Braum, insanely strong in the lane, but with how prevalent lane swaps have been, that isn't worth as much as it previously was, and it does make your engage somewhat lackluster depending on what gets locked in for jungle.
It's quite interesting, because I definitely agree with looking for a lot of utility from the bottom lane from GAM, because usually it's Levi and Kiaya as the big carries here. Ashe lane's generally looking to win lane, but into TL, where they love to play around bottom lane, CoreJJ and Yeon love to be very aggressive. Want to see if the focus still remains there.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit worried. But one thing I do like about TL and what they have right now is the ambiguity, right? We know that you can put Aurora in a bunch of different places. They've locked down that bottom lane to make sure that that's just a strong one with a lot of engage, fits into a lot of archetypes. So I do feel like Umpty's pick, as well as what Impact or APA are going to be playing in the end, is something that could be sort of all over the place for these guys, as they're still thinking about their first ban for this second round. K'Sante already taken away from Impact, and that is GAM sort of reading that this Aurora could be going all over the place.
I feel like this is warranted given how it's been so far, and obviously Jax means that Kiaya already has his matchup. Him and Levi have been the main characters of GAM. I think we're going to go 4 for 5 on the jungle bans here. Wouldn't be surprised as that Wukong also taken away.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of going down the Levi priority list. Shyvana, Nocturne, and Wukong are all 3 some of his most famous and prioritized champions. See if they actually want to, throw another jungle ban, or if they feel like that is enough, and now we can look at solo lanes here.
You could just get rid of Vi as well and just say in for a penny, in for a pound, something like that. See what Team Liquid are going to do. It is going to be the Sylas removed, and he's not going to have to deal with that one in the mid lane. EasyLove, what is it going to be locking away here? I think holding on to some sort of counterpick would make a lot of sense, but with a team like this, I feel like counterpick for Levi is something that I wouldn't mind. And normally for junglers, that isn't really a thing, but maybe for GAM, it just kind of is. But instead, the Vi was left up, might just be snapped up.
I wonder if the Sylas is a sign they want to go for Maokai. I think Sylas into Maokai also feels absolutely incredible. Now TL is also going to have to show where the Aurora is actually going to go. So I think a pickup of the
does that show where it's going to go?
That's a fair question.
I mean, Ari would.
Ari would be that giveaway. Smolder still leaves some ambiguity, but I like a proactive approach more, particularly in a game one, in a best of 3. See if you can take control early. You can always, like I think we saw Weibo do, just take kind of the back foot after the first game.
So yeah, Team Liquid, they invested everybody played all AD, you know, mid lanes for a very long time. But Team Liquid did seem like they were a little bit slower to move away from that, and APA absolutely loves this Tristana. They do so much to funnel gold into him as quickly as they possibly can. They shove him into a side lane, they funnel him turret play money, and they try and get to that multi-item point where he can actually carry. And as you said, the Maokai here with the Protection Silas ban is the easy follow-up. So this is very like kind of old school TL. They have invested a lot. Of course, there is the new champion that they didn't get to use before in the Aurora, but pretty standard stuff on the side of GAM in Answer.
Yeah, I just find it so interesting seeing Tristana Maokai picked as last 2 picks, because if you've been watching League of Legends throughout this year, you're like, but how did they get through? Because they were so incredibly powerful. I think still really strong as a duo. And I was pretty worried when I saw the Ahri, when I saw like these AP mages being hovered, because if you are then going to pick the Maokai, like we felt was pretty obvious, that's so much magic damage, even with an Ezreal.
To me, I'm kind of with you in that I do like the look from TL, even with the different patch and with the nerfs here, because APA's positioning has been a little bit suspect, but when he's on Tristana, it has always been really good because he has the rocket jump and the disengage with his ultimate. He just seems so much more comfortable. In some of the transitions in, you know, like Syndra and some of the other angles that we've seen, the positioning has been a bit more of an issue.
It's also, as you're saying, right, like, it's a lot easier to never get caught out. I want to ask you, Kobe, you're the one with the most emotional. How are we feeling?
I mean, I feel great. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I want to see just you know, them live up to their own standards. This is one of the things here. A lot of pressure. So much pressure is on the shoulders of TL right now. Not only because GAM, you know, eliminated them last year, but also because this year they really are shooting for the stars. They have very high hopes with how deep they can go, and they've been frustrated, honestly, with the beginning of this tournament.
And you heard from Umpty earlier on, as well as we jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. Umpty was saying that he feels like he has the LCS on his shoulders. It's not just their responsibility for TL, but their responsibility for the region as well to try and bring the LCS back up to the top.
Yeah, we saw Umpty, who we, of course, have watched for...
a true Giga Chad, man. Back from the start.
For many, many years. One of the 2 still remaining. We got Delight, obviously, waiting in quarterfinals, and I think this tells really not in terms of performance, although I don't think Umpty's at the best tournament, but like what
carry styles.
It's right. It's exactly. It's the play style. Levi has been the guy, which I don't think Vi really falls in that same wheelhouse, and I think the bans from TL were very effective in that regard. In that Vi essentially, although obviously you can carry for team fights, it's more for shot calling and decision making as opposed to the mechanics.
This is, of course, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Umpty versus Levi. And we saw in the bans already that both of these teams know that that was the featured matchup.
Oh, yeah.
That was in agreement because so much focus.
Love to see it.
Yeah, and this is the Braum special, right?
Yeah,
bring
Braum
all
and
the
Ashe.
presents to put them underneath the
Level
tree. It's
1.
beautiful. Look at this, the Synergy.
Okay, but he doesn't want the presents, Atlas.
I know the tree's moving away, but that is theoretically the idea that Elliot's going for, right?
And it's very interesting for GAM to go against late swap against TL, who in the LCS, our biggest strength and the most talked about point for TL was how good they are in lane swaps, both the ones that they start out, but also the ones that they react to.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble perhaps, as the Counter-Strike does wear off, down to about 250.
I also would just ask, do you not want the 2v2 of Ashe Braum?
Yeah,
and then I'm looking on the flip side. I think obviously playing into Aurora is rough the early few levels, but is it worth? Because if you are lane swapping away, you should fall behind in gold once this bot lane wave crashes and the plates are going to come through from Yon and Core.
Yeah, I would think it's the Aurora matchup.
Has to be, right?
That is problematic for them. And we'll see if it's problematic later on. A lot of teams have, I think, correctly identified that, as you said, Kiaya and Levi are both the really big carries. And so if you are in a lane swap, then Kiaya should be further behind. We're going to see the rotation from TL this late. Wave is very slow pushed, and they're going to bring over Impact for that dive.
It's a huge wave that is crashing onto this turret as well. As Umpty moves over, Impact is there. They're on a ward, but can Kiaya keep himself alive? That's going to be the question. Already getting taken down so incredibly low. There's the counter-strike, but it's just not going to do anything. And Umpty, he'll go down in trade, but I think they'll take that. Look at this experience going to waste.
Yeah, Umpty uses a Twisted Advance to go in there, so then, you know, does not have anything for dropping tower aggro.
Yeah, I don't think that had to happen. Like, there was 4 people there for TL. One of the big strengths of Maokai is, as you're saying, that you can go invulnerable, reset the turret aggro. And if Kiaya TP to this, I think this is 100% worth. But because he TPs, still catches a big part of the wave.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very good situation for GAM. You know, Umpty definitely rushed it there. You know, with the Twisted Advance in onto the counter-striking Jax already. As you say, a little bit of patience.
Yeah, I've been so used to the fact that all of our top laners are teleported to that lane. Yeah. But he was there the whole time, so I guess maybe I overestimated.
Got to juggle the tower aggro a little bit better with CoreJJ. You know, as CoreJJ is going out on the rel, just let it reset, pause a bit.
Yeah, there's no rush.
Sometimes you just want to press W on the Maokai, and it's just a feeling that you get.
Well, sometimes your team,
don't blame Umpty.
Sometimes your team might flame you later if the Jax becomes a problem.
Yeah. Well, right now, we'll see whether Yon's going to be all right up against Kiaya for the minute. Right now, the Leap Strike's saying no, as he is going to walk away. Should be all right for the minute.
There is
another
no TP
stacked wave is coming on
available.
in, exactly right. As Yon just trying to do what he can, flash out of the way of the Vault Breaker, but it's not going to save his life. As Levi happily tanks up the turret, and that's a better dive this time around.
That is a way better dive. The tower is also killing off the cannon minion. They're losing a bunch there. Impact is running down to try and salvage some of it, but that is so much better. GAM here.
Well, they also, you can see as well, GAM with the emotes, like they're like, you can't dive us. Like, you're not gonna get in the wave, and with Sums, you can't dive Ash Brom.
And I want to stress how sick this is from GAM, because TL have been touted as the lane swap and macro kings of NA, and GAM just fly in the face of all of that here.
Oh, Emo does see CoreJJ, doesn't know about Umpty, but shouldn't matter.
Yep, I think they know that there might be a ward there. You can see the sweeper is immediately activated here as Core does get rid of that ward. Levi over to the side as well, and so great defensive play here from GAM so far. As Kiaya going in on top of Impact, who does just bounce himself away. Not
Stealth,
gonna be able to
man.
do too much more. That's a heck of a thing.
I'm glad it's only been one Twitch so far. Really saw in that game, I think, what it can feel like. And I do think the nerfs for Aurora have kind of helped out. I remember the first time we saw her.
Yeah, and that didn't look okay at all.
Didn't look very fun for the opposing AD carry. Big, though, here from GAM to start off with, again, a 2-kill lead on one of their 2 biggest carries. And in this setup, Levi still going to obviously be one of the big points of the composition, but can't carry the same way you can with Wukong, you can with Nocturne. So Kiaya already having a lead on this Jax is a really big deal.
One thing I do want to say for Team Liquid is that TL have a lot of ways to deal with a Jax trying to come in. Bramble Smash, fantastic, but Buster Shot is one of the best anti-Jax abilities in the game. As soon as that Counter-Strike does come in, you just boop him away, and it doesn't really do too much. But that is in team fights later on. And so far in this early game, the Jax being put in such a great position means that his ability to flank in team fights not quite as relevant, because he'll just probably mow through all your turrets.
Yeah. That being said, how much content have we made around GAM upsetting what are supposed to be major region favorites against them? GAM are legendary for that. Let's see. Wait a second.
Yeah, Elio could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a battle on both fronts. Elio just going to get smacked into the wall, and he's not going to be going anywhere. Is APA going to survive? The answer is yes. On about 100 health is now EasyLove just trying to get rid of Umpty, but he's pretty tanky as this Christmas tree. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, Kiaya trying to get that dive to work as Impact in melee range with Levi, and he holds them off.
Last time, the dive looked a lot better for GAM.
Arrow.
This
Headshot! What game are we playing?
I was about to say, good trade for TL. They brought that gold lead a lot closer, but with that pick, EasyLove keeping it in favor of GAM.
EasyLove with the easy arrow. able to snipe him on the recall, gets the extra kill here.
The blind as
and
well?
It really messes up the timing there for Tristana. Now APA walking back now. Actually, it's not very quickly shoved. So.
Oh yeah, Core actually caught the wave.
Yeah.
So very well done by him. Otherwise, this would have definitely been gone.
Yeah. Cannon still goes down though, and still a big one once again here for GAM to keep their lead.
Working out so far, but as far as gold is concerned, still under 1,000. Nothing really game-breaking just yet. As Core walking over a ward, making his way back towards this mid lane. Possibly dangerous, but the Winter's Bite is not going to connect. GAM are just going to back away, look to catch this one as it heads closer towards their turret. APA splitting on towards that top side, and Impact will make his way back to the lane. But did have to expend Flash, trying to deal with that dive, and so possibly could be a revisit angle.
With Chemtech Drake already out of the rotation, you have a really high odds of getting a really good soul. So I think getting early Drakes is big. On the same occasion for TL though, getting a Tristana with 6 grubs is something that we've seen for, I assume, everywhere for the entirety of summer.
Yep.
Just makes your side lane threat really obnoxious to deal with. Tristana already has so much killing, turret killer power between her E, which allows you to put the bomb on, and then with the Q you get a lot of extra attack speed as well. Does dash away.
Yeah, but Kia still catches him there just a little bit. The Grandmaster Smite comes in. Umpty in great position here as they're trying to get damage down. Twisted Advance comes in. Bramble Smash just to get rid of him. And they saw Levi. They back away. I think it was the right call.
Yeah, Kiai here on the Jax with his level lead over Impact. Very big wave in front of him though. That Impact will be to catch a little bit back up there. But again, always worried about what Kiai can do. Flash available on the Jax as well. And with topside pushing, 2 lanes of pressure there for GAM. Turret plate money achieved as well here for Easy Love. Very nice smooth opening for him as well.
Yep, looking very clean. I do like it though, APA on basically AD Ziggs. You know, towards this late game, it could certainly be a story of APA just moving into these lanes as, oh dear, cease and desist comes in, and yes, he's going to cease and desist, being alive on the map.
That duo right there going to be on screen a lot. Levi and Kiaya punish Impact with no flash. They get another kill here for the Jax. 3 kills for Kiaya on the Jax. They initiated the lane swap, and he's getting rich.
And APA teleporting in for 2 caster minions as well. And so, of course, you know, Kiaya could have possibly pushed in another wave and really caused a lot of damage, but they're forcing these summoners over and over again.
Yeah, we'll see if Kiaya actually goes for the teleport. When you're playing Jax, and even though I do agree with you, I think Tristana can keep her distance, but if Tristana is using resources to deal with the Jax, that's still a win for you. Like trying to playing into many auto attackers and an Aurora that is so far behind, I think Kiaya is in a really good spot of strength here, as long as he doesn't overextend into the CC for TL. That's something that we haven't seen yet. When it comes to the 5v5, I think the GAM comp is still good, but it does feel like it's very reliant on Levi goes in, you hit the shockwave, and you go from there. As the setup be tough here on this top side play.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Kiaya, when you're watching GAM, is always the most consistent player and always such a threat. He's just, even in games that they lose, he's able to do so much to get them, you know, openings in it. And this game, he is the biggest gold lead, and the Jax will be able to apply some split push pressure. So TL, here we go though.
Yeah, Emo is moving his way over. Impact will get here at the same time, and so Levi just going to back away, but doesn't have to expend too much, as we can see. So GAM still staying in it and staying ahead by about 1.5.
TL's usual game plan is to get down these outer turrets very quickly by rotating the Tristana or, you know, that type of champion for APA into the side lane. And they try and keep APA side laning for a long time till he can get to multiple items. And then try and use that gold lead, that funneled gold, very effectively in the team fights. So this time around, there's some critical mechanics that we're going to have to see pulled off. If Levi ults onto APA, Tristana can buffer the rocket jump for the ultimate. You have to get your timing correct there. You know, it's going to be a very, very important interaction because there's so much CC on GAM. You mentioned the Orianna Shockwave that will be delivered by Levi, who's now bottom.
Ooh, big cancel.
CoreJJ moving forward. Kiaya probably just going to be clearing up this wave, but that is a cease and desist, and CoreJJ picks up the shield. Crashdown is good, But will he have to flash here to try and get himself out of the way? The Buster Shot just to protect
Emo's
him.
on his way.
Yeah, he's not out of the woods just yet. Shattering Strike goes wide, and now it's going to be APA that's the target. Levi is so dangerous. That Shockwave was absolutely sick. And APA not long for the world. There's the Vault Breaker. The flash going to be used. But Emo comes in. And Levi, there's a reason why everyone fears this top jungle.
That flash from Levi, setting up for the play from Emo. And Gam running away with this game.
The flash delivery for the dunk here from Captain Levi, and they're going to be able to get bot side pressure after that as well. I mean, we talked about in the opening of this game, but that duo, Levi and Kiaya, the Kobe and Shaq here for Gam. And honestly, Emo even getting in there too. With Emo with the assist, passes him the ball for the big dunk, but he just finds Core JJ right here, and Levi says, great. I will immediately run him down.
Crucial here is that Aftershock falls off very early, so Core isn't actually that tanky. Rel's also relying on CCing multiple people. That doesn't happen. I'm kind of wondering, I think APA might have had an angle here to actually get out, but by the time that Emo arrives, never getting away from there. Beautiful flash from Levi. And they invest so much, but it's 100% worth, right? Like it's a worthwhile investment. You get the bot side turret. I think these faces really tell it all.
Yeah. And Levi was already ahead, already had his Sundered Sky there. You know, you saw the animation on the auto attack from the Vi. So really pushing forward. And then here you see it. He just hovers on Kiaya. Kiaya mining up extra gold off of all these turret plates. His Trinity Force is done. Gam here moving in now to take away the Rift Herald as well, which will go a long way towards these towers.
Yep, so should be able to use that to try and help break down perhaps this mid-outer turret, something like that, try and open up the map. Of course, a little bit harder for Ajax to get towards that particular one. And 3,000 gold. That's what we're approaching here for Gam. Almost all of that money is into Kiaya and Levi. Kiaya especially because he's been in these side lanes getting all of this solo gold, and with our MasterCard lane economy snapshot, we're seeing that, yeah, we're a bit top skewed, but I think if you're a Gam fan, you're very happy about that, as Levi looking for a little bit more here, but Impact pretty slippery. He's able to get himself out, gives Levi the thumbs up.
Hold on.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp does come on through. Emo going to avoid that CC. The arrow is going to sail by majestically, but otherwise not do anything at all. But Kiaya teleporting in, that is a reason to leave. And APA going to press that rocket jump button, get himself out of there.
Feels like one of the first wins that TL have got. It's a minor one, you get a teleport, but it buys you a little bit of time. But I again want to highlight, like, this is a Levi that was heavily targeted in draft. And he still is having an incredible impact on this game. Very clearly, we saw there with that flash mechanically, has hit all his Qs so far. Looking clean on the Vi. I think TL still have a lot of team fighting power. I think Maokai and Rel in a team fight scenario, you can never underestimate, especially with Impact being on that Aurora as well. Like, you kind of set up a fish in a barrel situation. But with Gam so far ahead on particularly Kiaya, who I think matches up really well into both of the solo laners of TL, it's very, very hard to play out.
All right, we got to see what the team fight from Team Liquid will look like. They have the extra shield from the Lockets built by Umpty, looking at utility there. And everybody at least has their first items, but the Gam members are so far ahead, especially the top side.
Kiaya.
It's going in!
Yeah, he's just going to get jumped on. I'm not sure about that one. Twisted Advance does come on through his Impact. He turns up at the same time. He's between worlds and teleports out. And the turret will fall down. A lot of teleports invested as Levi. He was thinking about it, wanted to press that R button, but felt like it was maybe a bit too dangerous. Bit of damage here from Yon, can get himself over the wall pretty comfortably. And TL will back away. Man, after such a great early start here from Gam, it feels like TL are playing the defense a lot better now.
I don't know. Let's see. Gam turn back the offense on because they got Herald mid and they find Umpty. Levi just yoinks his Raptor right out of his hands.
The amount of emote usage in this game is so much higher than in our previous series, as there's the Nature's Grasp. Elio just stands beside Levi, gets himself out of there, knows where his bread's buttered. And Gam just back away, they get a charge, and not a whole lot more.
So Umpty using the ultimate there to ensure that they don't actually get the mid lane. I don't think you ever really expect to get a kill there, but just making sure that the mid lane turret doesn't fall. TL at least holding on for now. This gold lead, while it's big, I don't think it's insurmountable yet, but they are one bad team fight or another good side lane collapse, which is I think where GAM has really shown, away from this game being completely out of their hands. And I know that the large part of this team has changed, the expectations have changed, the form has changed, but GAM right now still with a big lead.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, to kind of even the playing field a little bit and look at the possibilities for Team Liquid, they, of course, still have the power of the 6 grubs, which we saw in the previous series. They have the ability here to claw back in the gold deficit that they're facing right now. It's just that such an impressive opening to the game here from GAM gives them a lot of ways to dictate the pace here, with the Jax being so strong and the jungle advantage being so strong here for Levi. They're the ones that continually get to dictate the pace on the map. So until Team Liquid actually are able to finish off that top tower, actually able to group up and finish off the outers here, to open up some more space for them to really thrive on these multi-item power spikes that we generally look for them to peak on, and especially in double AD carry comps. It does seem like GAM have some really nice opportunities here.
And APA pushing on the top side, Umti covering for him. Does look like the TP is coming through. I think they still do have an angle to at least get this turret, but doesn't look like they want to risk it. They don't have a lot of deep vision, right? Umti's there, but they don't know if a bigger collapse is coming. And in 45 seconds, Drake is spawning. It's Ocean again.
We're getting a lot of Oceans. Where are my Cloud Drakes?
Have we not? Oh no, we got. Yeah, no, we've only got.
Was it Infernal leading out of plans and stuff? We had a lot of Infernals. I know
yeah, there were definitely a lot of.
Like this is
okay, we got a lot of TL members up towards Kiaya, but
yeah. Umti gets the tinsel out. Let's see whether they can actually lock down Kiaya here as he presses Counter-Strike and says, no, you're not.
Yeah, like two members is not enough. Like Kiaya is fed.
Well, it's okay. Core JJ's coming up. So let's see whether 3 members is going to be enough, as at least they do get him out of the way of this turret, and with those 6 scrubs, very easily take this one out. So there's another one, trying to claw back that gold difference, but it's not really working out. Levi over the wall. They're going to answer with this outer in the mid lane, and GAM just seem to be trading up every single time.
But I do think that was a necessary, force by TL. Yeah, they had to invest in Maokai ult to make sure they can trade towers. But like you're saying, if GAM keep moving forward and trading up without your responses, then it would look even worse. Imagine the world where Kiai actually was just able to stay on top side, and then the rest of the team also still got mid tower plus Dragon. TL are trying to work something out.
Yeah, this would honestly, be big. Like, with 6 scrubs, this is certainly possible, but with Elio moving up, the Dragon being taken down very, very quickly, it's not going to be secured on this wave. Still, it does feel like with the slowing down of the pace of this game, it works in TL's favor. I think the more they stay out of the mud, the better things are going to go for the North American squad. But as you can see, the win probability powered by AWS still looking pretty in favor of GAM at this point. Going to need to be a turnaround. It's going to need to be a good fight or a good outthink as far as getting all of these players into the right lanes to pick up this gold as Impact. Moving in, Levi just going to push him out of there. They didn't know that he was around.
They can lock him down.
Yeah, see whether they can find him there as between worlds goes the Aurora. The arrow's going to go wide and Impact.
He's so strong!
What the heck is going on here? The Nature's Grasp doesn't work. He just grabs it in a 1 versus 3 and keeps himself alive. 2 items, buddy. Flashing over the wall is Easy Love. APA just taking all of these arrows. Easy Love completes the kill there. And now Elio's starting up yet another fight. The rest of TL, they just want out.
The power of gold. 2 items. 2 items for Levi. The Sterix pops. He just brute force. They're not even done.
Yep, they're going back in. Pulled back by the Shockwave, and Core JJ's wiped out. GAM now looking for this inner turret towards the bottom side, and this may have just been the back-breaking play.
Atlas, you said TL, they got to try and play a clean game, right? Don't get down, don't get dragged in any fights, and they see Levi, and they're like, hey, isn't he too... No, he's not too deep. This is an incredibly strong Vi, and the response is immediate as well here from GAM.
GAM walks up and says, hey, TL, remember me from high school? Levi and Kiaya. Honestly, really big props to Emo as well, because Emo does not get a lot of credit on this team. And the Orianna and the Shockwaves are going to be a very big part of how they finish this game off. But the rest of the team, I mean, you see Easy Love flashing forward on the Ashe for the chases here. Kiaya now his turn.
Yeah, flash is over and Impact just going to be taken down, bonked on the head with a lamppost. Kiaya will continue his push.
This is a stomp.
It is. It's. I feel like we've ran out of ways to talk about TL staying in the game. They're kind of gone.
It really was already kind of on thin ice, but now that the ice is gone, right? Like this is just a lake. And GAM, they're having a wonderful time. The only way I think you lose this game is if you give up like a Baron flip, which they should have never to do, because again, solo lanes are super far ahead. You can always get push. You have Ashe as well, which makes it even harder for TL to ever really make movements on the map that aren't being read.
I will say, so even Impact is really, really in trouble this game, quite obviously, but the double AD carries for TL have their 2 items.
That is true.
So their dream scenario is
maybe an overextension.
Yeah, perhaps, but Elio just gives him the door. There's the arrow as well. It's Umpty tanking up a whole lot as True Shot Barrage will sail through. Only hits onto one. Umpty surviving. Sap Sipper going to be working out in between worlds. There's the shutdown, the double kill for Impact. He's trying to get out of there, but already he's traded up as now APA just shooting Levi. There's the shutdown, and it's another kill. This one going over to Jan, and that one worked out so much better for TL.
The dream scenario becomes a bit of a reality. That's a little taste there. That's a little bit of extra money. 3 kills for the side of Team Liquid. They would love to be able to get an objective bounty, but there's no objectives that are easy for them to take. So even after getting the extra kills here, it is still GAM that get to push out the minion waves. And Kiaya even going to be able to touch this turret. Let's see if Umpty can keep him there long enough for APA. APA is walking from base and CoreJJ flanking over.
Yeah, he's still very, very scary as CoreJJ moving in. There is not a lot of damage in this area, but APA needs to get here. They want to try and take him out, but he just walks his way out of there. Yeah, fair enough. Understandable there as well. And oh, man, let's go back to this fight here, because I've got something we need to talk about as well, Chronicler, but let's let Kobe take us through what happened.
Well, I was gonna, so...
Oh, you can.
Yeah,
you can do it. That's okay.
Really? So
go ahead.
Thank you, Kobe. Engaging onto Maokai is always going to feel like it. I think that's where Maokai excels, especially into a choke point. And then here we finally see the value of that Aurora ultimate, locking up everyone, no way to get out. And Impact might have had a really rough game, but that TP was absolutely pivotal. It splits up the fight, takes down some crucial members, and very warranted response here.
Yeah, exactly what the TL coaching staff want to see there. Some good plays, a little bit of...
Spawn's not ready to celebrate yet.
He was celebrating at the beginning, a little bit surprised at the end there. You know, kind
Still
of
4.5K.
Kind of metered. Like, they don't, as I said, they don't actually get an objective out of that. It truly would have been a step towards a comeback if they, you know, got an objective bounty shutdown. But you put a dent in that gold difference. It's still going to be Dragon stacking for GAM though, and TL trying to push on the other side of the map. They've got a controller on Baron, and APA trying to split push with Tristana. Again, this is his comfort zone on the Tristana, continually shoving waves.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Let's just flip a Baron as the Hawkshot sails by.
They saw the sapling being thrown from the Baron pit.
Ah, so that's going to give that one away. They now get some vision inside the pit, down to 50%. This one's not going down very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, as CoreJJ getting a little bit of a stun. The rest of GAM moving on over. That is a Nature's Grasp. But I don't think there's any follow-up here. So GAM, they do just push them out of the way. Opportunistic kind of liked it. But I do want to go back to what I was going to talk about before. And that is, this is an Aurora.
Yeah.
And you and I have very specific knowledge as to what could happen even if an Aurora is 100 CS behind. 6,000 gold behind, sometimes she can just win games. And, you know, we've seen it before, Chronicler.
It is one of those ultimates.
There's been a few, like, the nerfs have happened. You know, a second off that ultimate is a big deal. But it is still something that we need to bear in mind.
There's no vision. So, GAM setting up a vision trap here. Obviously have enough damage to take down whoever walks up, but doesn't look like TL is going to fall for it, at least for now.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in this game with, even though both teams have possible pick tools, both teams also have vision checking tools with the Ashe Hawkshot as well as the Maokai Saplings. So if they are playing safe, should be able to like slowly use up and use those to avoid confrontation.
Can even use the Ezreal ulti as well to check the Baron pit. I do actually think that Gam should just start up this Baron.
Yeah.
Like, I think you want to fight right now. You are still very far ahead. It's really hard for TL to engage into you with that Braum if you position safely. And I think that slowly, this gold lead is going to matter less and less, right? Like, right now, like 5 minutes ago, 4K gold lead, really big deal. But if it's still this, like 4 or 5 minutes from now, and I want to reiterate, I don't think Ocean Soul really matters that much in this game. I don't think that, like, if you're a Pocomp, obviously Ocean Soul is kind of GG, but I don't think TL really rely on it. They have so much consistent damage that I think they can easily push through. Obviously, it'll make the side laning a little bit annoying, particularly against Kiaya, who is now level 15, by the way, 2 levels up over Impact, so still very far ahead.
I want to see a Frozen Heart on the side of Gam, and I think that I will be seeing a Frozen Heart because those 80 carries that you mentioned for scaling so nicely, greatly inhibited by that item.
Thank you, Kofi.
Yeah, I think he'll be finishing that one pretty quick smart. He certainly has some access to funds this game, does Kiaya. Now, moving very quickly towards that level 16 mark. There it is right now as CoreJJ clearing out vision, and the Baron has still been started.
Well, that
full vision.
Yeah, but they do it really quickly.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Wait, it's just done.
It's just gone.
The teleport is going to come in, but it's way too late. Nature's Grasp. There's some bounty gold as well for Team Liquid.
And they exit.
Yeah, they get the control ward in there. There's the Vault Breaker flash to come through. APA going to be taken down first. Can they keep these Barons alive is going to be the question. Umpty, he's trying to get out of there like a secret agent. Is now Kiaya trying to get some stuff. There's 3. There's Shockwave under 2. And Magnus Storm's trying to keep Yon alive, but it's not going to work. Everyone's in the blender, 4 on the floor, and Umpty's the only Baron that survived.
TL get Baron, but Gam make them pay! Levi goes in, and he flashes, and he kills APA instantly.
Or at the very least, I imagine Umpty is going to give this turret. Crucially, the base isn't open, so there isn't a window here for Gam to actually just end the game. We've seen that happen, you know, the classic Baron for Nexus.
Baron for Nexus,
That's not the
one.
case here. I gotta say, if AP, like, I think this will always be a rough situation to play out for TL, but APA with the Tristana, one of the reasons why she is so powerful and was such a mainstay is because if you are able to buffer the initial CC, without his damage, this composition doesn't work.
You know what it was? The Ash Arrow hit APA at Baron while they were doing it.
Yeah.
That stunned. See, he's stunned right now. That's why he is the last one leaving. Easy Love tagged him with the slow from his W, and then Levi follows up. So Easy Love is the one that keeps APA there and starts the chain of events.
Yeah, can't actually reposition to try and get behind his tanks. And this flash forward from Kiaya, making sure that all 3 are inside that one. The Shockwave as the cherry on top, and there was no way they were going to escape from there. Kiaya is just amazing.
That said, gold lead is what? It's basically it's okay. It's back. I'm like, it's basically way worse.
Yeah, you guys trying to cope?
Yeah. Well, I don't know because I saw them get the bounties right.
Yeah,
and obviously the team fight was rough. I thought maybe they got something.
Another one's on the board here.
Another bounty.
Another bounty is on the board.
We're trying to melt through this dragon. They should be able to take that, but objectives and getting out
core.
hasn't necessarily been working as there's the Counter-Strike once again. Umpty goes in, is going to split the floor there. Yeah, CoreJJ trying to find that Magnus Storm angle.
Wait, they do know. He's on the ward.
Yeah, okay, so not going to press that button just yet. Does have flash to try and get in if he can find another angle, but now this is looking very, very awkward and uncomfortable. As Impact off to the side, there's another Vault Breaker being channeled here by Levi, trying to find his opportunity as, Umpty was just getting melted. Between worlds, Yon now trying to play these gaps, and Easy Love going to be taking down Levi. Could be the next one. Yon is free firing. APA trying to fight against Teemo, almost able to take him down, as now Impact is bouncing after them. The burn, is it going to be enough as Emo is not walking fast enough. Yon gets over there, Mystic Shot lands. They lose 2, but they take 3 for it, and with that deficit, TL will take it.
They're going to get another objective bounty here, too. They're going to keep pushing, keep chaining. Team Liquid, continue the push.
They still haven't taken mid lane turret. There's a bounty on that.
Forget mid lane turret. We got inhibitor turret.
We're gonna get it.
These bounties
strats are so next level. You guys were telling me that this is a team that knows their macro. They've taken it to it. Like, this is not what I was expecting. The bounty meta is coming in, gentlemen.
This is not a strategy, Atlas. This is a bailout.
Gentlemen.
It worked well.
It is now time to rewrite history. No! Look at this kite back, though. Look at this kite back and the use of the brush towards the alcove here. As they're getting pushed to the opposite side of the map, Impact into the brush, and he goes for Easy Love. He hits Easy Love with that Aurora ultimate that you mentioned, and CoreJJ follows with the flash through. So Impact and CoreJJ able to win the bottom side of the fight.
What's crucial as well, even though APA ends up losing the fight against Emo, the Orianna not being in, combined with Kiaya being out of the fight when it starts, and Easy Love being eliminated immediately means that all the gold on Gam is just not being utilized.
Yeah.
As a result,
yeah, I think we're allowed to celebrate a little bit this time.
Well, now it's only 3K at this point.
You were still worried, I think, when you were looking up towards the top of that screen right there.
My math's not great, Atlas.
Well, I actually expected that TL might have clawed back a little bit further last time at the same time, but this is only 3,000. This is the lowest the gold lead has been almost all game.
When he said his math's not great, I thought you were going to say, neither is your mustache.
Calm down now.
I like it. Max just doesn't like
We
it.
don't need to draw attention to that, Kobe. Focus.
Let's focus.
I'm completely distracted now, which is why I had issue with it in the first place.
Let's focus up here, though, gentlemen. Levi continues to take away the rest of the jungle, and we are only 1 minute away from the Baron. Team Liquid have fought their way, clawed their way back into this game where they have their double AD carries, one of the comps that they are very comfortable with. And you saw Impact with the Aurora, you guys even mentioned, just the power of the ultimate does a whole lot. He had the follow-up burst damage there to take down Easy Love and open up an area of safety there for Team Liquid. So now as they push forward, you know that Jan and APA are very comfortable in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a 60 CS lead on Jan as well, so he's feeling very, very strong. And it's third item Shadow Flame. And a lot of the times it'd be like, third item Shadow Flame, that's crazy. But there's no magic resist being built by Gam at all.
There's one little threat.
All right, yeah.
That's not a lot.
Elio's going to be immune to the Aurora damage, but everybody else is going to instantly die.
If we look at the item finishers for Gam, I think Emo needs to get his death cap. That's a really big one. He does have teleport available. I don't know if he caught it on this wave. He's looking to back. Death cap is such an insane spike. Gonna make that relatively close 1v1 between him and APA not feel close at all. As there is a TP. Death cap is done here for Emo. And he has a lot of great ball delivery systems. As TL says, why not again?
Yeah, I mean, if in doubt, just start Baron. And that's going to be hawk-shotted, so everyone knows what's going on.
Oaks landing, TP's forced.
Yeah, CoreJJ trying to stay in the fog of war as well. And so the teleport being used, is that going to be enough for TL? Looks like the answer might be no, as Umpty just staying on it. Control Ward does go over. True Shot Barrage onto 2. That is a lot of damage. This Ezreal is pretty fed right now. It's good buffer, but is he actually safe? There's the season assist, and it's APA that gets taken down by the Shockwave. Jan, he's still alive. Can he be the carry here for TL is the question. Gam's health bar is so low, but they keep the Phalanx, and Kiaya is now just bonking them all on the head. That is going to be the team fight win, and Gam might just walk through and win the game.
And even though APA gets the buffer, he's still an easy target for the engage. Gets blown up, and Gam is going to take game 1.
He buffered the Ash Arrow, but Levi delivers the Shockwave from Emo, and Gam deliver the victory in game number 1.
What a slugfest here as Gam will take the first Nexus in this best of 3. That game felt so incredibly long, so incredibly intense. Winning a game like this means so much in a best of 3 where your world's hopes are hinging. TL, it's going to have to be a huge bounce back.
I'm kind of speechless. I was speechless after game 1 in Weibo versus Fnatic, and I'm speechless again. I know we talked a lot about Kiaya and about Levi, but the fact that they were able to pull off like that, whoo!
And Emo's Orianna. Can't ask for more.
Yep, looked so incredibly good, but it's not over yet for TL. It's time for us to go to a short break. We'll have game 2 right after.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb that's taken. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power. Oh, watch it get louder. Oh, feel it rumbling better. Start here running. Go by it like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my shark tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power. Oh, watch it get louder. Oh, feel it rumbling better. Start here running. Go by it like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Fly like a tiger, baby, I'm not here to play.
Really good, and I liked our energy on stage, so let's make sure that we keep it up, okay?
Okay, the dive looked a lot better for Gam. This
This time! And now it's going to be APA that's the target. Levi so dangerous, that shockwave was absolutely sick!
Calm down, guys. Walkie. I'm dead. It's okay.
For TL is the question, gets health bars in so long, and they keep the phalanx, and Kiaya is now just bonking them all on the head. That is going to be the team fight win, and Gam might just walk through.
And welcome back to Worlds 2024 Swiss stage as it is. Wait, what time is it actually?
It's time to make you guys believe. That's right, representing for all the minor regions around the world. We are here, we're the VCS, and we're here to make some noise and repeat history just like we did last year in Busan and Seoul. Worlds 2023 is coming to you here at Worlds 2024. Team Liquid, you know what time it is, baby. It's Gam time! Let's go! Woo! And of course, can't forget the shades.
How can you not love him? I know you don't love him right now.
Oh,
but how
I
can you
love
not
him. I don't love the fact that we just got our asses beat, but I do love him. The man has aura. What can I say?
Oh, unbelievable aura.
Yeah.
You know, and so does his top laner. we got to talk about Kiaya. We always talk about Kiaya. We always talk about Levi. But this is really why, Azael, and it's what you drew out for us even before this game if it was going to be a GAM win.
Yeah, I mean, Kiaya is our father, it turns out.
Yes.
Game 1 definitely played really, really well. Him and Levi, I think, combined to do so much work through the bot lane. I was really impressed by what they were able to get done. And I was surprised that TL wasn't really right place, right time to cover any of these moves because they are normally the lane swap kings.
Can I brought back this Hupu comment. This was actually from Weibo versus Fanatics, game 1. Even my mom knows to ban Jax when you are picking 2 marks.
Yeah, and it was kind of the case here. Kiaya got off to a great lead in the lane swap, being able to then punish up against Impact on this Aurora and get these early leads. And then when you got to that later portion of the game, it didn't really come back to, oh, well, we've got Orianna has some nice ults. But realistically, it was Kiaya standing tall at the end of every single one of these fights, diving in onto the back line, the great shock waves. And I think it was really impressive the way, well, they just felt at home. It was Levi constantly playing towards Kiaya on those side lanes, making sure that he could get these leads and never giving TL a massive window back into the game.
And I was just so impressed with how much confidence they were playing with, right? Like, it's really nice to see, you know, Levi's going for Q flashes constantly. They're playing towards their win conditions. They're diving deep and going really, really aggressive. And it was just awesome to see them playing at that level.
Yeah, it is impressive, but it is not unprecedented for GAM. I feel like when they do get a lead, they don't stop, and I was afraid that they were going to lose it in the mid game because we even saw it a little bit. But you talked about Levi and his mechanics. Well, he's been showing them off also in this HyperX reflex replay. I believe this is the one down in the bot lane where then, of course, the Orianna ball comes and hangs out as well. But it was beautiful.
It was absolutely sick to see. The setup here was really nice because Levi goes in early. You think he's going to go onto Core JJ, but actually turns onto APA. And then the flash, the second you see APA going through with Emo getting that ultimate at just the right time, sets up perfectly then for the double kill. And it's this heads up play from Levi to actually go, no, we can take the initial chunk of damage onto APA to set up for both of these quick deaths.
I mean, how often do you see a top jungle both out DPS their mid lane and their AD carry? Like, they were getting so much work done in this game. It was ridiculous, the amount of pressure they put on. And with the draft that TL had, you're drafting double AD carry, you're drafting a burst solo AP, which is fine, but it means there's no threat on the Jax once he gets really, really fed. When he got through those early levels for free in the lane swaps, I think TL's lane assignments were really questionable after they got that initial dive. I think that they could have had just Impact laning down bot. Instead, they put Yeon there, had no coverage for him. He gets dove on a triple stacked wave, loses all of that farm, and Yeon has been the standout for TL for me. So, you know, they really put him in a pretty poor position from that, even having APA leaning 1v2 top. So it felt like they were somehow losing out on all lanes. And it really put them into a pretty big hole that GAM just never gave them the chance to dig themselves out of through that aggressive play.
I think that's the big one for me, is that when we saw GAM in the past and a lot of members from the VCS come up to the international stage, it was, hey, we can get these early leads because we're an incredibly aggressive team. We're super bloody, but they'd fall behind in the mid game. So you kind of went, yeah, you can bite and scratch, but you're never going to really take the win. This is where, for me, GAM has been the big difference maker. This is a team that has gone back and worked on their macro. Even when we saw them coming into their finals, it wasn't the hyper-aggressive early game like Viking Esports. It was, no, we play a macro-oriented game where we take over inside lanes, play through Kiaya, and this is what we're now getting to see up against, I mean, the top seeds at this tournament.
And I asked you before this game, right? Would it still be an upset because they beat LEC seeds? They're, you know, they won a game now versus TL in this, what is only a best of 3, right? You gotta start thinking that this might be equal playing, and maybe then you'll get off to a better start.
I mean, I still think you have to say it's an upset, and I still think, you know, that's not a criticism of the team. I think it's, you know, giving them credit for being able to step up and play such a good performance. Because when you look at what TL has done this year, it wasn't just that they were like a NA team, they were the NA team. You know, they pushed T1 to the brink at MSI. They almost beat them again at EWC when T1 won the tournament. Then they went almost undefeated the entire split in LCS, got to the finals. Yes, they did fall then to FlyQuest, but then you're hearing at Worlds about them scrimming and beating all these top teams and doing so well. So I do think expectation versus reality, like, this was supposed to be a very TL favored thing, but they're just not playing as well as they did regionally. They have not really arrived yet to the tournament.
I guess they just never played Vietnam, and that was why we couldn't really see how that match would play out. All jokes aside, though, this is a serious matter because I think for both teams equally, right? You have a GAM team who make them believe is the slogan. They're yelling it at us that it's GAM time because their region is merging next year. This is is their chance to show that they can take on the LEC and the LCS, right? But for the side of TL, all this hard work, Azael, give me a couple of pointers. Give me some hopium that we are at least going to a game 3.
Oh, I mean, I think it's going to come down so much to the draft. I really just don't like Impact on carries. This guy gets so much done when he's playing tanks. He plays that supportive style where he sacrifices for his team better than anyone. That's why he won the MVP in the LCS. That's why he looked head and shoulders above all the other top laners. He has not looked comfortable at Worlds. I would like to see him play a supportive role. I would like to just have Jan be the focus of the team, play around him. He's been the best part of you at Worlds.
No Jax.
No Jax, we've heard it. Maybe for Impact, who knows? What do you guys think? And do you still believe Kobe?
It's okay. It's okay.
So much, Shucks.
It's a best of 3. That was a warm-up.
Game 1's always a warm-up. You heard it here first. Let's see whether TL can turn it around or whether it is indeed Gam time. Because it felt like Gam time. Not going to lie, it felt like Gam time in game number 1.
Game number 1 was definitely Gam time. Hopefully we can change the clocks for this game.
Well, now we have changed the lights because they can be turned off by Gam if they do get a Nocturne. That's going to be the ban that is going to be taken away. Segway level probably not the greatest, but
sick,
Skarner and the Ziggs
Stop doubting
going
yourself,
to be removed. Maybe
just finish strong. You just stick the landing and you were good on that.
I'm just too scared of success, Kobe.
Okay.
As the Yone once again banned on blue side, no surprises. The Jax being banned by Gam, maybe having a look through the skins, and Kiaya was like, whose skin is this again? And it said there was Impacts, but we don't necessarily feel like that was a huge thing, but they are going to look to take away the Nocturne themselves.
I think you have to, because I am 99% sure that otherwise Gam just slammed Nocturne Orianna on 1-2.
sure. Yeah.
And then from that point on, like, what are you going to do? We already know how good Levi is as the champion. He'll still be able to get something that he didn't get his hands on last time around, but after last game, I think pivoting away from trying to ban out Levi when he still has a performance like that, when you use that many bans on him, definitely a good call.
I wonder if they would want to get Kiaya's, one of his other, well, if they have Orianna already, maybe.
Ori Wukong?
Yeah.
Ori Wukong feels pretty circly. We know that circles are pretty strong. And going down the list of Levi champions would make some sense. But Ash for Easy Love, I really loved his flash over the wall in game number 1. Ash has been very, very strong this tournament and gives them another engage option here. As now TL, do they pick away the Braum? Do they allow once again this Ash Braum to come through for Gam? Whether it's going to be a completely different idea as Nico a consideration. APA has looked fantastic on this champion in the past, and a lot of deception available with Nocturne Nico.
Yeah, and if they do lock this, yeah, it is for sure going to be one of these super quick, hard engage comps for Team Liquid. So some things that, like you're mentioning already early, Atlas, like the defensiveness of Braum or something, expecting these all-ins from TL, might be on the table for Gam. Shout out here from APA for the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, I think Kai'Sa makes so much sense.
If you're going full dive comp, then you want to get your Kai'Sa early because Kai'Sa will get banned.
Kai'Sa is also one of the champions that, while she works really well in the dive draft, I think also gives an alternative win condition in the... Once you hit enough AP, you can just poke away the Braum. Absolute no-brainer here with how both the previous game played out. And you already know TL was fully committing the dive. I do think that Braum into champions like Nico specifically can struggle somewhat because Nico is often still able to find angles despite the Braum being there. But the combo with the Ashe is still going to be just as good as it was in last game.
Yep. I think this also sets TL up for a possible impact tank this time around. Yep. There's a lot of damage from Nocturne, Nico, and Kai'Sa already presented here, so they're not necessarily hard-pressed into having extra damage from the top lane. But the rail going to be banned away. I expect more of these tank supports to be taken off the board here as well.
So ban Wukong plus Vi here to take away from Levi, I would assume.
I think the Sylas can get through this time. I think that, taking away some of those options would be a good one.
I'm definitely more worried about Levi.
Oh, Kindred. Another jungler, certainly.
Yeah, that's not a fun matchup. It's telling, though, again, that so many resources have to be invested in making sure that Levi doesn't completely take over the game.
Yeah, and also because, Kindred ultimate kind of would counter the burst all-in dive that TL are showing.
Yep, Nico doesn't really enjoy that when she wants to just kill everyone with that one Pop Blossom. But the Leona going to be taken away makes a lot of sense here. Squad JJ, not a whole lot of other engage options, although, you know, Nautilus and Alistair still up. There's the Wukong that we expected to be banned away. And the Gnar for Kiaya. We saw Breathe on this earlier on. We know that this champion can also get completely out of control, but it can also be an orange buff, you know, on the other side of things. And how are TL going to deal with it? That's going to be the question, as it will be locked away now.
Wonder what we're going to see here out of Impact. Interesting that they keep the R5 as well. Most likely, I think it is Vi. Depending on what TL can lock in, you can also go for something like the Jarvan. I know we haven't seen a lot of him, but he is exceptional as a ball delivery system.
Yep.
Jarvan Orianna is, of course, a classic. Also provides some hard engage. I do think that's somewhat lacking with what they have here so far. But again, if you lock in Vi, I think you saw how well that worked last game. Rakan makes a ton of sense. I think Nautilus and Kai'Sa are like the strongest in an isolation. You can't pick Nautilus in the Braum. That's just a completely miserable situation. So it's instead going to be the Rakan. And Rakan, I think, is also better in diving with the Nocturne and the Neeko. As the Renekton, this is a classic.
The B5 Renekton, it's R5 Renekton that we personally dislike the most, as that's Kha'Zix. That's, well, I mean, it's not anymore. We'll see what Levi does decide to lock in.
Let's not get...
Yeah, the hovers are certainly very exciting.
They are exciting, but they're not real.
You know, I'm still apprehensive of saying the word exciting.
It's okay, they're not here.
I know they're not here, but they're still here, you know, in my brain.
I gotta
say, it's going to be the buy locked in the end.
I gotta say, I'm more nervous after draft than I was heading into game number 2 already.
I was really thinking that we might have gotten on.
I don't know about this one. We'll see. I mean, Gam, with the way that they played in game number 1 and being able to get such strong early game leads, this team comp is just so sturdy if they get ahead. Like, their team fight is insanely good. TL, they do have speed on their side. They are a bit more flimsy in that if you just lock down the Rakan, oftentimes you can blow them up. Or a Nocturne early game, but TL's comp really relies on pinpoint execution here with the engage.
It's
with
a
their
finesse
Nocturne,
comp, right?
their Nocturne, Neeko, and Rakan play has to be on point. And so far, it has really just been TL's bottom lane, and the rest of the team has been a little bit iffy.
We saw even in that last game, I think TL right now individually are just not playing that well. A lot of mistakes being made, and with this comp, mechanically, I don't think it's necessarily that hard, but the coordination needs to be perfect. The timing, exactly. Everyone needs to be on the same page, because otherwise this comp falls apart very quickly. There isn't a traditional front line, someone that can just soak up a lot of it. You need to be on point. If you pull the trigger well, I think this works wonders. I don't know if TL can do that with the pressure that's on them going into this possible final game for them at Worlds.
And Impact is channeling his ex-SKT T1 alumni Marin with his skin from Worlds. So that's fun. He does have his own one, but he's not playing Jax today. See whether he can channel some of that moving into this game.
Let's see if this is yet another chapter in the history of GAM upsetting major regions at international events. They have done it ever since they appeared on the international stage.
And I'm thinking that at that point, maybe we are just going to side with Shox. Maybe it's just not an upset anymore, because GAM have seemed a little bit too synonymous with being able to take down so many of these teams. This year, though, you know, they did lose. These are best of ones, but they lost to Flyers. Oh, that's a face check.
That's
two!
two!
That's a cast curse if ever I've done one. Levi going to be taken out for first blood. It's Yeon that picks up the kill. Easy Love now going the wrong direction. The Ashe is very, very dead, ladies and gentlemen. And you're welcome, TL. Sometimes you have to sing some praises to get some kills.
And they have put in so much prep for people invading for lane swap wards. GAM putting down the lane swap wards, but TL, they pull the trap shut as they try and exit. What a huge start to a game that is a necessary win for them.
This is absolutely massive. 1,000 gold from just that alone as we check it out one more time. TL, that ward.
Those are the wards I mentioned when they're coming in looking for lane swaps, because GAM lane swap last game as well. TL, they prep the trap.
And this is exactly what they did in game number 1. And that's what's so incredibly smart about it. TL doing their homework from what happened in the game prior and say, you're not going to be able to do that again.
It also, I think, plays a big part that if you are GAM, in what world would TL look for a level 1 fight when you have Ashe and Braum? right? Like these champions, I think, are insanely strong level 1. The slows, the damage that's available, the Braum passive that's easily stacked on multiple members. Instead, TL getting what feels like, I think, at the very least, some calming of the nerves.
Yeah.
As I feel like
Speaking of emotions,
Kobe
well, I was going to say on the coach cam, you see a stark difference between Spawn, the head coach, and the analyst that is standing behind him with the full-on yelling, fist pumping going. Straight face for Spawn, though, they're always measured. And TL's bottom lane, I feel like, has been the point that has been most reliable so far at this tournament. Now that they actually got some early kills for the side of Team Liquid mid and jungle, maybe we will see APA and Umpty here really making use of that money because, again, the Neeko and the Nocturne were some of the early picks of this comp that really determined the entire direction. And that direction is forward in flanks. Atlas, you turn off the lights, and there you go.
Why would he do that?
He said he wanted to at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, because then I can't see the mustache. It really.
You don't have to bring it back to your face.
I thought that was where Kobe wanted me to go. I felt like it was a perfect setup. It was
I feel like
beautifully
I
done.
walked into that one. That one's on me.
I did want to say, though, that I got a little bit distracted. I actually thought that it was, because APA transformed into Yon. He managed to pick up the kill when he was in that transformed state. As now Levi trying to come in, but not able to take away the crab. And so we are going to have both teams backing away. But what I was going to say is that I think there is so much on Umpty's shoulders, especially in this game, because in clutch moments, Umpty has struggled throughout his entire career. Like push comes to shove, and he's unable to do either. And if he's able to get things together, have a carry performance against Levi on this Nocturne, could be huge going into Game 3.
I saw Impact solo killed by Anar early on in this tournament.
So,
hoping it doesn't happen again.
There. Well, he's going back in, looking for a little bit more. The Hyperprocs are really dangerous. Umpty's moving on over. There's the flash forward. Can the fear come out? He gets into the brush, and that is the kill! So, Impact not solo killed this time.
I have never clenched harder than after I said that.
He managed to click the ward, but couldn't then immediately click the champion before the fear went off.
I really thought it was that. I think that would have still been fine, because what I was going to lead into is the fact that, as you pointed out, Atlas, Nocturne is, I think, the most important part of this composition.
Yeah.
Umpty has, at that point, had 1 kill, double crab. So 1 kill, double crabby, and now has 2 kills, 3 stacks on Ultimate Hunter already. So this Nocturne is like, it doesn't really get better in terms of setup to go into a mid game and get these high impact plays with Nocturne.
And critically, getting the Gnar flash and teleport down here, Impact now with the wave pushing towards him is in a much better state. So, calculated down to the very last auto attack there.
Tanglebob's landing, and Emo taking a whole lot of damage here with this caster matchup. I feel like APA is in a lot more comfort of a position here on the Neeko as well. I just feel like his Neeko
100%.
just feels amazing.
So everyone's going to look at the flashes that he messed up in the earlier games of the tournament on Neeko, but this is one of his most played champions that he has a lot of confidence on. He was always a really big playmaker, invested a bunch of time into it. So
it's a flash.
APA is in a scary position right now. Shave Splitter, of course, can really help.
You think Levi? Oh, no, not waiting.
Oh, he's going to walk out of it. The Pop Blossom goes absolutely nowhere as Levi gets in, but the flash gets APA out of there. Emo, Elio trying to get on through as there's the dissonance. Oh, again! No, Clockwork was wound up, and now the grand entrance comes in. Emo gonna burn down. CoreJJ locks up the kill, and APA's back. He finds another one. Umpty, this Ultimate Hunter is almost fully stacked before he even has the ability.
The counter from Team Liquid is good. Even though the shockwave from Emo made them pause, the follow-through was way too much there.
Oh, yet another cleanly calculated play. Not even close. And I want to highlight, I think Gam getting a little bit overexcited here. Because yes, Emo is 6, but if you wait for Levi to have 6, this play always works.
Beautiful.
Right? There is no way it doesn't. The shockwave is beautiful. It completely dodges the knock-up from APA, but I think Levi actually still got stunned, so he uses his Q, uses his flash. So at that point, he is fully committed to just trying to make the play work. His free grabs come through, and Umpty is 3-0-2, 1.3k gold up. He's gonna get some free Raptors, and now his ultimate is available.
And he is going the Stride Breaker build. I love this build so much more.
It's a bit confusing here, as Umpty is going to be able to take the big Raptor. Levi, you cannot fight this. You can't. He's 3-0-2. You cannot fight this at all. Emo comes on over, gives him a shield and says, please leave. And Umpty is going to then move on over towards this Brambleback. APA being a melee minion was odd in the mid lane, but now we've got Impact trying to get Kiaya out of here, feeling a whole lot better in this instance. But now with the Hyperbrox coming in, Kiaya just going to be backing away, not going to commit any further. A better time for Impact.
It's a bit rough. Yeah. Your focus on Umpty is really correct, though, and especially with this build. I love this build so much more because you can get your early Tiamat and you can just speed clear through the rest of the jungle. You already saw there, with the extra lead that he has, well...
Arrow going to connect. Shape Splitter is going to work out, but that was the clone, and he can hit both of them anyway. Emo going to finish that one off. The arrow from Easy Love looked too good.
Oh! He uses TL's own emote!
Oh, man.
That's good BM.
That is some solid BM. And all of TL have been emoting like crazy, so I think it's completely warranted.
That's the second kill that I know that it was Emo, but like that's the second kill Easy Love has gotten on APA.
Yeah, with Ash Arrow. The last one was a snipe.
Yeah.
And on the Tristana and Tribush recalling.
Yes, Umpty is big, but do not be mistaken. We saw how good
there's some
fighting
darkness
was.
here as there is a Meganar on the horizon, but I think he's dead before it even happens. Cull the Meek comes through exactly like it says.
Nope.
And Impact's able to take that one down.
No Horizon, Atlas.
No.
Not happening.
Oh, it was on the horizon. Yeah, we just never got to the horizon. Or something like that.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Trip cut short.
Yeah.
Yeah, but have you thought about how crazy ugly your mustache is?
Got him! Okay, this is getting personal.
I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure about that one. But now we've got a bit of a fight towards the bottom side, perhaps, as Easy Love looking to try and stack this one up. Killer Instinct does come on through as, Jan trying to get a little bit more down, but doesn't get that last auto attack. So still able to stand their ground, but investing the ultimate is dangerous.
Also, that's just not true. It's beautiful.
Kobe, you were actually like, also Kobe, I know you're stressed, but try not to take it out on your coworkers.
Exactly.
Chronicle his feelings.
No, I'm fine. Umpty's here, waiting for Levi. Stride Breaker done.
That's when you're supposed to say, Atlas, you're not allowed to talk. Wait. There's a flash forward. Hits CoreJJ with the ultimate, but doesn't land onto Jan. Somehow that arrow doesn't hit. And now Umpty's making his way in. Remember, this guy has every kill in the universe, but they're not going to push too far. Not going to try and find more than they can chew.
There were no sums. I think he could have gone for it, but I think they want to make sure that they get the dragon instead.
I think Umpty's also very aware of the fact that he has a gigantic bounty on his head, and if he dies, the game could be a big problem.
And they don't have to push anything extra there because they have a guaranteed dragon. So I completely agree with both of you there. They're making the call. Probably a lot of, the talk heading into this game is, all right, let's be calm in our play. Once you get your lead, just play this one out because we can't give up anymore. If you lose this, then you are out of the tournament. So they don't want to over chase, take the guaranteed dragon, no Ash Arrow, no Braum ultimate. They push the wave in, they just take their resources.
And with this, even though the gold leads on the other end of the map aren't that big a deal, GAM's most vital members have effectively been, at least for now, taken out of the game, right? Both are facing very substantial losses, and for GAM, it's going to have to be a really heavy lifting duty or a job from the rest of the team. Emo, Easy Love got to step. I know Easy Love has been trying with his Ash Arrows. That alone, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Quite going to work. Hawkshot getting a lot of value here, spotting CoreJJ and Umpty making their way towards these Void Grubs. 6 didn't mean a whole lot for TL in game number 1, but this could be a very different story with the snowball they have already rolling.
Yeah, 100% agree there because of the Nocturne also later for split pushing.
Oh, yeah.
They have a lot of potential to pressure those side lanes. You've got a lead on your Renekton, a much better state.
It's also, so imagine being GAM and trying to push a side lane late game where you have to check every wave for the right amount of minions. There's a Nocturne and there's a Kai'Sa that can play off of basically everyone else.
Well, immediate teleport to come through here as Elio trying to get himself out. The Ruthless Predator holding him in place for a little while. It is teleport invested, so it is a fair bit there from TL, but they also pick up the grubs on the other side. They can also crash a wave into the top lane outer turret. You can see Kiaya already very far back. Pop Blossom also, as Easy Love is just going to explode. APA grabbing his second, and now Kiaya could be in trouble. Umpty is more than a top laner at this point in time. He is still going to back away that inner turret.
And
They're
Team
gonna be
Liquid,
danger.
they can even rotate over to catch mid lane too. So TL winning both sides of the map here. You push in bottom with APA, you push in top with Yon. Huge tower gold there for Team Liquid. Impact and CoreJJ rotate over to make sure no turret plates go down to Emo, and they can't keep pushing. So Team Liquid win the entire map in that sequence.
We have Umti just pushing a full wave into the turret.
Yeah.
He's just.
Well, CoreJJ is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Battle Dance gets him out, and he's fine. Just fine.
Nice
Wait,
little,
never mind. I got pranked by the mini-map. I got Nico. That's what I'm talking about. It's confusing to play against.
And it's also, the minimap does become a very dangerous thing to look at. And also, if you look at
I know!
Yeah, the kill feed as well is a bit of a problem because it comes up with different champions getting kills. It's a very confusing thing, but we will try and stay on the board as best we can, and if we make mistakes, please laugh at us.
We've already been very on topic, very focused.
Yeah, we've talked about a lot of things that are dangerous to look at in this series and the previous series. Now, let's focus up. Impact here. Going to get visual confirmation of Levi on the Raptors, but your job has really been set up for you already. You can see there's a trailing split push in the bottom of the map right now. Umti with Nocturne ult available, hovering behind as they push APA to finish off this tower, just in case there was any sort of GAM attempt to use that tower gold as bait and pull a trap of their own, but there is no attempt from GAM because they recognize they're just so far, outmatched in the gold at this time that they don't want to force that fight. I think it's correct.
This is 6.2k gold lead, like every 13 minutes. This is absolutely insane. Game should be completely unplayable from here on out for GAM. As much as I think they did an incredible job in the last game,
it would be
unless multiple people on TL just all stack up into like a multi Emo, Shockwave, and Gnar combo. Realistically, if any of their top literally any of their characters that isn't CoreJJ stays alive, they have enough gold right now to clean up the fight.
And barring a catastrophe, I do like the fact that this is on track to being a shellacking, which is a game that was coined by Spawn himself. We get to ask him whether it's actually a real shellacking or not. Normally it's just a pre-25-minute win. There's not a whole lot to it, but sometimes there's nuance, and we will be able to
We've
ask.
already talked about a lot of rating systems, so I feel like we need to get into the depths of this one as well.
No zigs in this game. We can't go through that one. Let's have a look at our MasterCard lane economy snapshot, and the snapshot is TL are winning by a lot in all of them. That's my breakdown.
That is valid.
Yeah.
Not a lot of nuance on that snapshot.
We're lacking a lot of nuance in this one.
I can only imagine if you're GAM as well, that you're going to be obviously still looking for opportunities, but also going to be thinking about what we're going to do next game. Because this game really felt like with the way that the level 1 went, from that point on, the game is so hard as there is.
Yeah, Arrow going to connect, and it is going to connect.
And it's very easy for Team Liquid to progress their snowball in this game because of the fact that they got the early grubs. So
Umti just, I was about to say, he just kills him.
Yeah,
right?
he's just gonna kill him. Has a spell shield. That's gonna be used on the Shockwave gorgeously, and I could have been really hyped for that, but there was just no way. Yeah, he's just dead.
Yeah. You know the Shockwave is coming. It has a good animation, so correctly reacts to it and is able to spell shield it. Umti here, the general, marching through the enemy jungle now, actually pushes the bottom wave, starts to rotate over as Impact.
It does manage to get the stun onto Levi, and there's the killer instinct to go in. Okay, Yon might have gone a little bit too far, but the quickness comes on through, and the wallets are big and heavy. That is going to be a pop blossom. APA comes forward, and that's going to be Yon putting the last little cherry on top. And maybe there's another cherry, as EasyLove's going to have to flash away. Impact wants to try and catch up to him, but the volley will slow down the Crocodile, and EasyLove will limp his way back towards his base.
And now is your line, Chronicler, because this time Umti was pushing in the side lane all the way up to secondary.
I actually, you know what?
You're prophetic.
No, I saw him, and I'm like, I'm not believing that. I'm not making the call again.
It's a mirage.
As we take a look, this is really, as you'd expect, STL, when you're this fed, any fight basically is a good fight, right? This doesn't start out that well. A lot of damage goes into Yon. He doesn't really get to do as much as ideally he'd like, but it just doesn't matter. GAM is very deep into enemy territory.
And to your point, he is ulting, point blank his face right into 2 melees, but that he knows, especially with the shield, they won't have enough damage to finish him off since his entire team is there.
Yeah.
And they have the item advantage, so full sends it, gets the extra reward for TL to continue to push forward.
And I feel like a lot of people talk about these damage Dragon Souls as being some of the best for snowballing a game. I think the Mountain Soul is really underrated in that department because you can just go all in on damage in your itemization and everyone's basically a tank at the same time.
I love those types, especially when you have a Kai'Sa that wants to ult face first into people.
And get a massive shield, and I hear that resistances are pretty good when you get a massive shield.
I love casting with you guys straight off the plane.
Because we talk about massive shields.
Extra fun. TL here.
I'm always like this. I don't know what you're talking about, Kobe.
TL, though, also take a look at just the complete vision coverage. With both sides of the jungle warded up, they're going to continue to threaten these plays where they can easily rotate from their mid lane and from your jungle over to pick people off on the side of GAM. And that's kind of the point where you guys are talking about how hard it is for GAM to even set up their comeback play, is because the entire area is just lit up for TL and they have all of these tools to pick you off.
Especially, I think, when you hit level 2 on the Killer Instinct, like the range becomes so big. Level 1, you still have to be very close, but
you've just got 2 Nocturnes, basically.
You do, yeah, and both of them will kill you very quickly and not give you a whole lot of counterplay. And for TL now, again, I wonder, because barring something absolutely insane happening, TL's going to win this game. I'm going to go to 1-1. My
All right, stop trying to curse.
Okay, tell me I'm wrong.
No way.
Well, there's a Pop Blossom, gets a flash, and there's a Paranoia, so I don't think that Emo's going to be getting out of this one. That is going to be the Tangle Barbs landing there as well. As meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Kiaya trying to get that wallop down. It's going to work out, but Impact is so tanky. The Nara into the wall is fantastic. But Yun, they're just one after the other, dive bombing these members of GAM. And Kiaya gets under his inner turret, but he is still limping away without a jungler.
So as I was saying, what does it mean for the series? Because at the same time, like, this game felt like it was over, not necessarily level 1, but I think once the early skirmish came through, where they got the gank onto top side,
Grand entrance.
how is Game 3 going to look?
As that's Kiaya probably dead. He's burning down. KoJJ going to collect it with the Ignite, and now the base is broken open. Impact looking to put another dent into it in that mid lane as well. But TL, a lot of money available. They're going to go back and spend it before these inhibitors are going to be tested. It is... yeah, that's a 12,000 gold lead pre-20 minutes.
I mean, that's why I'm kind of, going off Chronicler's early point about what does next game look like?
Well, and I actually think it's really, it's kind of better for GAM, and I know it seems weird, right? But if you're just completely knocked out of the game, you get this entire game to think about Game 3.
And it's also, I feel like for GAM, they're already the underdog. They had a really good Game 1, I think, in multiple facets. Yeah. And a game like this, I think, it's the same where if you lose level 1, it's much easier to write off than if it's a hard-fought, like 40-minute slugfest. And as the underdog, I think GAM, going into next game, still should be very confident, even with this game obviously being
a write-off.
So your perspective is, this game is such a big beatdown that it's like ripping off a Band-Aid quickly?
Yeah, no, straight up. That's exactly
You're
what
like,
it is.
oh, we already lost that a while ago.
Actually, no, but don't you think the players are in here like 15 minutes in? They're like,
already thinking about draft for the next game, already thinking about specifically the level 1 setup and checking their corners basically if you are going to invade looking for lane swaps. As you said, TL have really focused on that aspect of the game.
And it's side selection as well, they can move over to the blue side, then there's going to be a complete change up when it comes to these bans. And TL have utilized blue very well because they need to ban things like Aurora on blue and the Yone on blue, as KoJJ might be caught out here, but is able to just move back towards a plethora of vision and teammates that are moving in.
So if we take this line of thought further, and you're looking at it from TL's side, would you then want to just make them wait and live in this deficit for even longer?
No, I think you want to just finish it as soon as you can. Yeah.
Because it doesn't teach you anything, right? You don't get anything out of it. APA, that's
ooh,
spotted.
Vision, yeah, spotted out. That is very cute. He's just a Void Mine. I love that.
He's just hopping.
He's hopping around.
They do know.
He's hopping.
That one is okay. Looking for an option here, as there's the Pop Blossom, hits onto 3, he's completely by himself. He's going to be guaranteeing a Baron for his teammates. And there he goes. But you know, that is still the Vi being taken down. The arrow is going to sail on in, and oh my goodness. Thankfully, Levi was one of the ones that did fall earlier on, so that one wasn't going to be a thing. As now Impact gets into that backline, it's
big
his
crocodile.
turn, as Kiaya pushes him into the wall there. CoreJJ not offering back a lot of damage, and TL throwing a couple of solo laners away, but now Yon gets in. My God! The plasma is raining down, and Easy Love is just really dead. Emo, the last one left alive. It wasn't clean, but it worked.
TL really testing the limits of what they get away with this gold lead, but it ends up working out nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they can, right? All APA is doing there, he locks up the entire team on him, so there's going to be nobody else. I mean, I know Levi just sent it into the Baron, try and steal it away. Let's look at the Levi side of it, because we all saw the APA side of it front and center, and he kind of walks up to go for the big ultimate, but Levi tried to get in the pit way ahead of time, because they did not have vision for the health, so had no idea, just was just trying to get the miracle play right. So they're really just looking for the miracle attempts there on the side again.
I don't know. You don't know how you win this game, but it does start with stealing that Baron blind.
Exactly.
So makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Wasn't, of course, quite able to, because Hawkshot on cooldown, things like this means that you just can't get in there. TL going to look for Soul Point. They will be able to pick that one up. Now with the Baron, should be just about playing side lane homework, pushing them in, trying to break open this base. Already, the inhibitor turret in the mid lane is taken out. Still pretty early in this one, so getting all these waves in order is a little bit more difficult, but it's very, very heavy. So 14,000 gold, the approximate gold lead. Not used to talking about a lead like that when we have like downtime. Normally it's like 15,000 gold, and that gold is sort of raining down on the opposition, and then the Nexus explodes. But this is, we're just setting up for some lanes, and TL have the entire bank.
Yeah. The gold lead here, massive, of course, at this early stage in the game, but so is the Baron buff pushing. So you kind of see like the decision there from TL. They're like, you know what, APA, that is a cool looking ult, but we're not going to follow with Kai'Sa ult and Nocturne ult. We're just going to finish the Baron so that we can finish this game. And they use that Baron, push in. They've got enough money, and another one.
There's a 4-man Pop Blossom. Everyone is just put into the blender. TL, they do want to get out of this game, move to that game number 3, and they do it decisively off the back of APA. The Nexus turrets are now just going to fall like an afterthought. And with one of the largest gold leads I've ever seen, they will complete the shellacking at 24 minutes and 20 seconds into the game.
We are going to 6 out of 6.
Oh, you love to see it.
For the final team to get to that 2-2 score, to see who gets another chance to make it to those quarterfinals.
Exactly, and one more team is going to be leaving us, of course. So it is time to go to a break. We'll see whether it's TL that can carry the momentum or whether it's going to be GAM able to fight back in Game 3.
Invading our left side. I think keep hiding. Hiding. Okay, play check. Looking. Bye plus Ash. Ash now. Ash no flash. The range is short. I want it. Okay. Corner's here. They look. Okay. Ash no flash. Ash is dead. Orianna. Nice jump.
And they use that Baron, push in. They've got enough money and another one.
There's a 4-man pop locked and everyone is just put into the blender. TL, they do want to get out of this game. Move to that game number 3.
We can't go out like this. We worked 10 months of this year as hard as we could. We cannot go out like this. Stop dropping your heads. I understand the frustration, but we are a better team than this. So think about what it takes to win the next 2 games, please. Yes. Okay? I want us to go out there and be positive. I love the energy at the start of the game. Shit went wrong at the start of this game. Okay? They need to beat us another time. We still get 2 more cracks at beating them. Okay? So chin up, let's go. Yep. All right?
What a leader, and they couldn't bleep all of his swear, so Spawn's got you there, Riot. But yeah, I love seeing these clips. Team Liquid has been posting a lot of them, and I like them. I don't know what you think.
I love them. I mean, I have so much respect for Spawn. Obviously, like, he was a friend to me first. You know, I've known this guy for a really long time.
Oh, I hate him.
He was a caster with him. And I think he's an incredible coach. And he's also one of those guys that doesn't just ask for perfection from his team and from his players. He expects it of himself. You know, he's someone that always talks about, I need to be there before the first player arrives. I need to be there after the last player leaves. If I'm going to tell you, you need to practice 12 hours, 14 hours a day, I'm going to be there 15. I'm going to be there 16.
700 games. He was talking to Core
700
as well.
hours.
700 hours, sorry.
Yeah.
That's slightly different. And hey, it paid off. This is a speech he made right before Team Liquid acquired the highest goal difference at 14 at Worlds so far, Dagda. So, you know, you see how far it can go if you have the right mindset, and a lot came, of course, off this level 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have the right level 1, definitely helps. And nice ward, or nice setup here early to catch out as Gamma moving in. That ward just in the tri-bush, kind of expecting that maybe Gamma are going to try to move in for some sort of lane swap or to get vision, and it's just a really, really nice punish coming through from TL. And the fact that you get this gold onto Umpty then sets him up not only to get the early Tiamat, so then he can clear his camps faster, be out on the map and do things like this, where he impacting his lanes as a pre-level 6 Nocturne, but also then he just hits that level 6 and it's such a major factor in the plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of close skirmishes, though. Credit to Gam for not just rolling over and dying here, you know, in the early game. After level 1 like that goes bad, you know, chances are that is probably going to decide the game, but, you know, likely the only way to get out of it is to fight your way out of it. And they were very close, you know, 1 auto away on APA, 1 auto away on Impact on topside. Had a couple of those fights gone a little bit different, they might have been able to start to claw their way back in.
Necessary confidence game, I think, from Azale, because I feel like he's been hot and cold.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, his early games, especially against the LPL teams, were actually quite good. He's just had these kind of like big moments where, you know, he falls a little bit flat and can cost him so much. So he is very much a confidence-based player. When he is feeling himself, he's looking really, really strong, but he can get down on himself very quickly when he has a bad play. So, you know, you have to hope for TL's side that this game gives them some confidence, makes them feel a little bit more comfortable, and they can show what we know they are capable of on stage going in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think like the confidence was definitely there for Umpty, like invading onto the top side, making sure that there was no way that Levi was going to get any sort of control back in this game. And if TL are able to run through, I mean, you can see on the post-game breakdown here, that goal graph, it was clean, decisive, constantly putting pressure on towards Gam. And this was more what I expected from TL coming into this. Yes, it came off of a good level 1, but it felt like TL finally got back on the horse and were like, yes, this is our style, we can play through this.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, Azale, and you were saying that you want to like keep your feet on the ground, I guess, because of that level 1, right? And because of how far they got ahead, and because how kind of done this game was before it even started.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those things where it's hard to know how much do you really take from it, because not only did you get 1 kill, you got 2 kills at level 1. You got them onto, you know, primary members that were then able to really snowball the game. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they can replicate that going into Game 3, but you have to hope that that gives them confidence. And it was good to see that they then did snowball the game really, really well with the advantage that they were given, because that was one of their hallmarks in the LCS, is that if you gave this team a lead, they take over your jungle, they choke you out, they fight you at every turn, and they never really give you a way to get back in.
No, and something that, you know, we talk about often with Gam, and you alluded to the fact that they want to be definitely a more well-rounded team that isn't just known for their early prowess, but playing out the mid to late games. I still don't think they're up to snuff if you go against competition that should be better at it for GAM. I think we even saw it in Game 1. We did not really see it in this one, but this is something that I'm going to keep my eye on, because that is, for me, we talk a lot about what TL has to show, but for me, how I think they really go a level further than they have in the past.
Yeah, I think for GAM it's a little tough when you do end up falling behind like this, and as we already kind of said, like, fair play to them for trying to make these plays happen and trying to make it work, but I think that's where having that aggression in the early game is actually going to almost be something they need to bring back into their game, because I think if you give TL the opportunity to play into what has been their style, as you said in the LCS, of, hey, we're looking for jungle invades, we're going to try and shut down Levi, I think that's where you're really going to be set up.
Here we have the draft from TL in the Game 1 loss and then the Game 2 win, and we know that VCS GAM is going to the blue side for this third and decisive game, Azael. So lecture me on what you want to see.
Honestly, I was a pretty big
side.
fan of their second game draft. I think it's just a lot more stability for Impact. It's something they can have some power in lane against, because let's be honest, Kiaya is looking ridiculously good. I don't think you want him, just to fully give up all lane pressure. And, you have a pretty easy to execute composition here with the Nocturne plus the Nico. You're obviously playing full dive. And the people that have had the most faith in at Worlds is the bot lane. So I want to see them playing around Yeon, give him a carry, let him really shine, because this guy has just been stellar, I think, for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think also coming into it, although TL did win with it, I think I'd prefer to see them locking in the Orianna early. I think Emo has had some good plays on it, nearly getting the kill onto APA. In Game 1, he had some good moments with it as well. So I think if you're going to try and take anything away, I think it should be focused on getting that Orianna, then on towards the Nocturne, and then see if you can move on from that position. But even on the bot lane as well, just having something that unlocks Core JJ. I really like when Core JJ can work with Umti to go for these invades and set up. Now, having like things like the Ezreal, I think support that fantastically. I just want to see them continue through that style.
We'll see indeed for Team Liquid. Now is it's a time to not be nervy anymore. You hopefully got it out your system in that Game 1, and you have the most confidence-giving game you could ever have in Game 2. But I would be remiss if I did not give GAM a little bit of credit in situations just like this, when they are with their backs against the wall, when they are the underdogs going into a matchup like this at Worlds. I think we have a couple of very nervous Team Liquid fans on the other hand. Maurits, I'm talking to you.
Are you a nervous Team Liquid fan,
Chronicler? Yeah, well, I don't like this reversal of roles, first and foremost.
Yeah, they're a Dutch org,
Yeah,
like
all the way back. I grew up watching StarCraft. TeamLiquid.net was like the hub for all.
I lived on those forums, man.
Right.
And let's see whether they can do it again. Kobe, you and I were having a conversation before. I was like, I'm so jealous of these players that get the spawn pep talk before every game. And then I realized that for the first 4 years of my career, I had that every day.
We used to get them.
Very now I get the Chronicler mustache fueled pep talk instead, and it's a different kind of magic. As now, TL going to be banning away the same champions here, Aurora and the Shyvana, both being taken off the board. The Skarner as well sticking around. It does look a little bit like a reversal, but this time GAM, they get first choice, and I think the Nocturne is going to be such a dangerous one. The Yone still there, and I think still warrants a ban.
They have
the
to.
Kai'Sa.
Yeah, have to ban the Yone still, so you're kind of just giving over the Nocturne. Or do you have to?
Well,
a lot
that's
of teams,
the question.
A lot of teams have asked that question at Worlds, and the answer keeps on being yeah.
I feel like Yone gets banned a few games, and you're like, but what if we let it through?
What if in an elimination game?
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
We're not doing it.
Okay.
Well, the Jax is going to get all of the priority here. We'll be locked in first up. Does mean Umti can go back to that Nocturne. Nocturne Nico, if they just lock them in again, it would make a lot of sense to me. But without the Kai'Sa, maybe it lacks a little bit of that extra oomph. And, not being able to guarantee the first 2 kills of the game at level, like at, minute 1 and 2, perhaps, is a little dangerous. But still, Nocturne a great consideration, at least as a pick away as well from Levi. It's K'Sante for Impact. That's the theoretical thought of as perhaps a counter to Jax that we haven't really seen do that all that much.
Yeah, I think we've seen it both ways, where it feels like the K'Sante is not going to have prio in lane, but he does become an immovable brick wall, and obviously the
Do they want to steal
big.
Ori now? Or, because Emo's Orianna...
They have to, right? Just lock it in again.
Oh my, okay,
that's
that's Akali.
They do not.
They do not have to, nor do they want to.
That's blind Akali.
Blind Akali is an interesting option that you can go for there. I did feel like, with the circle vibe that they were going for, with the fact that, Emo has looked great on the Orianna, it felt like a no-brainer, but I mean, I like the confidence. Just slam it in As, okay, Nico going to be picked up as well. That 1-2 punch of the Nico Nocturne is very scary. And so I think GAM, I think a lot of what they were thinking between games as well is Draft didn't actually play that much of a part. It was the level 1. We lost that game, because the level 1 and then the follow-up play definitely what put them in the ground. And so going for something slightly different and letting TL have pretty much the same thing outside of the Kai'Sa.
What I'm always wondering with picks like this, though, is could you not have done this on a second rotation? Because I don't think TL were necessarily going to be looking to ban it out. Yeah. And maybe have already seen what you were going to pick. Does make the mid-jungle really lethal post level 6 when you have all that burst and CC and setup available.
Especially because, you know, APA already is coming off a good Nico game and wants to play a large AoE. If you're going to draft all melee into a large AoE here, that could make things difficult. GAM showing so early on in the draft that it's double melee solo laners. We'll see if it's problematic. You know, Akali, of course, is very mobile for a melee champion, so can work around some angles. But with Akali, you know, not being that strong pre-6 and Wukong also not being a strong pre-6 jungle, it does feel like they're kind of giving them time.
The bot lane pool is really getting pinched here. So TL actually banning the Xayah away themselves. I do think Xayah is better on the GAM side than is on the TL side. I think with champions like Akali and Wukong or Jax, once they're on top of you, like I don't think the Xayah does that
Samira.
much. As we're not going to get baited in by anything.
I kind of like the Samira angle.
A ton of frontline. This is a blind pick. I think the Ashe makes the most sense. This is something that we have obviously already seen would be a lot of Faith being played. As it's probably going to be Ashe. Ezreal, I think, is really good. Yeah. It just slots into any composition.
Well, yeah, and you're seeing all this melee and coming straight for you, so good to have another disengage, especially with the cover of darkness.
Yep, the Jhin being a consideration here for Easy Love. Pretty hard to follow up on Wukong, Jax, and Akali that can just launch themselves into a fight. So something that can stay in range, certainly a decent idea there. As still considering it, as we're still having a giggle as well.
That's what I figured, right? Like,
yeah, no, I don't think the vibes took much of a hit. And GAM pretty good at vibes, let's be honest. As there is the Jhin lock-in. Elio, let's see where he's going to go. Could be his first game off Braum this series as well, which I do like. I think that when a support is put on Braum duty, it should be only 2 games in a row. Otherwise, you can get like Braumitis, which is just, it really does affect your self-esteem.
It's a terrible sickness.
Yeah, it's an affliction. I remember my friend Ejim really did suffer from that one. Is Poppy going to be the lock-in instead? Okay, replaces the door with a hammer, and it's Core JJ that picks up that door. See whether he does actually lock this one in. Certainly a few other options that could be available here.
So you are playing Braum into melees, which I think you're generally going to be happy with. It gives you a lot of early game power. It does make your comp, I think, pretty awkward. I like this a lot more.
Yeah.
Obviously, your laning is going to take a hit, and trying to play Rakan into Poppy is much easier said than done, which is why I'm looking over at Kobe. He's not looking too happy about it.
Oh, I'm good. I'm feeling good.
It felt like, to me, the Braum would really... I don't know how much utility it would reliably provide, because I also think that the type of melee champions that GAM have are able to evade, you know, like the kind of linearity of a Braum shield relatively easy. And the follow-up of that, Rakan with the Nocturne and Nico quite strong.
I mean, it's truly philosophical, because do you want to add more tools to your Nocturne Nico Engage? Which I actually do feel very comfortable with.
I think they should.
Team Liquid have really relied on Core JJ's Engage. So if you're putting him on the Braum, then you would be putting him on trying to stop what GAM are doing, which is not necessarily a terrible thing, but I would much prefer them to play to Core's big strength of being the team captain, in-game leader, the one with the Rakan that gets to go with the Nico and with the Nocturne, to actually be the ones dictating the pace rather than trying to react to GAM.
That being said, Elio is playing Poppy, which is not necessarily something a Rakan likes at all. And so we'll see how Core is able to play around the Steadfast presence that can be such an incredible problem. But now, the final game of the day. It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. Do or die for both TL or GAM. One of these teams has one last shot in another best of 3 here in Swiss. The other one goes home.
Team Liquid put out a video of Spawn talking to the team, you know, after the first game as well, and he talked about them having worked a full 10 months, this whole year, for both of these organizations, you know, does build up to this right here. Your world's life, your world's run either stops here or continues on with huge possibilities for either one. And the same is true for both these teams. So much work put in. And GAM, of course, having to deal with so many regional difficulties happening with the league. Yeah. And this team still being able to bounce back and fight back so heavily here versus the LCS #2 seed really speaks volumes, especially for, you know, the players that were added late onto this team this year.
One of my favorite things is always where it starts off as, you know, like, okay, getting on a planes. That's going to be the main objective. And then have an incredible performance. And then initially it feels like everything on top would be gravy. But now you are one game away from just making it to that final round of Swiss, which in of itself is already a huge achievement.
Thank you so much, Berlin. That 10 gold is extremely important. And Kiaya able to fish that one up. It's beautiful to see.
And especially for the Vietnamese player base. I mean, Vietnam has a giant player base, hugely passionate. So always great to see them find some success on the international stage. Meanwhile, Team Liquid have a lot of expectations to live up to. And now is the time.
Well, let's see what they can actually get done here without having 2 kills by this time in the game. This is going to be a little bit more honest League of Legends. And speaking of which, no lane swaps as well, which I know certain Isaac Zale Cummings Bentley would agree with. Not a huge fan of the lane swaps.
He was previously cursed, so let's kind of distance ourselves from that.
As Elio has taken so much damage, maybe mentioning his name's going to work out for TL because that's first blood for CoreJJ. Easy Love, not able to get too much done.
That bot lane, you can definitely count on this TL bottom lane.
Yeah, 2v2,
2v2, they pull it off.
Mention his name and all things will come through.
How far we've come. And,
yeah,
you know,
it's beautiful.
The journey along with that curse.
Curses aren't real, guys. Come on, get it together. I want to highlight how big of a deal this is, like just getting this into 2v2 in particular. Because if you look at the other lanes, I don't think too much is supposed to happen in mid lane. Obviously, top lane, Impact is going to be pushed in. And Levi and Umti are just doing a hooking power farm to level 6 the fastest as humanly possible. So breaking open this lane early on, getting the cooldown out of Elliot, like, yeah, you trade flashes, but early gold going over the CoreJJ and Yon. Only downside is that obviously Core got the kill, so not the best in terms of gold distribution, but still, TL off to an early lead again.
Yeah, and both junglers are, you know, typical level 6 junglers looking for full clears. So if we do see some jungler intervention, probably around a little bit of scrapping maybe towards mid lane. If top lane gets a little dicey, you saw Impact trying to push Kiaya into tower for a little bit of tower damage there. And Kiaya did have to use one of the ward charges to jump back out. As you can see, the ward's still there, but aside from anything super spicy happening, I just expect second full clears for both jungles.
Do note, Levi did go back. Umti did not. So Umti is just going straight into his second full clear. Levi now going to do the crab and then go into that. Whereas Umti, I mean, especially Raptors as a Nocturne, you cheat through very, very quickly.
Exactly, and you start on those Raptors so you can get that earlier second respawn. Mid lane, though, a little bit of a visit from Levi on the Wukong, hovering around there. But because Emo was chunked out too heavily,
is he just dead? Oh no, the Blooming Burst, and APA is still able to get it even after the flash.
Nice stuff there. I mean, the auto already in the air, so the flash does not save Emo. Emo down, flash down, APA finds his kill.
That's colossal, right? And Akali still has a lot of safety. I don't think this is as bad as when it is something like the Orianna that we had in previous games. But it does mean that even offensively, Emo is going to have a lot less space to play with.
And now, mid lane, a very viable place for ganks for both sides. Akali has Shroud and Nico does have Clone, but since APA used his flash offensively to get the kill, either of the junglers might make a small visit.
Yep. And level 6 is not hit just yet as Kiaya going to find the Counter-Strike onto Impact. These health bars, just a lot of biffo, not a whole lot of result here between the top laners, but Impact really wants to get this one crashed in. Going to find that Q, in fact, just goes to Narnia. And Kiaya just going to keep trimming as best he can. This wave is going to come in though. He holds it in a pretty nice spot as Counter-Strike. Going to come down, just make Impact's day feel a little bit rough. Yeah, some all-out opportunities. Good little leap strike there to avoid the third Q. TL, still, it is 2-0. These little advantages that they've been able to pick up in the bottom lane, in the mid lane here, with just individual outplays, or duo outplays, I guess, that might happen again here as EasyLove trying to get himself out of the way. Elio not going to avoid too much of this damage as that Mystic Shot does go wide. We do get a little bit of a question mark there from Jan. Love to see it.
And I don't think that the previous game seemingly impacted the GAM mentality too much, as they're still happy to scrap us. Hold that thought.
Hunting fruit being eaten here is Umpty looking for Levi as Kiaya could be in trouble actually. Impact looking for a bit of an angle. You could see he wanted to line up that all out, but didn't really feel like going under the enemy turret. So he's going to press the button.
Yeah, Umpty, a pretty smart move here where he had both solo lanes pushing, and so he just comes to wait in the brush and wait to get a little health chunk onto Levi. Because the grubs are up and available, and you've got the reset from CoreJJ. Smites available for both junglers here.
Yeah, both junglers want to get at least one grub for the extra experience. Try and make sure that they hit that level 6 first. But looks like it's going to be TL. That does have the prior impact. Still needs to TP back in.
APA's positioning here is so scary.
Umpty's not 6.
Yep, Elio in a lot of trouble here as the Blooming Burst hits twice. Emo now trying to move forward. Having to do some face checking is Levi, only level 5. There's the knock-up, but it's onto a clone. That's not really going to work out as a heroic charge now from Elio and APA. He's going to be taken out. Levi over the wall, trying to escape. He takes so long, but the Ignite will finish him off at the cost of CoreJJ's life. It's a trade-up for GAM in this instance, as Umpty was able to take one of those grubs, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Or is Kiaya the one that's in a lot of trouble? He gets feared, has the Counter-Strike, and that's going to keep them away. That is a 1-for-1 so far on the grubs, but a good trade for GAM in the kills.
Yeah, APA got juked on his ultimate there. Levi doing a very good job kind of baiting him in, and there was just the Jax with the ultimate on. Take a look at this. Here it is. Levi over the wall. So the very good job by playing around that ultimate by GAM. They avoid it, and then the slam into the wall from the Poppy here.
Kiaya also has Counter-Strike, so it takes less damage from the ultimate. Not really a suitable target. Extra tanky as well with the Grandmaster's Might. This game not being decisively swung one way or another. Umpty is now going to hit 6. Levi obviously is available as well, and both of these ultimates extremely impactful. 2 grubs for TL when all is said and done.
Yep. It was actually Umpty sneaking back and collecting that last one after all was said and done. So decently big for TL. Only need to get 1 to even things out in the next spawn, but also could grab themselves 5, which could be pretty dangerous as far as getting these side lanes in order.
The gold really is basically even, because 2 of those kills are on Core, who is Rakan.
Well, we'll see whether Core can use some of that money here as he moves back towards the bottom lane. I'm still trying.
Battle Rakan again?
Yeah, the Battle Rakan, man. He just, like, maybe he just builds a death cap. You never know.
Well, I think
Battle Wukong!
Yeah, well, in goes Levi. He'll find 2 with that Cyclone. The curtains have been called, and maybe they're aptly named, or maybe TL will just move themselves away. The 4th one not really going to be doing too much as True Shot Barrage is not going to connect onto Levi, but was pretty scary, so they are going to get out of there.
And GAM, as soon as they get the flash, I think they don't want to overextend into a Nocturne counter again, because that's the one thing. I think they definitely have enough damage to take down Yonder if they do chase, but you do run the risk of Umpty just ulting in. Could have been a big thing, and with just the flash, I think TL will happily take this trade if they can get the Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Since you invested 2 ultimates there, there's no way you're fighting Dragon, so does allow Team Liquid the objective afterwards. Umpty can just slip in and hold on to the Nocturne ult. Nocturne ult, holding this actually puts a lot of pressure just by keeping the cooldown available.
Yeah.
The first Nocturne ultimate here kind of hanging over the heads of all of the laners. So
Grand Entrance comes down a little bit late on the steadfast presence there from Elio as these Mystic Shots will connect. Jon is going to be Arcane shifting forward, something dangerous when you don't have a flash, but of course with Arcane Shift, not having flash on Ezreal, not as bad as some other champions, as Umpty moving around, seeing whether there was going to be a cheeky Poppy underneath the turret.
And life's looking decent for Kiaya, who has been mostly left alone, able to pick up the couple of assists. Still doing good in the 1v1, but outside of that, looking a bit dire here, and might have to be another carry job here by Levi and Kiaya. And Levi, Still completely even in farm, obviously. Didn't have his ultimate yet in that first fight, which is why, even with the nice clone play, we didn't see too much of an impact. Maybe this
could be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, Counter-Strike not going to connect there. Levi gives away his position. So now Impact can play a little bit more carefully, especially with Umpty in the area. Paranoia in hand. Trying to bait this one out. As, okay, looking for a little bit of a gank, but there's the Paranoia towards the river. The grand entrance is gorgeous, and this is why we liked seeing the Rakan locked in. This combo is beautiful, and CoreJJ on a killing spree.
Well, CoreJJ also kind of deserves some, because he's the one who found the target there and stayed right next to him to lock him up.
He got the CC chain, he did his work, but come on, Kobe.
He's taking his price, okay? That's our team captain right there. Ideally, of course, want a little bit more gold on the damage characters, but
you still get an ultimate hunter stack, it's fine.
I mean, yeah, Rakan getting a bit tankier in this one, maybe allow him to deal with the difficulties of playing into the Poppy and stuff like you guys kind of mentioned.
There we go.
Previously.
That's the kind of positivity that I'm looking out for. Yep. Appreciate it. For now, looking to scry out some vision here. We'll be able to do so. Impact certainly being protected a lot by his support and jungle so far this game, and you can see it has spelt an even lane state. We have seen some K'Santes really fall behind in this matchup and then just kind of not amount to very much. I think a lot of the idea of this champion in this matchup is that you get to the late game and you do more because you're a little bit more of a frontline than Jax otherwise would be. You can do those K'Sante things that Showmaker spams all the time and makes people upset.
Impact also is one, and I think Azil mentioned it a bunch of times already as well, but he's very, very happy to play for his team, which on some champions you just can't get away with. And K'Sante is one of them. Like, once you hit your 2-item core, obviously getting more items is good. We've seen K'Santes really take over games, but you already have a lot of utilities. Umpty this time going for a different build, going for the experimental X-Blade instead.
I think maybe it was just like an adaptation for the snowball with the fact that you can power farm so much more.
Well, that he's also playing into full melee this time around.
Yep.
Jhin excluded.
I like adding more of those opportunities to ult in as well. Kind of works out. As okay, Levi looking for a little bit of a cheeky steal here. Is yeah, exactly right. 2 seconds now as the Paranoia up and available. Impact moving in. That is going to be no grubs picked up for Gam, but TL going to have to start them all over again. And it looks like Gam are just going to get out of there. I don't think they want to try and fight for this one. No mid control. And APA, in fact, is really going to drill that fact home. Just gets a flash out. Doesn't invest anything on his part.
Yeah, Gam definitely can't fight. I think correct call here. Just try and get something, you know, maybe minion wave into the tower on bottom side. Emo at least is trying in that effort. TL already recognized it though, and they sent Yeon down there. So Yeon, or excuse me, APA on the Nico, again trolled by the minimap, but able to go collect that wave pretty quickly for himself, while Yeon himself actually completes the Trinity Force here to catch up with everybody else having their first items.
This is a lot of plates for a K'Sante. You don't see that a whole lot of the time, as they're just kind of moving around, trying to get that Counter-Strike out. They will get it, but they're not going to look for any sort of dive, not a massive amount of damage.
Look at the vision that's available here for TL. Like, Core and Impact can play that way because the entirety of that top side of the map is just completely... there we go. I can use this technology, guys.
It's beautiful.
Completely.
I love that. Great circle.
Best circle I've actually seen all day.
Yeah.
Can you not?
I mean, it looked a little bit more like an oval, but that's fine. That's what we needed for that top side of the map.
Because of that, they can just push to their heart's content. Do a great job and keep the pressure up, because even though this game isn't anywhere as snowbally as particularly game number 2, this is still becoming a big problem for Gam. I think that they are going to quickly reach the point where it's one big fight, and this time I do think they have the ultimates to make that work. Again, a lot of this gold lead is on this Rakan. If they're able to get
Rakan carry potential.
If they can eat the early...
Deeks Convergence power spike? Atlas, I'm with you.
Sorry, Chronicler.
I am with you.
I know, I'm feeling it. Look, it's already done. I mean, they've both got one item, but full boots? That is the difference in gold.
So trying to absorb the initial blow that's going to come out from TL, they're always going to be the one that want to try and play aggressive. And then on the counter engage with that Jhin, can do some magical
gorgeously
things.
played there from Yeon. Getting out of the way of... I mean, that was a fight potentially happening there, Chronicle. I apologize. It's still going to be Kiaya trying to get himself away. There's a flash all out from Impact.
Can he get on top of Kiaya? He's running out of buttons, a flash of his own, but this is an all-out at K'Sante. He has some mobility, but so does a Jax, who just leaps over the wall. That is not a lot of summoner spells left. Nicely played there on both sides.
Still should be 2 objectives for TL though. With Impact solo winning topside, they can actually get that tower while they get Dragon.
And the big thing is he also sends Kiaya back. Kiaya had TP, Impact didn't. So if Impact doesn't find that play, Kiaya TPs towards the Dragon. That might have been a fight angle for GAM. Instead, Impact trades summoners even, but even though he doesn't get the turret, they get the objective. And Mountain, either of these teams can't afford to give it up, right? Like looking at the sub, Jhin, trying to play
Jhin
Akali.
does not do damage if they get more than like 2
it's not good.
Mountain Drakes. It's just, I mean, that would be
We
so.
also haven't
that'd
talked
be
about
very
how
difficult.
they're
Nocturne coming.
Okay. Yeah, remember, no flash up and available. In goes Umpty. They look for it. That is going to be the Keeper's verdict, but it does absolutely nothing. And now you've got Kiaya stunned up, charmed up, and destroyed. Elio could be the next one on the chopping block, as it's the tanky members of TL that are up here. And now the damage is arriving. Elio, I think he's just dead. The fear does go off, and APA, he collects his. TL just going from strength to strength.
Oh, and not only do they take out one of the best performing members of GAM, Kiaya goes down.
Oh, okay, that's a Cyclone, but the Pop Blossom is there. Picks up 2, but he dies. Immediately afterwards, now Yon going to get back here once again. The curtains are being called now. And GAM, they could have found a turnaround. Into the Shroud goes Emo, but he doesn't find too much more. And Umpty, he's happy to take that Shuriken. And TL will back away. They do lose APA though.
That's a little bit of a saving grace, because as I was about to say, like they TP'd Emo in as well. Like they lose Kiaya, they lose the fight. If then Emo's TP is also wasted, it's really rough. So at least getting a little bit of kill, a little bit of gold, getting the kill on APA, that's something. I still don't think it's enough to bring GAM back into this game. They need more, and they're looking.
It's a bit dangerous, but the mobility of both Rakan and Ezreal means that they can afford to stand this far up. And Easy Love starting to struggle here against the Trinity Force on Yon. We know that this 2-item spike is coming very, very soon. This Ezreal is going to be extremely scary. And I have to say, this looks like drilled gameplay in this game from TL. I think in game number 1, it was a little bit more fast and loose, but this is keeping up on the vision, making sure that they have a game plan. There's an idea in mind in every move that they make. And the idea in mind here is kill them underneath this turret. In goes Umpty, finds another Paranoia. They focus down the turret to make sure that that doesn't kill Yon, but now Levi's here. Can they get the turnaround?
Yes,
They've taken the turret, that's all you need. But he gets in, the quickness is so good, and they just look to blow up the Wukong. They'll take him down. Yon has the barrier, but he doesn't have his life anymore. The perfect execution is exactly that as Emo looks to try and pull it back for his team. And now Impact and Umpty against Elio and Emo. I think that TL like those odds, and Emo's going to have to just try and get himself out.
Emo really saving it there with his teleport, collecting those 2 kills, because it was a big play from CoreJJ to lock up Levi, but Emo equalized it. Meanwhile, you're getting mid push in exchange for bottom. Jax right now, by the way, is on that turret, so he will also finish up an outer. That one that we just saw APA take, though, mid lane secondary, worth a slight bit more than
and against
the outer.
A Nocturne comp as well to have inner turret taken down. Let's have a look at this again.
So you can clearly see that GAM don't want to just give this up, right? And TL, I think they could have played a little bit slower, just as you're talking about restraint. They dive the turret when it's already this low. Teleport ends up being, I think, big here because it means that GAM can't quite commit to the fight, but Emo is already in the back line. So gets the flash, gets the Q, still takes down Core despite the fact you see Umpty for a second there be like, can I go? And then he realizes, oh, I don't want to mess.
We cut the video there a little bit after the double kill for the Akali. I think in all of our best interest. As now the Rift Herald going to maneuver its way down this bottom lane. This outer turret still up and available here as Umpty's just playing Biffo with Levi. And I think Umpty likes those odds as the curtain call does come in. He turns off the lights to try and stop those bullets from raining in, but it's just, yeah, too little too late here for GAM. Kiaya trying to get himself out, leaps over the wall and gets the blast cone as well to safety. Umpty on this Nocturne is looking so good.
Really is. Goes into bully Levi off his own red buff, steals the buff, takes his life. Now you get to drive the Rift Herald into the tower for the extra Void Mites, but APA locked up.
Yeah, Elio actually looking for the ulti onto APA.
Not a lot of follow-up there at all. Of course, Easy Love, no curtain call up and available, and Emo just can't get in there. So TL almost taking down another inner turret, and this gold is starting to really balloon.
You might look at that previous graph and be like, man, this is not that big. It's 5K. The previous game was just a bit of a statistical outlier.
Yeah. But it's also all of the neutral objectives that were layered on in the early game for TL. You know, 5 Void Grubs helps them take towers really quickly. You saw all the extra Void Mites popping out of the Rift Herald. And then the ability to stack these Dragons here. They should just head over to a Mountain Drake. But Umpty right now actually making his way through the top side of the river, making sure that they don't give away any like sneak plays to GAM while they go for that Dragon. Want to make sure that you have some vision around your Baron.
I don't know, I feel like so much of this game is similar to game number 1. Will come down to Levi and Kiaya what they can find in some of these team fights, but otherwise I'm just not seeing as many of the comeback mechanics for GAM in this game. TL, I feel like they have just a lot of the answers available, and that is going to be the first Mountain Drake and Mountain Soul Point going over to TL in this game. We spoke already about how the fact that Mountain Soul really can be a win more button for a lot of teams. And in this composition, certainly will work out that way for TL. I don't know how relevant it's going to be, though. This game is looking really difficult anyway, as Kiaya, he's got a target on his back. He was so good in game 1, and they're looking to try and shut him down once again. And there's the bullet we call Umpty, diving in on top. He's fleeing while he's trying to get that counter-strike down, and it's not going to work. The auto is in the air, as it was earlier on, and APA secures the kill. And now with the Jax dead, it could be Baron time for TL.
Really good from TL here. Another side lane pick. Now turning their sights to force GAM into their own hands here. It's going to have to be some face check.
Yeah, there is also multiple TP wards here. Emo just finishes his Shadow Flame. He's going to try and look to turn this around. There is a TP. Jhin trying to get as much damage as possible. Levi looking for a steal as well. They do not know about this Akali yet.
Yeah, the Shape Splitter was so good at blocking some of these bullets, but the last one does come through. Emo, can he find the angle? That's the question. Is Easy Love going to get knocked up and taken down? Elio going to be the next one. The Akali just going to get in time. Umpty now trying to fight him, but it is one kill going over. Yon could be in trouble next, but the all-out, the savior that is Impact, is able to take him down, and Yon limps away with single-digit health. TL, they win the fight, but GAM got so close.
Crucially, though, GAM denies the Baron at least for now. Elio escapes with just a little bit of health, but Emo getting onto the backline there, absolutely huge, but disengaged from Core.
Yon escapes with even less, like 15 HP or something, as Impact tried to just peel for him. Here's another look at the turn, though. Core, as you mentioned, right out of the gates there, starts it out. Good turn from Team Liquid, but Emo, the Akali, the hope from GAM into the backline, and Impact ults him away. Yon barely able to live and get that with TL coming out ahead.
And once again, I think we saw picture-in-picture that Kiaya was in a little bit of trouble as, not exactly elation here.
It's not done yet.
Pretty much a wash. You can see no difference as far as the gold is concerned. Having a look at the damage in the team fight, APA and Yon doing their jobs absolutely. But Emo, a real hero. We're starting to see why this Akali was picked up, and he's got some ground to cover.
Oh,
Shroud's down. This is somewhat dangerous, but he's not going to push up any further. Yon and Core JJ just going to collect the wave. That is going to be that. In the bottom lane, we do have both Umpty and APA down there. So not going to be seeing another Baron attempt just yet, as Impact possibly set up on a flank angle, and you can see Umpty, he can attack anyone that is down here.
That's the issue. If you don't know where Nocturne is, you cannot look for a side lane collapse.
I have a fun fact for you. Yon had literally 1 HP.
Oh, he just actually won.
Actually won, going back to look.
Literally
That is why you limit test, by the way, so that you can get to your exact limit. He found it. It's perfect. It's beautiful.
I've played League with you, Atlas.
Atlas is still looking okay. He didn't say Atlas.
You're not allowed to say anything mean to me again, Chronicler, because I'm still I haven't got to the 1 HP yet. It's mostly 0.
Still calculating.
Yeah, we're still calibrating.
It's the important thing. Right now, GAM, 6K, 6.5K gold behind, and once this soul comes through, that's it. They need a pick onto someone, but so many summoners are available. Umpty going in!
Yeah, they're just trying to find it. There's two with the Pop Blossom. It's not the most, but True Shot Barrage does so much as they dive forward. Emo trying to look for it, but once again, it's Impact that finds the angle, goes all out, and gets the Akali out of there. Now he's 1v3, and he likes those odds. The knock-up comes through. Kiaya is dead. Both of the solo lanes are down, and TL, I think they're still alive at Worlds.
They're going to stand tall. They're going to go grab their rewards here. The Baron picked up.
And Gam, you could see them looking, trying to find a mid lane fight, maybe an angle onto some of the backline. But again, this Nocturne pick has been one of the breakout picks for Worlds for me. The amount of playmaking you take away once you get ahead with this pick is insane.
And it is so meaningful for Team Liquid as a whole, as a team, for Umpty to have another tool in the toolbox here for them, because he had been one of the players where people look at his champion pool and think that TL can only survive when he is on Maokai, Sejuani, Skarner, these tanks. But the Nocturne has been massive. Once again, he pulls the trigger with APA. It's the duo engage. And even though Poppy ultimate does go off, APA has already hit the ultimate before he goes flying.
Yeah, I think we want to call that a Poppy Blossom, because honestly, it worked really well for APA.
Meanwhile, Impact into the back line took care of the Akali for the rest of the team, and so TL just were able to chase forward.
Well, now a little bit more of a fight here as Kiaya is going to get pulled back by Impact. Now the curtains are being called, but the Paranoia is down. Can't really see his targets, although there is a clone in there, just causing a ruckus. The rest of GAM trying to get themselves out of there. Levi is trying to be tricky, but it's just not quite working. Able to avoid that True Shot Barrage that may have just been his life, but now this is game over, right? If this goes down, it's game over.
That's the problem. GAM trying desperately to find something. They get away with their lives, but they lose something that I don't think they can afford to lose. This game was already in a dire spot, almost a 10k gold lead, but now with Mountain Soul, your one angle to come back, which is like a pick on APA when he's overextending. Yawn out of position, poor JJ diving too deep. Like, that's just not going to happen, and I don't even want to talk about what Impact is now going to do. Look,
he's a 4-0-5.
He has almost 300 armor.
Yeah, this is a Showmaker's worst nightmare, K'Sante right now, wielded by Impact. And they're going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret. Emo does get some bounty gold, but it's just not really going to work. Bounty gold for Nex is not a trade you want to take, but there's not a whole lot more that they can do. Yon in this mid lane is going to be able to take yet another. And TL, they are dotting I's and they are crossing T's, taking exactly what they need off this map. Levi, you can see hunting for an angle, hunting for an opportunity, but Impact just keeps pushing him back. He's a brick wall guarding Yon, guarding him. Gets the double knock up with that Q3, and the Keeper's Verdict does come on through, but it's once again APA. He's pushed out of the fight. Pop Blossom still in hand, and now Umpty comes from behind the enemy Nexus to look to take down the opposition. Emo is just eviscerated in one swift stroke, and there's the Pop Blossom. Levi was the target, understandably so. And Elio, not a whole lot he can do. Easy Love just pushed back to the fountain, and TL will take down their second Nexus of the series and keep themselves alive at Worlds 2024.
They locked in the Nocturne again. They locked in the Nico again. Those two that just hugged on screen, Umpty, APA, they're able to complete it here. Team Liquid lock it all down.
And GAM, still an incredible Worlds.
Yeah.
Still, I think, a performance that they can be proud of. We can see it on the face of Levi, right? This is a series that felt winnable even in this final game. Unfortunately, they didn't end up making it happen.
I do have to say that game number 2, that was a stomp. Wasn't one that you felt fantastic about as either team, but this game was TL playing calculated, just better League of Legends. And I think that's exactly what you're looking for if you are a member of Team Liquid. But now it's time for us to throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much. Great cast. Straight off the plane into a cast. You guys are monsters. But anyways, it's Team Liquid that lives to fight another day. Before we get to the interview, we can immediately get to the Oppo player of the series, Azael. We decided to give it to Core JJ for I want to say impact because that sounds weird because he's also on the team, for his impact in the games that TL won. It was unbelievable. And even in the game that they lost, maybe.
Yeah, I think he really has been a pretty big standout for them, throughout this entire event. But I was really impressed, especially in that last game, how he actually was playing around the Poppy, walking straight up onto the Poppy and Wing in place so he couldn't actually react and be able to interrupt him. How he was playing in the 2v2 was really impressive. They were able to get 2v2 kills, and once they got ahead in the bot lane, he just moved around the entire map, played really well with Umti, was such a big part, as he always seems to be, of TL's success.
And this to me felt like TL domestically, where it was Umti and CoreJJ working together to push people off, to find plays elsewhere. Like, yes, Jan was doing a good job on the Ezreal, but it was, hey, we're going to try and play away elsewhere to get these leads and then just snowball the game. And APA, great pick on the Nico as well, but honestly, CoreJJ just set them all up so well for success.
But you see why, because sometimes you're like, oh, the Nico again, but you see why. He's so comfortable on it, and it can be absolutely destructive.
Absolutely, and I mean, I will give him the credit, even in the games that weren't really working later on, he was really good in the lane. This time he got a solo kill early on Emo, which was massive for him, and he really had that success in the team fights to boot, so it was a really promising game for TL. I would say this is by far the best game that they have played over the last 2 series. When you look at the Pain series and when you look at this series as a whole, yeah, game 2 they stomped, but it was really off of the level 1. This was lane leads that they actually created, and impact really showed up on the Cassante, like Tanks or Comfort. And shout out to you. Thank you for all you do at Worlds. Such a pleasure watching Gam and such a pleasure watching him.
Yeah, thank you, TK, and generally Gam. Oh, it is so bittersweet to see it with everything that's happening in the region, I should say, next year. And Levi, who we probably will not see again. And for how much he's done for the region overall, I love having the VCS at Worlds and at MSI and giving our teams a run for their money. They absolutely deserve, to be praised for what they always show.
Yeah, I think the fact that they show up every single year and show just what this region is capable of, especially when there's so much trials and tribulations to go through from years past, they still show up. They still are putting in commendable performances and taking down some of the top teams. It's always a great showing from them.
I mean, absolutely. And they do more than give us a run for our money. I mean, they beat TL last year at Worlds. They beat Mad this year at Worlds. Like, they're taking down our teams, and they definitely deserve the respect from that. They have some really strong players who obviously aren't going to get the same level of attention as some of the players from the big regions. But I think it's even more impressive to be able to do it with less resources, with less attention, and to be able to still come and show up.
I mean, everything that happened in the region as well, I think it's very commendable. We're just waiting for the interview to get set up. It's going to be with Umti and Lore on stage, but any final notes?
No, I was just going to say for Gam, I think that I love that they always show up with their style. They never really come in and go, oh, well, I'm going to try and change things. I'm going to try and do something. It's like, no, I'm just going to show up and look right on the Wukong. I'm going to have all these plays, and I think that's really sick. And it really did push TL today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Levi is just, to me, one of those guys that I associate so heavily with the region. He has been incredible. We're going to miss him if he doesn't come back.
Indeed, but Umti is standing by in the Verizon post-game interview with Lore.
And welcome back to the stage as Team Liquid come out victorious against GAM Esports, and their run at Worlds continues. Umti, thank you so much for joining me after this series. How do you feel right now?
So, you guys asked more, like, how do you feel? After game 1, terrible. Game 2, feels so good that I shit on Levi.
Is that what matters? I'm sorry. I feel like a lot of this series was about the jungle, so how did it feel to come out on top, especially with the 2 Nocturne games you had?
Oh, so I think the game 1 was, there was a lot of my bad too.
Yeah.
And so I thought, I can play better than this. It cannot be more bad than this at the game 2. And I thought my team was playing so well. So I just tried to trust myself, come out to the stage, and just play again.
So about trusting yourself, I was looking up some stuff about you, some statistics, and I saw that you did a video teaching how to play Nocturne. You also had 2 good wins on Nocturne today. But then I looked at your win rate, and I saw that you had 40% win rate on Nocturne before coming in today.
Wait. I should fix one, guys. 1 second. So first thing, my win rate is, whole career is 40%, even though 600 game, guys. So 40% is not that low for me. It's high, guys. Are you serious? I'm serious, guys.
All things considered, everything is fine. We played a video of Spawn, the speech, the pep talk that he gave you guys between game 1 and game 2. And looking at you, you were religiously looking at him. let it all sink in, drinking what he was telling you. How important is it for you to have a pep talk from your coach?
So, yeah, I mean, my coach was just mentally worrying about me. I was a lot pinched at the Worlds because it's a tough scrims, guys. Eastern teams are strong. So it was tough, but they were just worrying me. But I was actually completely fine, and I can come back and bounce back. And my coach was so happy about that. I bounced back with my teammates.
Amazing. And you're going to keep on bouncing back 100%. But I want to know, I know that you had a lot of things to prove this year in North America. I do believe that you have a lot of things to prove at Worlds here as well. What is the main goal for you, Umti?
Main goal? I mean, I'm just happy right now. And just like playing at this stage, what I have to enjoy more. This is more enjoyable right now.
It's been amazing having you on stage as well. A round of applause for Umti once again, guys. Good luck on the draw. We'll find out about your opponents soon. Thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes for the draw show.
Oh, is there a draw show too?
Yeah, what a loose cannon in the interview. I love it. It's fun. What do you think?
Welcome.
Thank you. That's kind of Umti, right? He's a very emotional guy, and I think that the thing that we do well as a team is we ride his highs very well, and then when he's a little bit down, all the team rallies to pick him back up. So I love working with him. He's such an enjoyable, like, good, kind-hearted soul.
You know, I've kind of got to ask you then, like, how did you, rally to actually be able to come back after game number one? Because let's be honest, game number one was pretty abysmal compared to the level that you guys have shown throughout the year. It's not the same team I've watched in the LCS. You guys know that, and we even got to see a clip of you talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we really want it at the moment, right? And League of Legends, if you really want it too much, sometimes a good play actually just goes away. So I think that that's what we're suffering from at the moment. And I think the reason that we're trying to like grind our way through it is because when you're a good player and you play the game, then you start to see the game a lot more clearly than what we're seeing it at the moment. And I think that what actually happened in game one is we got completely destroyed. And then everyone was like, this is actually the worst thing that can happen. Like we finally hit rock bottom. Like,
can't go downhill from here.
Like again, and it was like, I think everyone at that point took a sigh of relief. Umti was like, I don't want to play Maokai again. I'm just not playing well enough to play this champion. We had a couple other drafts prepared, and then I think the great start to game two actually just kicked the team back into the gear that they've been playing in domestically.
Yeah, I mean, that level one, that was amazing. Were you happy at them holding their nerve? Because, it could have turned out differently as well.
Absolutely, it could have. That was actually, shout out to Hatham, our head analyst. That was actually a really good scouting prep from him. He knows that when they play strong level one, they like try and go ward one side and then go the other side really deep, so that when we knew they went that side, that was what they were going to commit to, and then we had a good trap prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, the ward as well that you guys had in the river, spotting them walking up, so you could actually have that prep. Talk to me then, about how happy you are, with the position for the team overall. Because obviously you took down Gam, you took down Pain, but now you're going to have all these teams in the 2-2 bracket that are pretty terrifying and, potentially a pretty big level up in terms of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that when we came into Worlds, we had a lot of confidence because the boot camp was going really well. And then, as I said, that confidence kind of eroded with our stage performance. So I actually like the way we're doing it. I feel like I started like Pokemon and I've gone through the first badge and the second badge. Now I get to go to the third badge. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I was wondering because I think we have two very distinct kind of different teams from LCS who are still in the running, right? And FlyQuest has been getting a lot of praise for their approach and the fact that they said, we're actually going to deprioritize the scrims versus LCK and LPL in order to kind of protect our peace, but also protect our strategies because we feel that is the best approach to having to beat them. I feel like you guys are different in that you took a lot of scrims with them, right? And you had to deal with also the fallout if it wasn't working well. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, credit to FlyQuest's coaching staff because they really know what works for their team and they've been playing brilliantly on stage, right? So I think that that's actually awesome for them. And then I think that the difference for us is that EWC, when we had great scrims versus the top teams, we actually found a lot of confidence from that. And I guess Core and I are the two leaders of the team and we're both just big grinders. We're the kind of people that when the brick wall's not going down, we just bang our head into it a couple more times. So if that's what the culture is of the team, that's what people expect. So if you take your foot off the brake at the last moment, then that can sometimes send the wrong message, and we don't want to do that. So, we'll just stick to the grind.
We know you like that. Azael and I have worked with you, and you have always been like this. So it's good to hear that it's still the case, and hopefully it's yielding to results. Talk to me about the possible draws and who you'd like to avoid, etc.
I mean, I really don't care who we play, to be honest, at this stage, because I think that you guys will see as well that it's on us to play our game. In saying that, I think the fans have wanted us versus G2 the whole of the year.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's probably, you know, I always say this, we do it for the fans, right? We love the fact that, you know, they support us so much. I love the haters as well. So I think that if we could get the fan game, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, it would be exciting. I'd be interested, what's your opinion on if you guys were going to play FlyQuest? Because I know some people are like, let's get the guaranteed quarters. But I feel like I want to see our teams beat teams from other regions and prove our worth on the international stage.
I don't even think either of us or FlyQuest would want to make quarters that way, to be completely honest. And it's not because we don't want to make it there, it's because of exactly what you said. And, you know, team kills are never fun. In saying that, I did say the other day that we kind of went 1-1 in playoffs against them, and we do feel like behind the scenes, when this is all over, we need kind of that Rocky scene where Rocky fights Apollo Creed off camera. So I would like to do that with FlyQuest at some point, but definitely not to make a quarterfinal.
No, I get what you mean for sure. I mean, for me, the big question is, I think, in watching kind of the LCS and seeing all of the methods, all the work is kind of correct. All the moves are correct. All the work that's put in is correct. But as to come back to what you opened up with, this is kind of it, right? This is the absolute final exam. And do you have confidence that because of maybe the lessons learned in those best of ones, but also in the series versus Spain, also in the series here versus GAM, are you confident that you've had enough now to get like over that hump and beat whoever you come across tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have to remain confident and we have to remain calm. And I think that when we went into split one playoff this year, we had lost that. And then something just dropped one day and we went on a complete tear. And I think that, you know, I'm not saying this is going to be that momentum shift, but anything can be a momentum shift at this time of the year. It can be a good dinner, can see one player wakes up in a really great mood, says, you know what, guys, I'm going to carry today. So, yeah, I just think we have to keep riding it. We've got to be happy. We've got to enjoy it. I say to the guys all the time, you're playing on the world stage. Like, what more do you want at the moment?
What more do you want? Maybe a good draw, and it is time for it, I believe.
And an EU. To the World's 2024 Swiss Stage Round 5 Draw Show. I'm your host, Laure, and we already sent a few teams in quarterfinals already, as LNG, Gen G, TS, HLE, and T1 already advanced to the Paris stage. That means that there are only 3 more spots remaining. And I will be joined tonight by official Riot Games tournament, Nick. Thank you so much. This bowl contains our remaining teams with a score of 2-2 who will be competing for a spot. As a reminder, repeat matchups are not allowed in the Swiss stage, and if a team is drawn against someone they have already played, or if a draw would force 2 other teams into a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved to the next available matchup. Our 2-2 teams consist of D+ Kia, FlyQuest, Bilibili Gaming, Weibo Gaming, and Team Liquid. Now, Nick, would you please draw the first team? D+ Kia. And they will be facing Weibo Gaming. And now for the second matchup, the first team is FlyQuest. And they will be playing against Team Liquid Honda. Now let's draw the third matchup. The first team is G2 Esports. And they will be facing off against Bilibili Gaming. Here are the final matchups of the Worlds 2024 Swiss stage. Round 5 will be played tomorrow, October 13, where at least the last 3 teams will advance to the knockout stage. And remember, league officials will confirm the order of the matches later tonight, so be sure to follow us on lollysports.com to see the schedule as it is locked in. Good night, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
I feel like everyone's disappointed. This sucks.
Why?
Bring back Malu.
Bring Malu back immediately.
We got no NAEU in the entire Swiss stage.
But you get bragging rights because you're getting out of Swiss, baby.
That's not the way I want it.
Hey, you know what? Before the draw, that wasn't the way I wanted
teams to be able to make it
either.
in.
However, now the draw's happened.
Man, but wouldn't it be so hype if we had 2 teams in?
Yeah, it would be.
Can you please be happy with one? Because
I can't.
I'm over here
because
having to
it's
play
the way.
BLG, okay?
That's okay.
That's the worst possible draw.
Likewise just had to play HLE. They almost beat them. That's the other #1 seed.
Yeah, TL, you beat...
This is the bad #1 seed. They were in the 1 and 2 bracket.
So TL beats GAM and Pain and gets FlyQuest, and G2 beats Weibo and gets BLG. I love the draw system instead of normal Swiss. I love it. But hey.
Me too, actually.
I'm so pissed. Oh, man. Oh, and DK versus, we didn't even mention it yet, but DK versus Weibo.
How are you feeling about the matchup?
Against FlyQuest?
Yeah.
Obviously, we know each other very well.
Yeah.
So I think that both teams would probably be quite happy that they drew each other from a gameplay perspective. Obviously, from a narrative perspective, not. We feel like we actually took a lot away from that semifinal. So, yeah, bring it on.
Do you think comfort in knowing your opponent helps or hurts you guys in this series? Because obviously, yeah, you did look much better than TL, or rather than Fly for the majority of the split, but then they did kind of dominate you in the finals.
I mean, yeah, but then we beat them a week before the finals or whatever it was, right? So, I mean, we will take solace in the fact that we have been a better team than them for the whole of summer split, and they beat us on one day, so we'll see if they can do it again.
Spawn. The minions locked in the fridge. There's no way you're losing that.
Oh, those damn minions, eh?
Those damn minions, unfortunate. Okay, let's do a series then, now that we got all the emotions out. So we have DK versus Weibo. DK, you know, they lost 0-2 to LNG, of course, right? It's kind of a team that came out of left field, I think, as people thought for the strength for the LPL. And Weibo set aside Fnatic today. I don't know how much you want to read into that, Spawn. What's your gut check there?
I actually think both of these teams are so hot and cold that whoever shows up on the day is going to actually just run away with the series, is how I feel. I think that DK especially needs Showmaker to have just a fantastic series. And then on the side of Weibo, top lane seems to be their strength at the moment in this tournament. When Breathe is having a good game, they seem to function better as a team, I would say. So that's kind of my read on it, but I don't know who's going to win.
Yeah, I think as well, just Tarzan having a good day feels like a huge amount of their pressure as well.
Has he had one of those yet?
No, that's why I think it has to come through at some stage, you know?
That's all right.
I mean, it's tough, right? Because Weibo, to me, they came in and they wanted to play the same way that they played in the LPL, right? They wanted to play AD carries mid. They wanted to play this similar style. And when it didn't work, 3 times in a row, after game 1 today, they say, all right, we're just going like full standard meta. We're drafting for 5v5, and let's hope that carries them through. And it will be interesting if they do that against DK, if it is just going to be one of those things that just goes late and just becomes about 5v5, because I think DK is very happy to play that style.
It is. I'm going to let Spawn go and wish you good luck for tomorrow.
No worries. Thank you very much.
No problem. And we're going to listen to an interview that was recorded earlier today with Razork after exiting the tournament.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Earlier today, Fnatic's run at Worlds ended sadly against Weibo Gaming, but I have Razork with me to talk about everything that's been happening with you guys and how you guys got here. Reaction on the series from your side, winning the first game, dropping the second too, and also staying on red side, which I think was surprising for Xiaohu when I talked to him. So talk me through the series and how it went.
Yeah, I mean, after the first game, even though we fall behind in early game, I think we had very good composition and we managed to play good fights. I think the second and third game, we were very scared. Me personally, I feel like I could have done much more with Bai. I could have engaged and looked for more opportunities that
I didn't. So yeah, I'm feeling like a bit bad for that. But yeah, I mean, there is also a reason why we chose Red Side. We wanted to just get the draft that we had, and I think if we play properly, we should win, right? But wasn't the case because, as you said, we had like engaged champions, and we were not really engaging. So
you said that you were hesitating, and I felt you guys were scared, honestly, and I'm just wondering if it has something to do with confidence, either with your teammates or with, like, I don't know, the plan that you have. How can you explain this? Because I know that when you guys are decisive, you can really clutch any situation, so...
Well, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if it's like we were like hesitating or we were not confident enough. I just felt like, yeah, we were not very crispy at pressing our buttons or very decisive, so... Yeah, I mean, if you're not decisive with a composition with Vi, Rel that you can engage, I think maybe we were like respecting them too much.
Okay.
When they were maybe out of position, and we thought that maybe it's Weibo or like an LPL team, maybe they are like actually thinking that they have a plan, but in reality they are just inting. So maybe it's a bit of that.
Something that I've heard from an interview with Core JJ and Inspired was agreeing with this is that even if you're dominant within your region, you arrive at Worlds and you're playing against teams who are going to play much faster, think about plays much faster, and it's not that you guys get worse, it's that you have issues adapting to what these guys are doing. Did you agree on this for Fnatic maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I feel like also they punish mistakes harder. Like normally, like if you use a ultimate or like a flash, they actually punish it and play accordingly to it. I feel like in other regions or when you play in LEC, personally, I don't feel like they pressure you that much. And I think, yeah, when you face against these teams, you actually feel the pressure like, okay, I actually made a mistake and now I can't play for the next 1 minute and a half.
There's one thing I believe in is your ability to bounce back, always, Razor. Thank you so much for this year and for this interview.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Indeed, yeah, it's just tragic. I'm just going to say it because I ultimately think that Fnatic fell to the same issues they've had all year, and I think that is what really hurts because that's not something you want to see when you get to Worlds, right? But none of these are easy opponents. Weibo certainly isn't, so yeah.
My only hope is that this is finally the kick they need to say, hey, look, we've got to start looking at these. Because I think, as you say, it has been the same mistakes we've seen over the entire year that haven't really come through. Like, it's the same reason that they lost 0-3 to G2 in the finals. It was these small mistakes that were getting punished, but until maybe you have to lie down in the dirt to finally figure out that you need to get back out, right? And I think that's what I'm hoping this moment is.
And I think the hard part is, it's different if a team is just, never good, then you're like, okay, that's just how they are. But like they show these flashes of brilliance, right? They really show their class and how good they can be at times. I mean, even beating G2 in a best of 5. And when they did beat G2 in that best of 5, I was like, maybe this is that moment that is actually going to send them over the edge and we're going to get this next level of Fnatic. So, that's the part that was sad for me because I know that these players are capable of showing a lot more, but they just weren't able to get it together.
And I think that is also kind of the central through line for tomorrow for all of these teams, right? You look across Diplaskia, who has been so up and down, who took very, very long in the season to even rally to get here. Can they now get it together and not have those mid-game issues again? Same with Weibo, who can be a bit of a roller coaster sometimes. Same with G2, who have 600+ days worked towards this and now have to go up against the #1 seed of the LPL in order to go through BLG, who has been underperforming this World Championship and needs to win this best of 3 to even make it out. And then the LCS, they have guaranteed one team in the quarterfinals, but between FlyQuest and Team Liquid, it is a grudge match. It is a LCS rematch of the final, and it is absolutely delicious. We have the sickest day of games ahead of us tomorrow for the very last show of the Swiss stage of Worlds 2024 live here from Berlin. So I'm going to sign off, and I hope that you're aptly prepared to have a good kip and join us tomorrow for the madness.
Bring your popcorn.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tarzan here.
here, but the first blood still just comes through, and Tarzan diving onto Razov now underneath the turret, and it's a double!
Okay, jump. Yeah. Look at Leona, guys. Leona. No flash, nice! Calm down. Very good, guys. I ult him. Look at, I got nice! Lucian. Heal the Renekton after, guys. Heal the Renekton after, okay? We can go. Yeah. Look at Nida, guys. I can get the Nida. I ult here. Nida. Nice!
Now we are gonna be the Chinese Slayers. It can be really funny, like if we beat Weibo and beat Delsin.
The Scan is taken out. Razov with an amazing flash, but Light is now in the fight, and Noah will be taken out. It's a double. It is gigantic. Triple now. They look for Breathe. They get him down low once again, and finally he falls. But at the same time, it's a triple. And Weibo Gaming will keep themselves alive.
Hey boys, the energy in here today is really good, and I like that energy on stage, so let's make sure that we keep it up, okay?
Okay. The dive looked a lot better for Gam. This
dive! And now it's going to be APA that's the target. Levi is so dangerous. That shockwave was absolutely sick. 4TL is the question. Gets health bars. It's so low. Okay. They keep the phalanx. And Kiaya is now just bonking them all on the head. That is going to be the team fight win. And Gam might just walk through.
Highly likely they're gonna invading our left side. I think keep hiding. Hiding. Until he face check.
Looking, bye
Plus Ash now. Ash to flash.
And they use that Baron, push in. They've got enough money and another one.
There's a 4-man pop blossom. Everyone is just put into the blender. TL, they do want to get out of this game. Move to that game number 3.
Jack. Let's go Baron. Let's go Baron. Where's Ball? Guys, we come in.
Emo is just eviscerated in one swift stroke, and there's the pop blossom. Levi was the target, understandably so. And TL will take down their second Nexus of the series and keep themselves alive at Worlds 2024.
Just how it's swim. Been a bad man since Gateson's whip. Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me. Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Checking out quick on the tables, right? So wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering. Pleading, begging, but nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breed of creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Keep that grill turning. Add a little seasoning, and that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. So that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. High
fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior, I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death. Give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath. Give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise.